Drop my keyboard. This sucks. It's okay. I'm just gonna chill out because there's nothing I can do. Nothing. I'm really here. Let me explain why. Okay? Let me please just give me a second. This is what you call simmering down. Simmer down now. You ever heard anybody say that? You gotta simmer down, child, or you're gonna blow your top. I am. It's not like it means like you're not gonna be healthy. If you blow your top, that's not a healthy thing. That's like high blood pressure. Come on, there you go. I was just about to get more high blood pressure because I couldn't do that trick. I just am having a difficult time functioning in pain and freaking out. And I'm also freaking out because everybody's dead. All my friends are dead already. And currently, other people's friends are dying. And I'm trying to save them, and I can't get noticed. And it's a terrible thing to think about. And it'll cause a person to freak out. And if you call the suicide prevention hotline, they're just going to tell you to calm down and tell them the problem. And what first they're gonna ask, are you thinking of harming yourself? I don't want to harm myself. I'm certainly capable, and I'm not static. I am dynamic. I don't live in a vacuum. I got a lot of shit swirling around. I mean, like, I was like, I was gonna just like, I showed you this, right? Yeah, I got a neck ache. I got a bad back. This room is cluttered, and I could fall and hurt myself. I'm a very capable, coordinated person. It's a pretty light television. Did you see that? Can I get a good angle on this? Can somebody zoom in? I need somebody to focus on camera 3. This is hilarious. I think. Granted, it really sucks. Let's get in there. Here. I got control of this situation. I do. Granted, yesterday, when this happened, whoa, what am I looking at, JJ? Slow down. Yeah, I know. I'll just put it back where it was. Okay, that's better. As we can see here, as demonstrated by fucking Blammo! I don't know if you can see it that good, though. It's like, it's really funny how the indentation right there matches my knuckle. I was just like, motherfucker, bam! I was gonna try to, like, fix this by undoing the screws here. Because sometimes, but nah, this is totally busted. It's okay. I don't care. Because it's not a living thing. And it is sucky because I can't replace it. You know? That sucks. But I mean, like, I am still on the internet using this tiny, tiny little, tiny display that an ex-girlfriend gave me. You know, help and remove. Like, it was a while ago. Had it in storage. Yeah. God, I think I'm down to my last tape. No, I don't have one. Calm down. I don't want to be dope sick, and I'm currently in pain. Yeah? Well, there's bigger problems in this world, JJ. Yeah, and I'm trying to solve them calmly and rationally and with help and being united and shit. How come I feel like I'm the only united person on the face of planet Earth? Huh? I'm united with the human race, and I have been ever since I started posting that World Peace Now shit. Why am I all alone? Why are you people cowardly? Why do you people not support the right things? Why don't you people enable me? Why are you so regrettable? Are you too busy trying to have fun to notice me? Dude, we've got the fastest internet we've ever had. Like here at my house and also in general around the planet. My resources are plentiful. The only problem is I can't use them right, I guess. Can somebody navigate me through this nightmare? This death trap of a situation? The Dope Czar is really asking you for help. I'm really asking my followers. I tried posting some shit and I'm totally flipping out and fucking up because lives are at risk and I'm just a fumbling mess. An under-medicated fumbling mess. You gotta help me! Followers! Followers! Elect me Dope Czar! Did you hear my plan for the alternative rehab center? You gotta do it! Have some balls! Come on! I'm dying here! Do you know what that's like? It sucks. To die sucks. I haven't died yet, but I saw the look in Derek's eye when he looked off for his final gaze, and he didn't look happy about it at all. People suck. Support me now and don't suck. Please prove me wrong. I don't know what to do, but I'm gonna take care of myself. I told you this is like how to chill out. You gotta take care of yourself to chill out. My nerves are frazzled. My mind is reeling. My body aches. My stomach is churning. I am like, my nerves are on end. And I'm just gonna have to deal with this for now. Like a big boy, put on my big boy. Dude, I'm gonna go on Facebook and go ask for help. I never use Facebook, but I gotta ask for help. This sucks. I hate Facebook. You know how many privacy violations those dirty cocksuckers did? Fuck those guys. I got better places to hang out, right? Not right now. Not right fucking now. I don't. Not on November the, what is it, 7th? I don't know, I don't care. Right now I gotta go on Facebook. I gotta ask for help everywhere. I don't know how to ask for help. So I'm just gonna post my fucking Twitter. Sorry. You don't need that. Do you? You're not looking for that from me, right? Well, I don't need to give you that. I think you know what I want to give. It's good advice, policy type shit. Save lives. And I'm here. Let me get on the Facebook. Pretty ridiculous, right? How ridiculous is it, JJ? What are you referring to? Asking for help. It is so ridiculous. It's like getting help, asking for help, looking for help. The whole help concept is almost more ridiculous than money. You see, money is ridiculous because of the way all the things that we've done to it, you know? Like, and not only that, what is it? Like, I think I'd rather use bottle caps, right? Hey, you know what? If it's all gold or whatever, if that's what it takes to make you move, I put $500 down on Twitter yesterday to get noticed. What is that being used for? Is my timing bad? Because I think it's perfect. I think my timing is totally perfect to get some support for my life-saving ideas. I've tried using civil disobedience. That don't work. I give up. Civil disobedience is stupid. I hope my password is safe. I hate this shit. Suck my motherfucking dick, you capture fucking... Yeah, this is a new install. Alright? I don't have, a CAPTCHA, plugin yet to do this for me. Everything sucks around here. And I never have any fun. Let's see. Just reset my fucking password, motherfucker. God, this is a pain in the ass. I'm gonna smash my computer. I can't ask for help right now. Why don't you just keep trying, JJ? I've lost my ability to have patience because too many people have died. And because I've been too traumatized and I've gone too long without my medication and things suck too badly, I have no ability to concentrate or focus. I'm losing my short-term memory because I'm so traumatized. I really need you to help me for my health and for the health of your own children. Look at the difficult time I'm having getting noticed. You know what the nice thing about being at the TV studio was? Sorry, my hands are cold. It's really cold in here. The nice thing about being in the TV studio was you always had a core audience of at least the facilitators. You know? Like if Jimmy Thomas were here, or Robert Ashley, or Leslie, hell man, if Cindy or Larry or freaking Rob Schultz, if there was like, even if Lamont or Sam were here, and I was making death threats to President Biden, they'd notice. Or death threats to President... I'm trying to get noticed really, really desperately, and I can't even do it with death threats. That's pretty desperate, JJ. I'm putting my life on the line for what I believe in. Just like I did when I went on tour with my band, Zero Tolerance Task Force, in the year 2003, when the war started. Yeah, I told you my idea. It's dope, Czar. See, this is what my mind gravitates back to the problem. And I can't even get nostalgic about my band, which is already a painful topic. Hey, not if you got nice things to say about the band. It's not a painful topic if you say something like, you know what, Jesus was a sand N-word. He was from the Middle East. Huh. America does produce smart bombs and dumb shits. They also produce the Avenger. It's an undeniable fact. So own up to it. I'm waiting. No, my chat room isn't open. I'm not available. That's misleading. I'm dysfunctional. You gotta call me or something. I just about lost it. I showed you the TV I punched out yesterday. That's the problem with violence, is it's like you're just punching yourself at the end of the day. It's like, it's not a good solution. But when your life is threatened and you have a fight or flight reaction, if you're not a coward, you're gonna fight. Plain and simple. It's instinct. It's natural selection. Of course, if you're really fast, you might survive better. I am envious of the Flash, Sonic the Hedgehog, Quicksilver. Fast superheroes are, or supervillains. They're cool. And you know they are. Like, the Flash jumps into different dimensions. He's basically like Rick and Morty. Did I show you that sticker that I got from the head shop? Did I? You see that? Here. The Rick and Morty, if I move the camera like that, it changes, right? It's one of those, like, moving motion 3D stickers. You see it, right? It's that one right there. Rick and Morty. Yeah, it's like a motion. Those were real big when I was growing up. All of my, what were they? Infinity Wars action figures had a grip of those. And the Shield used to have, even Captain America's. Yeah, but it wasn't round. It was more like a square. And it was like more of a traditional shield, I suppose. And it had an insert that you could use. Yeah, I know. If you can focus on anything at all other than freaking out, it's better than freaking out. Trust me. I know. Where was I? Yeah, the 3D. There's a name for that technology. Let me tell you about it. Because I forgot the name, and I want to look it up. I know already, because I remember things, that there's a Wikipedia page that describes it perfectly. Here, I'll bring up the window in a second. Let me look it up so I don't waste your time. This right here is motion sticker, I guess I would call it. Motion sticker. Check out the motion sticker. Let me type in Wikipedia. Sticker, bumper sticker, lenticular printing. Here, now I can go ahead and, oh, you were watching me the whole time. Cool. Here, let me activate my chroma key. This is awfully bright. Is this necessary? I could really use a cigarette. I could really use some help. Okay. Don't we all? Dude, it's not funny. At all. I mean, I could make a joke about, like, all the dead bodies. Actually, you know what? I do have a joke, okay? Here. You might like it. It's about me being a drug addict, alright? It's like a stand-up kind of a joke, okay? It's like I go, hold on, let me get this centered better. Here, let's do this trick. Yeah, give me a second. So it's like the kind of stand-up comedy that you would do. I'm not a comedian. I oftentimes wonder if comedians have a difficult time getting people to take them seriously. And I figure that must come with the territory. Hopefully, if you're a comedian, you don't have life-threatening problems. Because I'll bet they have a difficult time getting people to take them seriously. They're just like, you're hysterical. You're killing me. No, I have to talk to you about what's gonna kill you. Oh, that's great. You're the best. No, yo, oh, you're a laugh riot. No, I'm serious. There's someone behind you. There's a threat, an imminent threat lurking. Yeah. Comedians are not likely to save the world, are they? Yeah. So my joke, it goes, I don't know if it's that funny, and I haven't told it in a while. It's like, boy, I tell you, America, drugs in America, they go together just like America and Mexico. They just fit together like that. Drugs and Americans. I tell you, it's tragic, these fentanyl overdoses that have been occurring. I heard recently that there were 4 comedians that died all at once, or maybe it was 3. I think it was in Hollywood. I don't know if it was East or West. I haven't been to Hollywood in a while. Sorry. But, I was just thinking, they thought they were doing cocaine and they overdosed on fentanyl. And that's tragic and misleading. But you see, my friends don't have that problem because I use a fentanyl patch. So, like, you can't kill me with fentanyl. I don't overdose. Like, I have a tolerance to the drug. So, like, whenever my friends bust out cocaine, I'm like, oh, cool. I'm not going to die of a fentanyl overdose. You might, but I won't. I have a tolerance. Isn't that funny? I told you it's not funny. Lenticular printing is a technology in which lenticular lenses, a technology, are used for 3D displays. Oh, that's like the one I just... Yeah, okay, go on. They are used to produce printed images with an illusion of depth. That is what you call a metaphor. Because you all appear to be deep, but I think you're as shallow as a kiddie pool because you don't support me. The illusion of depth. Is this yeah. This is more like the holodeck than the Matrix. Okay? If you paid attention, because the holodeck isn't very deep. The depth is merely perception. So this is a lot more like the holodeck, because in the Matrix, you're really getting used as a slave. And more specifically, a source of fuel, a battery. So humans wind up getting used like tools to fuel the very thing that is oppressing them. And they cling to the system like parasites so desperately and so hard, they basically have no dignity, no self-respect, no ability to help themselves. And it's nothing like the holodeck. The holodeck is just a fun time. Just ask Quark. He runs this bar over on Deep Space Nine. You can rent the holodeck for however long if you got the Latinum. And, it's not very deep, but it's a whole alternative world. I think I might be trapped in a holodeck because my world isn't very deep. The depth is an illusion and a perception. Let's continue. Examples include flip and animation effects such as winking eyes and motion advertising graphics. I still got a few stickers here that I haven't used yet. I've been waiting, saving them up like an ace up my sleeve. I do that. I'm a hoarder. I got all kinds of aces up my sleeves. So even though I couldn't show you Rick and Morty, and I do know how trendy they are, granted, I think the creator of that program got in some trouble, and now his fans are like turning their back or something. Everybody's a chicken shit little bitch. If you commit to something, you should commit to it. Like if you have a family, you should commit to your family members. Because if they fail, you fail. That's just it. So, and how do you commit to a family member? Well, by supporting the strong ones and the weak ones. And if you can't support every single one of them, well, then support the strongest one and the weakest one. Because those are the two that need the most help. If you have to prioritize something like love, if you have to be all polarized about love, well then help and support the strongest one and the weakest one. And if you can only support one, I'm gonna tell you to support the weakest one because right now I am currently the weakest one. And you know, you should probably support the strongest one because that'll work out best for everybody. No, not everybody. Half of everybody. I've got a plan that works out for everybody. I do. At least with regards to certain things that we have tremendous national emergencies over. Okay, let me see if I can get rid of my filter effect. I want to have fun with this. I'm living to have fun here. I'm not living to freak out. So this is a soccer player guy. This is the lenticular printing. That's cool, right? It's almost like he's blue team. He's red team. He's blue team, red team, blue team, red team, blue team, red team. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. This one is up my alley. This is Guns and Roses. It has not much motion in it. Not much. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Yeah, man. It's like, it's got the illusion of depth. I guess the smoke moves. See the smoke rising from the chamber? The barrel? You know, the trigger, the hammer. Let me see if I can remember what we call this part. The grip, otherwise referred to as a handle. If you've got your cartridges, your bullets, if you've got your ear protection, eye protection, if you've got your you know, hollow points versus regular cartridges. There's a lot of things to know. These are just revolvers. Those are like cowboy guns. Guns and Roses. Hey, remember that candle I was burning earlier? If I could find my gun and that, wouldn't that have been cool? You know, maybe in some Flash or Robin Morty alternate dimension that went down. This is the born loser dimension, so I just get to suffer. That's cool. And be tormented by all of you. That's cool. Way to support the right things. That's cool. Hey, you know what? I forgive you. Anyways. Example include flip animation effects such as winking eyes, motion advertising graphics whose message change depending on the viewing angle. It can be used to create frames of animation for motion effect, offsetting the various layers at different increments for a 3D effect, or simply to show sets of alternative images that appear to transform into each other. So you could take an animated GIF and make a lenticular sticker out of it. Pretty trivial. If you got a good printer. And when I say printer, I am referring to either the hardware or the person. You know, the person's gonna have a printer, but, you know, do you want to be a printer or do you want to go to a printer? Like, I want to be everything. And that's probably, granted, I don't want to be a soccer player. That's the funny thing about having that sticker. I don't know. Maybe I could play soccer. I've never had the opportunity. I got asthma. I've always had asthma. Like, I tried to be a non-smoker when I was a kid, and I did it for a really long time. But it's like, I figured if I'm going to have bad lungs and suffer, I might as well try something like smoking. And it's like, I liked it. Like, I think at this point in my life, yeah, that was another, the Smash TV. At this point in my life, I'd already had a cigarette, but I hadn't enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of, I thought it was like Brussels sprouts, you know? It was like an adult thing to do that totally sucks, you know? I was like, this ain't good. But as I developed into an adult, I got addicted. I woke up I goofed around at a party and I smoked a bunch of cigarettes like cigars, you know? Like puff puff. You don't actually inhale. Like when Bill Clinton said that he did marijuana and he didn't inhale, like that's cigar style. Okay? Yeah, I'm looking around. I can't stay focused and I can't, but it's okay. because I don't need to. I'm okay. I don't think I have any appointments today. I don't gotta go to work. I don't gotta go. I don't got, and if anybody wants me to do anything, I'm probably gonna tell them no. Because, god damn it, I don't feel very capable at all right now. But I can continue to stream. You people are taking your luxuries for granted. Because, there's a lot of very capable people out there wasting their lives streaming. Meanwhile, people like me, who basically have no life, I could be getting a lot of support from streamers right now. Because I'm a good person and I deserve support. But nobody knows I exist because, like, the quality of my production, I guess, is not, it doesn't conform to your standard of excellence. Oh, well, I'm sorry you have bad taste, but you still need to help me. That's the way I see it. But that doesn't solve anything. Let's try to be a little more analytical, JJ, instead of so self-confident. Yeah? Yeah. All right, then. Why don't people like me? Why don't they notice me? Because I'm sad. Oh. Well, that doesn't make me happy. Let's stop analyzing. Okay. I think that's what it boils down to. I'm familiar with the feeling. I'm like what do they say? It felt like someone walked on my grave. That's like a saying, right? Okay, it feels like someone just walked on my grave. Yeah, I'm that guy. Every time I walk into a room and people remember my old band, I'm like, that guy. That guy. Oh, someone just walked on my grave. It's JJ again. Hey, JJ, way to walk on my grave. What does that even mean, JJ? It means I'm reminding them of all the death that's already occurred and that they've already gotten over. I haven't gotten over shit. Thanks. Good looking out. Oh, but it's up to me to get myself healthy? That's what I'm doing. And it's not working. You gotta support me. Pay attention, you rejects. You're the born losers. This born loser is a born loser because you never supported him. Not once. Never. You've let me live. You've allowed me to live. You've never supported me. Never. Why don't you try it? Act like you're proud of me. My mom doesn't even do that. I gotta get that from somebody. I used to get that from my father, but he's been gone a while. So, it's starting to get weird being my only fan. And if you say nice things about me all over the internet and share my shit, and I'm not acknowledging you right now, well, I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough to notice you yet. I have a shitty computer and a shitty life. You gotta work harder until my life isn't shitty, and then I'll know you're a good fan. God damn it. Capiche? Esse? Is that verboten? Or I don't even know what that means. Capiche means like savvy, understand. That's a good thing to ask people when you're like giving them a list or like giving them orders, or asking them to do something. It's good to ask them if they understand the two-way communication. All right, it's like, okay, I need you to go to the store and I need you to donate money to this cause because, yeah, why? Oh, because they're about to solve cancer and they need just the, yeah, oh, you're talking about St. Jude's? Maybe. It's probably going to be a place like that. An independent kind of place. An independent kind of person. It's probably going to cure cancer someday. Because all these people have interests. Special interests, you see. Their interest is in each other and money. It's not me and those that are going to die. Except, of course, I'm wrong, but I can't seem to reach the people that are like me. I don't think I ever have been able to successfully. You know, I'm more of a one-player gamer, you know what I mean? I would be a tabletop gamer, except all my friends are dead. It's fucked up. And I can't do a thing to bring them back, and I can't do a thing to save anybody. And I can't do a thing to save myself. Way to feel paralyzed. You know, that's actually politically incorrect. For me to use the term paralyzed to describe the way I feel is totally insensitive to those suffering from paralysis, those that are wheelchair bound, and of course quadriplegics that have suffered a neck injury resulting in their paralysis. So, whenever you say that you are paralyzed with fear, people may understand you. We should really find a different word to use. Also, when you call people blind and deaf, when you're like, if I were to say, "Are you people blind? Can't you see I'm trying? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" That's rude and insensitive, and we should find better words to use. Okay? I'm just gonna say it, because I know these things. I know I've had my feelings hurt a lot of times. And it's bad to be like a computer nerd and then all of a sudden be considered a criminal just because you know how to guess a password. What you do with that password defines whether you're a criminal or not. Just because you can guess it doesn't. Alright? So, you know, who you call yeah, what I'm telling you about the blind and the paralyzed and the deaf and computer hackers and punks, it's not nice to call people punks just because they like music. They're punk rockers. Get it right. Get your definitions right. You're totally politically incorrect. It's like as if I'm the only one with any sensitivity left on this whole goddamn planet. And you probably think I'm insensitive because you probably heard me say words like, what, nigger? Dude, my nigger is in prison right now. I'd like to get him out. And I don't want to bust my nigger out. I would like him to get pardoned because he's a kleptomaniac and he doesn't belong in prison. He belongs in rehab. You know? Why is he a klepto? Because he likes to drink and smoke, just like me. Is it a crime? If you don't have money, it's a crime. Well, somebody give him some money. I'd do it if I had some. I owe him money. He's my singer. I run a record label. I can't give him any money. Like, you guys don't support me. You literally got to go to Bright Idea Records and buy the music. Otherwise, I don't feel it. It's like, I use money just like you. And it's like, I barely have enough to pay my debt. I had a back surgery. I had a procedure with the stem cells. That was $12,000. That's like all the money that I earn in a year, at least back when I got the procedure. I took 1 year's annual payment and just went, bam, I can't get opioids anymore. Give me some stem cells. It's been a rough 2 years, man. Fuck. Let me see, can I think of any other disparaging terms that you should stop using? I thought of the paralyzed one because I used that word yesterday, and it just didn't sit with me right, you know? Some of the more famous paralyzed people are like the actor that portrayed Superman in the movies, Christopher Reeves. I was searching for that name in my database. I was using my search algorithm. It's like a bubble sort, kind of a. I was prioritizing my movie superhero actors on focusing on the colors red and blue. You think I would have focused on the S? No, I almost did, I think. I don't know. You know, when I was a kid, I used to say Superman. Shoop a doop, shoop a doop a doop a doop. I didn't know it was soup. Except the thing when they told me that it was Superman, I said Superman, Superman, suffering succotash, father. Right? And so they got me a speech therapist, and that person took the time and the effort to make sure I understood that Superman is Superman. But, I don't like being so formal. I like the way I've been talking since I discovered Zot the Avenger rules as fans. Like, I started to talk like Zod again, and that's actually kind of my natural like voice. This is the voice that a speech therapist taught me to have. And though it is effective, I can sound a bit like a professor or a news reporter at times, when necessary and by accident. You know what I'm thinking. You ever see like a carousel on a website? It's like a JavaScript. You take photos, like one or two. One wouldn't really work. You need at least two for a carousel. Three, four, five. And the carousel puts one picture up and then rotates and puts another one up and then yeah, and the carousel, and I lost my thought. Oh, I got it. Okay. Well, I'm thinking about fentanyl overdose deaths, the pain in my neck, all of my dead friends and supporters, all of the people that I can't reach, and all of my broken things, setbacks, and other shit. That's my carousel. No girls, no happy thoughts, no, no fucking nothing. I got a carousel in my mind, like a JavaScript carousel, and all it is fentanyl deaths. You know what those look like to me, right? When my carousel gets to the fentanyl death slide, it's like I see something that looks like a zombie ghoul inside of a sleeping bag with a flannel print, like a plaid flannel print on the bottom of there's a fabric pattern underneath this petrified icicle of a person that stopped breathing in a sleeping bag. And I don't ever want to get into a sleeping bag ever again. I keep developing these irrational fears because of correlations, the axiomatic connections in my brain that I relate things to mnemonically in order to make sense out of the world around me. The post-traumatic stress is creeping into other areas, such as sleeping bags. And it's because of the JavaScript carousel in my mind. My mind's eye. I don't have a very good one. I'm more of a sound. I can imagine and hear a movie in my mind. Like, is this to test whether I'm a replicant or a lesbian, Mr. Deckard? No big deal. Any right? I wouldn't let them. Anyways, that was in regards to the putting up You know, you're just like me. I invented you. I paved the way for you. And that makes me feel good that you're having a good time, but it makes me feel really resentful that you're not helping me. Because I love you guys. You are me. Every time I've never watched a Twitch stream that didn't remind me of me somehow. Every stream, every streamer, every okay. There's this one time I went to the actually that reminds me of me too. Son of a bitch. I was gonna say I went to the bikini hot tub channel one time to see what people were talking about, and they were in bikinis sitting around on inflatable pool toys. Dude, I got like a pizza slice, a lollipop, a Corona bottle cap, a Corona bottle. I got all kinds of inflatable pool toys. I got a rubber woman under my bed. I'm just kidding. I don't sleep in a bed. I sleep in a chair because I got a broken spine from an injury there. Everybody died, and I still suffer with chronic pain to this very day. That's great. The carousel, the JavaScript carousel in my broken mind. Ah, this is fun. I have a very dark sense of humor because of this. I think I may have always had a dark sense of humor because of the trauma that I sustained at an early age due to witnessing people being bad to each other. Very bad. Not right. Making people suffer needlessly and things like that. It traumatized me. And I didn't know it until I got really traumatized. Because nobody ever told me I was traumatized. Nobody ever said, damn, kid, you're fucked up, you're traumatized. They said, you've got a learning disability. They said, you get to be an untreated ADD patient until the age of 18. Because when I was an adult, I finally got on Ritalin, but my hippie parents wouldn't put me on it, even though I desperately needed it in order to have the tools that I need to survive in this constructed society we live in. You know, I have a passport. I could get out of here if I wanted, if I had the resources. Yeah, I could really use a vacation and get away from this hellhole. I'm gonna go piss. Boy, I really gotta throw out this broken TV. Dude, I beat the fuck. You'd think that I was like John Connor getting down on Skynet the way I beat up this TV, dude. It is hurting. It is totally fucked up. I I totally pwned this TV. I beat it down. Violence is so stupid. I hate violence. And I'm not afraid to use the word hate. Because I despise, I hate, I envy, I get jealous. Envy and jealousy are different. Envy is when you want to be somebody and you hate them. All right. When you're jealous, it's usually over what they have and possess. Whether it's people, they have a family, I'm so jealous. Or belongings. They got a nice car, I'm so jealous. Yeah, I'm jealous of all you people that seem to have freedom. All right? Because I got none. I got the freedom to feel terrible every day and feel insignificant and help nobody, including myself. Way to be cool. I swear, the reason why this country is totally lame. I'll tell you. Okay. You want to hear what the next JavaScript carousel in my mind is? Fine. I'll share. I'll share. I already started that conversation. Let me get this opioid powder inside me. Hold on. Hope that works quickly. Fuck. I need a goddamn caffeine pill. Probably gonna nod out. I'll be alive afterwards. Some days I don't wanna be alive afterwards. Oh man. It's a bitter, dry pill to swallow. Motherfucker. Yeah. Here. Oh, the way it goes down is when it flips from the sleeping bag body bag to the next slide. I see my this kid Derek. He's like my friend Eric, the bass player for Last Call Brawlers, has a tattoo on his chest. It's kind of like, see his tattoo. Derek looks like this. He's all like, I think that's about right. But the way I see Derek, he looks like this. Because like he was looking at me and he went, Jay. Except he didn't blink. I'm alive, so I blinked. He went, Jay. And then I had to get it. Dude. Neck. See, I've been trying to wedge myself into this corner because I basically have to paralyze myself to not be in pain. But I have to be in a paralyzed position that doesn't cause pain, you see. So I've been doing this quite often because if I sit up, it hurts.
If I lay down, it hurts. If I sit down, stand up, if I walk, if I talk, if I do anything. Basically, I need a weightless environment to exist in order to be pain free. Want to make me an astronaut? I've spent enough time alone. I think I could be one. Probably make very detailed logs too. You gonna rebuild my body? I watched The Martian, okay? I could totally do that. I know how to stay calm when I think I'm gonna die. Not easy. It's a skill. Perspective helps. Oh yeah, so there like that. And it's really dark. And he's got blood spattered all over his face. Because I tried to resuscitate him by mouth to mouth and chest compressions, even though I was in really bad shape with traumatic brain injury and a broken spine and shit. Like pieces of my spine broke off. Well, were they just floating there? I think they call them spurs. Anyways, your perspective helps if you're gonna survive. My life is at risk, so I have to keep that in mind when I'm totally frustrated with the world and how shitty it is and how I'm helpless to do anything about it, right? Oh, did it cut out? Sorry. So it's like this. Even though right now I'm trying to save lives, I'm gonna fail. So that frantic feeling that I get is when I forget that I'm gonna fail. I feel like I can still do something to save because they're not dead yet. They're only, yeah, I told you the numbers 765. That's how many people are gonna die. Today? No. Over a 365-day time span. Yeah? Whoa, that's almost like double. Two a day. Two people a day. All right. And when that guy came to town and announced this, it was back in May. So we're halfway there. Like those 300, the first half is like, we're just about there. We're halfway there. We're about to reach a point of no return. Oh. 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 This is a good position if you're ever getting beat up. Like if you lay down on the ground and cover your head like this, it'll save your life. But try to protect your kidneys too. Like squeeze. Ow! Ow! I'm dying here. Good way to keep yourself alive. Covering your head, because once you get the brain injury, you're basically this close to death. How close? Pretty close. And even if you survive, you're not going to be the same. Try to cover your head. Did you know that when I saved my own life in the rollover accident that claimed Derek, my carousel, JavaScript carousel that reminds me I'm post-traumatically fucked in the head, when I survived, if you look at the pictures in the survivor video that I made and put on YouTube, you can see on my elbows, there's like, I did this to save my own life. I heard the tire screech and I went like this to save my own life. The majority of the time, I regret it. Right now, I'm neutral about it. Oh, if I just would have let my head get smashed in, I wouldn't be here and I'd be at peace. Is that what I mean when I say world peace? Is it a stillness? Do I look like I'm static? I'm dynamic. I do not live in a vacuum. Zot the Avenger does. He lives in the vacuum of video, the recorded media. That Zot will always be Zot. JJ Styles doesn't even really exist anymore. Look at me. JJ Styles is that Mohawk guy with the guitar. This is a dope czar Hackzar. This is like the new iteration of Styles 2.0. Don't even, I may still make me. That's the thing about music is you can always come back to it. Like, how long did Avenged Sevenfold go before they, like, the AX7 guys? Didn't they go, like, a decade without putting anything out? It's like you can always go back to music. It's always there. Hey, let's get the band back together. And if you got good fans, they'll always be there to support you. If they're dead, they won't be. And if they're jobless, they won't be. Unless you play free gigs, that's really cool if you do. I support that, but not like with money. Just the concept. I endorse your concept of the free shows where you play music, but if you're in a touring band, you're probably not playing too many free shows because you got to pay for your gasoline or your fuel, as it is. So what? I'm not even the same guy. I didn't shave my head, I'm like totally fucking Picard. That's what you did to me. The fentanyl patches, believe it or not, were keeping my testosterone very low. That's what opioids do. And I couldn't find a doctor that would prescribe me testosterone replacement because all the doctors around here are chicken shit. You see, testosterone is a hormone, but it is also dangerous. It can give you a heart attack if you take too much. It'll give you thrombosis, I think. It'll be like boom, boom. Oh, an enlarged heart. How cute. Not really. Not really, Mr. Grinch. Not really. That was good. I like that. Cut. Yeah, is that good? Did we get that? That's when my fans make a clip of that for me. I try to cue you. Hey, I didn't do that. Why'd the camera freeze? That's weird. I wonder if this is spiritual. Or maybe somebody just hacked the signal to make it appear. Yeah, but who's to say they aren't filled with the ghost? Oh. Is that true? No. Because I'm filled with the ghost. You're all just holodeck characters. Remember the illusion of depth and perception? Yeah. When you were a little kid, didn't you ever once have the thought, I am the only thing in this world that's real? You were right. I know you had that thought. We all do. And then they teach us that other people exist and we need to acknowledge them. And that's good. That's like the beginning of your empathy path. But up until that point, it's all about you because that is your perception, that is your camera view. That your camera view would indicate to you that you are the only real thing in this world, and that when things disappear beyond the horizon, they no longer exist. This is a natural thing to feel, and it's something that we all feel before we grow up. And if you don't remember that, well, you can trust I do remember. I was in the back seat of my parents' Buick Regal, and we had just pulled out of the driveway on 1851 West 36th Street. We had transitioned from the dirt to the asphalt, and I saw a car way down the ways at the stoplight at Mission and 36th, and it made a right turn, and it disappeared, and I was kind of like fumbling with my seatbelt, and when I looked, it was gone, and I thought, gee, where does that car go? It doesn't exist. End of story. I was 5 years old. And that's when I decided I was the only thing in this world that was real. Because that's the age I was when my memories really started to cement in my mind. Like, anything before that is pretty fuzzy. You know how Johnny Mnemonic had to dump a chunk of long-term memory? Your childhood. Yeah, I doubt if most people don't remember like their toddler years. So that's like you know, that is what it is. I guess that's a pretty sensible thing to dump if you were given that option and you had to, But the thing is like I'm the only thing that's real. I've come full circle. And I don't know what to do about it. I just don't know. I guess I'll just I do. I do know. Here. I figured this out when I was getting my Mountain Dew. What am I gonna do? Is hard to tell. Hello. Hello. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, the cable jiggled loose. So, I'm telling you how to keep your cool when you're gonna go postal. Okay? And, or anything else. Just like when you're gonna freak out. How to remain calm. You gotta change your perception of things. I'm not gonna save any lives. But I am going to be a fantastic example of how you all have neglected me and fucked up royally, and you're all going to learn your lesson once you review my material. Once you get around to it. It'll be fantastic, hindsight, kind of afterthought, it'll be remarkably remarkable, Like, be like, wow, this guy's right about everything. Son of a bitch. We are fucked up and twisted and sick and focus on the wrong things and support the wrong things. It's like you could still remain focused on what you like, but you gotta figure out different ways to support it or something, man, because it's not working. And it's like, I'm not an artificial intelligence. I'm not an AI. I'm a real intelligence. I have above average IQ. I've said that. You don't have to believe it. You can trust me or not. You probably don't want to trust me because I'm a self-declared computer hacker. I don't abuse trust, alright? That's not in my nature. If you trust me, I'm not going to let you down. That is who I am. And if I have let you down, you know what? It's because I was overburdened. I was just talking about that the other day with a friend of mine. God, I really need some help. This place is... I can't even find my Zippo lighter. You know why I brought that candle in here earlier? The rose candle? It wasn't to meditate. It was to light my cigarette and my cannabis pipe. I got like a lighter. I need to... You know what? I got a flint. I do. I have a pack of flints right here. I can take a flintstone. Like a caveman? Yeah, exactly. I got a flintstone. Here we go. Got any Flintstone vitamins? No. I'm a big boy. Sorry. Granted, children's vitamins are a good source of vitamins.
and sometimes a better source than adult vitamins, because adult vitamins tend to have minerals and things that we don't really need. I disagree with some of the levels of like selenium and chromium picolinate and the varying minerals that they put into the vitamins. Sometimes you get a better blend with the children's vitamins, like an adult, and the men's versus the women's. You got to be aware of what to put into your body and what not to. Like, hippies like to become preoccupied with that subject of what to put into your body and what not to put into your body. And hippies also like to perpetuate myths in order to get their way, you know? Because they're clever. And also, they're completely disorganized. Hippies are a disorganized... Like, there's no president of the hippies, that's for sure. There never was. It wasn't Timothy Leary, it wasn't Jimi Hendrix, and it's just... No. No, the hippies were just trying something different, because they knew everything sucked. Just like I do. And, I'm trying to be cool here because I have an opportunity with a new administration in place. I could possibly start the ball rolling on this whole process that needs to occur that I've told you over and over and over again. It's like it hasn't reached anybody in the past 4 years. Maybe it'll reach somebody now. I'm trying to be cool, because I am a registered independent. I am neither Republican nor... You see, there's this thing, this polarization that has occurred between the Democrats and the Republicans, the left wing and the right wing, as they say. This polarization has led to extremism, and it certainly hasn't led to unity. That's for sure. Give me 1 second. If you hear funny sounds, it's probably just me getting high. So. But where was I? Yeah, those hippies. They're all right. You know. Let's just say I can relate to the feeling of wanting to try something different because what you've been tried hasn't been working. I can relate. So that's where me and the hippies see eye to eye. They were trying something different because mainstream society was a crappy experience. And the majority always controls the mainstream. That is the nature of being mainstream. You are with the majority. You are not a minority. You are not a fringe element. You are not underground. Most independent things fall into a minority. The Better Business Bureau and the Small Business Association, the term small business, that is like, you ever heard the term ma and pa store? Small business is supposed to be the opposite of big business. Like, if you think of a mega corporation as doom, destruction, and dystopia, hey, that all starts with the letter D. That's kind of like attention deficit, autism, and Asperger's. Gee, I sure am good at grouping similar items, aren't I? In a phonetic and sometimes syllabic and rhythmic pattern. Dude, I can make music out of Morse code and you can read it back. Like, I'm pretty good. I got mad skills. Especially when I'm high. And enabled. And empowered. And trusted. Supported. Dude, if you start the ball rolling and support me now, I will do such a good job. I'll be supporting you by the time we're all done. I'll pay you back.
and it'll probably be tenfold because I always get exploited because I'm a pushover. I really do just want to help out. And I don't care how much money I make. I used to work at the TV studio for free, and then they started paying me, and then I started drinking coffee across the street, and I said, this must be what growing up feels like. I'll start working for money, and I'll start drinking more coffee. I don't even think I had hair on my balls yet. That's funny. So yeah, your perspective. If you're gonna freak out, change your perspective on things. If you're desperately clinging on to life and you're freaking out because you can feel your life slipping away, well, yeah, you better change your perspective to realize that you are not dying. That's when I start freaking out. In Life or Death Matters. That totally triggers my post-traumatic stress. Life or death matters. Whether you see them and notice them or not. Whether you ignore them. Or whether you prioritize that they are not actually dying in your own... Because you got to look yourself in the mirror every day, right? Don't you? Like, I didn't look in the mirror, but I looked in the camera and my image was on the screen. So I know what I look like. And I love myself. I hate that I don't have any hair, though. I want my mohawk hairdo back. You know, I have a wig around here, and this is a new one. This isn't the one that I used to wear back in the Zero Defects days, about 10 years ago. That was a gimmick. That was a wig that I put on back then to look like a... You know the song I'm talking about, right? You've seen it, right? I'm sure... You know what? I really don't need to get stressed out. If I was going to change the configuration, I would have reactivated the camera by now. You know, it glitched out when I was telling you guys to make clips of the best, most poignant and accurate things that I say with regards to saving lives and awakening them. Because when people are all asleep, we all must be alarm clocks. Angel will be off for... Yeah, that's cool, man. I get it. So what? Yeah, you can totally... And that weird spiritual moment when the camera froze... I mean, that's spiritual. That's sacred. That was a sacred moment. And that's your cue to support me and clip. It's free to clip. You know, you can make a YouTube short. You know, I don't know if Twitter has a clip option, but I know YouTube does. And I use YouTube like a backup. You know, I started that habit back on Twitch because you could export your videos to YouTube, you know. So you could, and you see Twitch, they would delete my videos after a week until I became an affiliate, and then they doubled it to like 2 weeks, 14 days, you know. And I get it. You people were trying to vet me. Vet the veteran. That's funny. This is kind of exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know who I am because I've spent a large portion of my life trying to be anonymous. Trying very hard to be anonymous. And I succeeded. I was like a fly on the wall until I asked Jason Scott for help. And then a few people looked up and noticed me, and they related, but then they got turned off because all I talk about is death these days, because it's all I think about. And then I scared people because they think I'm gonna go crazy or postal, and I'm trying to describe the feeling of helplessness here. It makes me want to go postal. The feeling of helplessness makes me want to go postal. So I have to change my perspective so I don't think of myself as helpless. I'm just fucked. Fucked over. I'm royally fucked. Yeah, basically. But that's different than helpless. And that's also different from, I'm dying, they're dying, everybody's dying right now, It's like, no, I'm just helpless. I'm just like, or wait, what did I say? I don't know, man. Whatever the opposite of freaking out is, try to figure out how to get to that perspective so that way during your times of freak out, that's what I did when I got the Mountain Dew. I was freaking out because there's lives at stake here in my backyard in Pima County, and we can still save. We haven't even reached the point of no return yet. We've still got a few more bodies to go, a few more days, and then we will have reached the point of no return. That's what they call it when you make it to the halfway point. They call that the point of no return because it's about the expenditure of energy. The fuel and the expenditure of it. Yeah, I'm making another cigarette. See, I'm an afterthought. I'm here to tell you I'm here to give you a to-do list. Because I can't execute mine. So you can trust me, or you can throw me away. I expect you to throw me away because this is America after all. The consumer culture mixed with the cheapness and throwaway ability of everything around us has led us to believe that you can just throw people away. But it's not true. It is not true. There is no such thing as a throwaway person. It is a myth, and you gotta wake up. Now, preferably, I can't think of time. I have to be non-linear because it hurts too much to think of the next sunrise. There's gonna be 2 more sleeping bags, probably. It's really cold these days. Dying in a sleeping bag in the freezing cold because you stop breathing because your parents don't love you enough. There's no such thing as a throwaway person. How do I know your parents don't love you enough? Because they do everything they can to conform to society and what is expected of them. Meanwhile, the very blood that exists within them, and if it's an adopted child or a foster child, it's not a matter of blood. It's just a matter of DNA at that point, because we're all humans, and we all have human DNA. So the very DNA, or perhaps even blood that exists within you, and in your offspring, right? You're basically killing yourself when you turn your back on your children. You're killing yourself. That's not very smart. At all. It's a very bad idea to kill yourself. I've been trying to social engineer you into supporting me by making death threats and suicide, and all you've done is make it harder for me. I'm just trying to get some motherfucking attention and support, and it's an afterthought because my people are gonna have to be sacrificed right now because I can't move quickly enough. I can't organize. I have a plan. I told it. I put a hashtag, the Dope Czar Hack Czar. JJ Styles Trip Zip Uno. Dope Czar Hack Czar. Catchy, right? I was thinking of doing a hip hop song. It's all like the Dope Czar Hack Czar. Dope Czar Hack Czar. Dope Czar Hack Czar. The Dope Czar, Mr. Robot in the house. It's someone you ain't thought about in a minute. Maybe like Danger Mouse. Maybe like a Naughty Mouse. Hey, Dope Czar Hack Czar. So strung out. Dope Czar Hack Czar. Gotta figure this out. Dope Czar Hack Czar. Dope Czar Hack Czar. Something like that. Nerdcore, hip hop genre. The Dope Czar Hack Czar. Dope Czar Hack Czar.
That's another thing that hurts my feelings. Is that my music isn't like on everybody's stereo. Because I'm the best artist of my generation. Oh, by the way, I was born on the cusp of Millennial and Generation X. In 1981, I'm on the cusp. So I'm the best of both generations. And to not be recognized for it makes me feel like an unsung hero. To die unsung would really bring you down. Man, it would bring you down. Although wet eyes would never suit you. That's a reference to wet, glistening eyes. That's what a living person has. When they die and they get to turn into worm food, they lose the wet eye because they dry up because they're dead. Wet eyes would never suit you. Oh, but it's also like a double entendre, because when a person cries and shows vulnerability and emotion, sometimes compassion, because you're not crying about yourself or your situation, you're crying about something bad that happened to somebody else that shouldn't have. Man, yeah. So that's the double entendre. The wet eyes represent a living person and also a person showing empathy at the same time. So when Paige Hamilton says wet eyes would never suit you, that means that you're a robot, that you don't cry for other people, and as a result, you're a robot and robots aren't alive. You're a machine. You don't have wet eyes. I do have wet eyes. I am not a machine. I am a person, and I know the difference. Do you? Paige Hamilton taught me the difference. Granted, I had to figure it out first. I think he wrote that song, the singer for Helmet. You guys know I like Helmet, right? The band. I used to play their music on video games and more. On like the code screens where I was sharing my privileged information with you. Information that I paid for because I was subscribed to a magazine that most people weren't. And I'd take the codes and I'd put them up on the screen by painstakingly typing them in myself. I didn't have a scanner. And I couldn't take a photograph. It was too low resolution. And also, I had to put my own spin on it. Because, like, if it looked like it was photocopied out of the magazine, you'd say, oh, Zot, he just copied that out of a magazine. I actually put work and time and effort into that show. That's how those video game codes and that Helmet music got on the airwaves and reached you. And they weren't airwaves, they were cable lines, to be specific. But everybody used to say airwaves back then, you know? We want the airwaves, baby. That's a Ramones reference. That song also played during the ending credits for Airheads, starring Brandon Fraser, Adam Sandler, and Mr. Pink, Steve Buscemi. Oh yeah. I'm stuck in the middle with you. Oh well, let's try to make the best of it. Dope czar Haxar. Dope czar Haxar. Yo, right now we're kicking it. And I'm the shit. But who gives a shit? Because these kids, they stop breathing it. Yeah, they're I don't want to think about it. I gotta get really fucked up and happy to think about such sad topics and not go ballistic. It takes a lot of self-control to control what you think about. Here's an example, okay? I like sharing examples because you probably think I don't know what I'm talking about and I just talk out my ass. Okay. Yeah, I moved the microphone a little closer. Sorry.
I'm smoking and leaning back into my chair as opposed to hunch forward making a cigarette. Alright. Anyways, here's the example. Fuck. What are we talking about? Oh. This is that thing that keeps happening to me. I never used to be like this. I reached a point of no return, I think, with my post-traumatic stress. Yeah, what were we talking about? Oh. My dopes are, hacks are, something, something. And I shifted position, shifted microphone, it cut out. You gotta sometimes review history in order to know where you are. Because we live in a linear time frame, you know? And like I was explaining earlier, if you want to control your trauma feelings, you have to think in a non-linear way and transplant your perspective into a less vulnerable place. Not necessarily a position of power, just a less vulnerable place. A position of safety. A perspective of safety. Perceived safety. When they were giving me EMDR treatment at La Frontera using headphones, and when my therapist, Rachel Hopkins, gave me EMDR therapy, she told me to think of a safe place to go to. And I didn't know what to do. It was my first time, my only time, doing EMDR, really. There was a few sessions, you know. But I attempted to do like Fight Club. You ever seen that movie? Fight Club? It's got Ed Norton and Brad Pitt and Robert Paulson. No, I'm just kidding. That's Meatloaf. I hate it when people die. It sucks. Anyway, fucking bitch tits over there. Yeah, okay. So when Ed Norton, who has like a split personality disorder or something, because he's doing a bunch of things that he's unaware of, like sleepwalking, I guess. But he's, oh yeah, spoiler alert. You know, if you ain't read the book by Chuck Palahniuk or like seen the movie by now, there's just no hope for you. So it's like no wonder nobody's in my fight club. How are we supposed to blow up the right things and save the right things if you don't join my fucking fight club already? Become a Zot Katir, dumbass. Fucking dope czar hacksaw. Anyways, Ed Norton's character goes to a safe place with Slide the Penguin. And that's where I went when Rachel asked me to find a safe place. Mine was like a cross between Superman's Fortress of Solitude and the Fight Club scene with Slide the Penguin. That was my safe zone. The ironic thing is I hate cold weather. And why I picked an ice castle as my safe zone. It eludes me, but luckily it was a made-up thing in my head, so I wasn't cold. So I was surrounded by ice, but I wasn't cold. And we worked out my trauma feelings. And I learned how to use my mind to control my mood by changing my perspective and putting myself into a safe place in my mind. And eventually I can open my eyes and I remain in the safe place in my mind and I can see reality. Because when we were doing this, my eyes were closed and I had headphones on that were beeping. That's the EMDR treatment. You know, the funny thing is, when it was first suggested to me after the accident to get the EMDR treatment, I was like, This sounds like some A Clockwork Orange stuff. Anthony Burgess, Malcolm McDowell, Stanley Kubrick, A Clockwork Orange. There's like, spoiler alert. You know what? If you ain't seen or read that, there's no hope for you neither. So fuck it. This is an afterthought, remember? I had to change my perspective. I'm not trying to save lives. I'm trying to make a nice told you so video. Because it feels good to review video games and more and say I told you so. So I can at least have that consolation to have during my descent into madness. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, Allen Ginsberg. Yeah. As opposed to the Ghost in the Machine reference in the Haxer movie. Yeah. That was more appropriate. Isn't that Ginsberg? I forget. You know, I'm not like a student of poetry, or I'm not like a collector of quotes. That's not my thing. I just have a pretty good memory because I haven't destroyed my brain yet. You know, I still like to drink to destroy my memories. I like to, because I gotta move on. And it's really hard when I remember everything. Because I've lived a painful life. It's filled with pain. And then you told me how bad you had to suffer. Is that really all you had to offer? Yeah, I got a lot more to offer, but currently I'm in the process of suffering. So that's all I can provide. I can offer other things, but it needs to be a mutual, reciprocal, consensual agreement between my viewership and my program here. The producer and the viewers need that agreement, that consensual agreement that we're going to help each other to rise above. We're going to rise above. Because if the kids are united, they'll never be divided. And I'm trying to save lives because I don't want sleeping bags to be body bags. And it's better to be bruised than covered in blood. God, I could do this all day long. Those are like song titles mixed with quotes, mixed with... I did that the other day on my Twitter. Did you notice? When I was posting those songs, I was posting them in an order so that way the song titles amount to a sentence. And I was asking you to take me around the world by playing Alice in Chains' Wood, Franz Ferdinand's Take Me Out, and Daft Punk's Around the World. That's just one example. Take me out around the world. Would you take me out around the world? Yeah? Would you? Because I've never toured the world before, and I can't do it myself. And I'd love to see what the world has to offer. And I think the world would love to see what I have to offer. But it's never going to happen. This is just an afterthought video. Remember, I have to stay calm. I can't be in a frenzy because that's what you call a downward spiral. That is a reference to an aircraft that has wings. I guess a propeller-based aircraft. Because I guess jets, they do the same thing too. But the jet-powered, they do a downward spiral, but theirs looks a little different. And, you know, airplanes are supposed to be up in the sky. They're supposed to be flying. Either that or parked. But that's more of like a transitional phase. An airplane belongs flying in the air. That's it. Everything else is a transitional phase. Get it? It's just like a queer belongs, with another one of them, like a queer belongs with a body part, fill in the blank body part, and their mouth or whatever, or their orifices. Yeah, they need to mix their orifices with other people's privates. It's just the nature of, and an airplane needs to be in the sky, you know? And Zot the Avenger needs to be on TV, all right? And you need to be in front of your television, all right? And, sometimes a controller needs to be in your hand. Sometimes peanut butter goes with jelly and bread. And sometimes oxygen goes with lungs. Sometimes smoke goes with lungs. You know? Sometimes, sometimes, sometimes holes go with tombstones. Sometimes holes go with phallically placed. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is controlling your mind and controlling your thoughts is a difficult thing to do because, like back in the 1990s, it was determined that the male of the species, with regards to humans, they are. It was determined through scientific analysis. Granted, we could probably use another study along this regard because I'd like to know what people these days gravitate to in their mind. It was determined that every 9 seconds a man has a sexual thought, something erotic. Like if you that's the reason why guys would be at the bus stop or maybe on the passenger side of their best friend's drive, whistling at girls going by or that they are going by. It's like because they had a sexual thought. They had a trigger. They were triggered by the visual stimulus. The visual stimulus caused them to have a intercourse related thought. Then again, it might not be intercourse. It might just be like a pinup, like a centerfold, you know? Because let's face it, people don't really gawk at each other on nudist beaches, right? That's like not a thing. Like if you're hanging out with naked people, you're not gawking at them. You're just living your life. It's kind of like that. But if you're looking at a centerfold or a swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated magazine, and you're not a female looking for a new bikini to wear for this summer, if you're just some guy flipping through looking for the baseball report and you see, oh, it is the swimsuit issue. Yeah, right. You know it's the swimsuit issue. They put it on the cover. You are aware of what you're reading. Granted, on the internet, you might not be. It's not quite the same as a product like a book or a magazine. It's a very deliberate effort to make a contained thing. It's an object, a book or a magazine, as opposed to the internet, which is just one big object. If you ask me, one big fucked up object that you people are totally mismanaging and taking for granted. Anyways, where was I? Yeah. It's like I can't blame you kids if you get confused these days because of the nature of the way you receive your information. It's never been ideal. The book method sucked because a lot of people don't have access to books. The internet method is better, but you should treat the internet more like a library. You shouldn't treat it like a marketplace. It's more like, you can treat it like a marketplace. Certainly. That's all that it is now. Essentially. Just a bunch of scared little people trying to use encryption and signatures, using numbers to attain a feeling of security, a perception of safety, in order to conduct business transactions, consensual agreements for services and things. That's what you really want to do. You want to go buy some prawn? Yeah, or get some free prawn so you can fap? That's cool, kid. Whatever. It's natural. Jocelyn Elders proclaimed that back in the 1990s. But once you get done jacking off and get back to the real world, you might want to pay attention to the shit I have to say. All right, you little jerk off. All right. Yeah, I just called you a jerk off because you are a jerk off. You probably spend more time jerking off than you do watching my videos. You're gonna go blind. You're gonna get hairy palms, kid. You know why people, want the sex feelings? It's because the world sucks and you need something to feel good about. And feeling good feels good. I got a lot of ways to feel good. I don't need sex. I wrote this song when I got on opioids. It was a long time ago. I thought that I had uploaded the song, but I can't find it anywhere online. So I did locate it on the hard drive the other day because I've been transferring a lot of systems. I've got like at least 15 gigabytes of I've got at least 15 terabytes of storage available to me right now, okay? And that's more than I've ever had in my life. In my entire lifetime, I've never had 15 terabytes of storage right here. And this network attached drive, that makes it 16 terabytes. I got the Seagate Backup Plus, the One Touch Seagate, and this is a Western Digital MyCloud. And that's 16 terabytes. So I've been really been trying hard to organize my data. And as soon as I find this song called Been on the Junk a Little Too Long, I'm going to post it. It's good, and I'm proud of my history. It goes like this. It goes, I've been on the junk a little too long. I never jack off. I never get it on. And I had a wet dream. I wasn't in the mood. I had a wet dream. What a really crude dude. Yeah, now I got a mess. Now I gotta undress. I had a wet dream. I must confess. I had a wet dream. I wasn't in the mood. I had a wet dream. What a real crude dude. I've been on the junk a little too long. I never jack off. I never get it on. I had a wet dream. I wasn't in the mood. I had a wet dream. What a really crude dude. That song is literal in its origin, but it is metaphorical on many levels. It is supposed to represent, here's one thing it could represent, the attitude towards sex. Like, there's this new wave song, that's about, let me see, I posted it on Twitter recently. It's what do I think about sex? You know the one I'm talking about. It's a new wave song. Anyways, before I lose my thought, what does society think about sex? What do you think about sex? Yeah, it's dirty. There you go. You got a wet dream, you got a mess. Oh, but now you gotta confess, 'cause it's a bad and dirty thing. So you gotta change your clothes 'cause they're soiled, and you gotta talk about it with your priest because it's a sin. Or something, right? That's our attitudes. You know, there's a Catholic school, a Catholic high school, right up the street from my house. I'll bet a lot of the kids there have wet dreams, nocturnal emissions. I bet they all do, because they're probably very well behaved, and all the lessons that are taught to them by their Catholic teachers probably goes right in and stays there. And, the 10 Commandments, it's like, I don't know. That's a pretty Catholic thing. I'm half Catholic. I mean, I was baptized at least, but I'm a bad Catholic, and I've never confessed a goddamn thing because I don't have anything to confess. I tell you guys, I don't need a priest. Granted, I did need a priest when I was 10 years old and learned how to play bass guitar from Father Mike Martinez at Our Lady of Sorrows. Granted, he didn't really teach me bass. He taught me how to slap it, like Flea or Les Claypool. So, varying uses for varying things. it's good to be resourceful, like a MacGyver kind of person, you know. And I'll be resourceful when I find that song, and I'll upload it and share it with you. And I'll try to put the backstory along with it, but I'd rather you figure it out on your own. But you're just too fucking stupid, you little fucking jerk off. So I gotta just suffer right now. Yeah, I need a pain pill. Can you tell the attitude shift? Don't worry, I'm taking them. What a bunch of jerk-offs. Jag wagons. Jag off, jerk off, jag wagons. Too busy jerking off to support me, huh? Go back yourself to death for all I care. I got real man's work to do. My father used to say shit like that. He'd say, you know, I got a dick and balls, and I got man shit to do. You know why he said that? It's because he grew up in a toxic environment, just like I did. Toxic masculinity is a part of me, and I can't throw it away. I can suppress it, and I can watch my words totally. I mean, I'm a really nice guy. Why would I be toxic? Gee, maybe if my needs weren't being met, it might make me toxic. Yeah, ding, ding, ding. How's about if my rights are being abused and neglected? Ding, 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 ding. Might make me a little toxic. Like the metaphorical term, not literally radioactive. If you point a Geiger counter at me, it's not gonna tick that much. I've had like hundreds of X-rays in my life due to my illnesses, but I don't think I'm radioactive yet. I could be wrong. I don't know. Give me a break, man. Like even Dr. Manhattan fucked up and gave that lady cancer by accident, right? Didn't he? When he went to planet Mars and made his castle out of sand or whatever. You ever heard that Jimi Hendrix song? Castle's made of sand, or wait, or was it made of glass? Did he? Because you know, if you take sand and melt it, it turns into glass. So it could have been either. It was a glass castle. Yeah, crystal castle. Hey, it's yeah, just like my Fortress of Solitude, Slide the Penguin, post-traumatic stress safety zone. It's a lot like Dr. Manhattan's safety zone. And is it gonna remain safe? Now that I've told you about it? Well, I don't use that. That was my original safety zone. I'm not gonna tell you my current safety zone. But I did allude to my perspective of this video is an afterthought, hindsight video. I'm helpless to save lives because you people suck. And I'm totally negative about it. And I gotta remain calm. So I just have to continue to hate you until you wake the fuck up. Because if I try to, like, relate to you and, like, appeal to you, you're just gonna ignore me because I'm blocked or something. You people have filtered me out. Congratulations. You're killing yourself as well as other innocents. The innocents and the guilty are both dying needlessly. And who's really guilty for that matter? Huh? Why don't you tell me who's guilty of what? Because I have a set of rules and ethics that I live by. And I've never hurt anybody that badly at all. Not by accident, not on purpose. I accidentally ran into the corner of a wall this one time. And I still got a little dent in my head and a scar. How did I do that? I was trying to do homework and I got frustrated, snapped a pencil, ran out of the room right into the corner of a wall by accident, and had to get like 8 stitches at the emergency room. It's like I got the fight or flight feeling while doing homework because I was having a problem and nobody was really understanding it or helping me with it. So I was tired of struggling, and I ran out of the room full speed right into the corner of a wall. And it was painful. I was crying like a bitch. I had blood all over my face. Even my old man was having a PTSD freak out. His eyes got all wide, and he went, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, Linda, Linda, whoa, whoa." Like, she had to be the calm one, because she doesn't give a fuck about me. And she's capable of being the calm one. At this point, my mother had already overdosed on Tylenol, which will toxify your liver and make your skin color orange like a carrot. It's like a liver toxosis kind of a thing. That's how you kill yourself. You overdose on Tylenol. They should make that stuff illegal, right? Nah, sorry. No, I'm not going to say that. Wrong answer. People need options. They don't need to be stifled. They don't need to be limited. They don't need to be cut short. They need to be enabled, and the only way to do that is to provide them with options. It's that simple. And yeah, my option at that point during the homework was either to continue to struggle and suffer or run away. That was my human instinct, fight or flight. You fuckers believe in Darwinism? Why don't you evolve with me? Need another cigarette. And you don't have to smoke to be like me. That's not gonna make you like me. I don't mean like appreciate or acknowledge or otherwise talk good things about me. Not that kind of like. I mean alike. Similar. You're not gonna be like me until you wake the fuck up. So you're nothing like me. We share a lot of similar traits and commonalities, but the thing that drives me is not the thing that drives you at all. And that's fucked up, because I'm a nice guy. A nice guy that knows how to protect himself. And sometimes I look like a mean guy, because I'm trying to protect myself. That's how people get confused when they discuss things like defense. Yeah, I'm sure you may have heard the term. Did I lose track of my thoughts? Did I neglect the subject? Oh well, hopefully I come back to it. You know, if I had like back when I was, that's all. I'll slow down. I used to have a Wikipedia page, except it wasn't on wikipedia.org. It was on videovirus.tv, and it was on a server on J Squared Web Hosting, which was my business that was hosting Gamma Rays Comics, my partnership, and Video Virus, my TV show, news program thing, entertainment. I was kind of like a pundit, kind of like a news reporter, more like just a regular guy, survivor of a near-death experience and trauma. I was basically just your neighbor on TV, trying to get a feel. I'd been out of this... Anyways, Wikipedia page. I used to run my own goddamn Wikipedia server for Video Virus. These days, I can't even get a Wikipedia page for Zot the Avenger. I've requested one. I said, hey, I invented the video game content genre. You want to maybe put that on your Wikipedia page so people know who the fuck I am? You know, everybody's forgotten about the PC Gamer article. That is very old, and that's not going to be making me any new fans. I think it might have been taken down, because, you know, people are trying to keep the internet real current, because living in the past hurts. A lot of people died during the pandemic, and instead of dwelling on 5-year-old stuff, we're dwelling on change and new stuff. And guess what? I'm new. I'm renewed. I have a bald head, a new look, everything. A new message. Same old name? Hey, I can't throw away my internet accounts. They have too much of my history. And I'm connected with too many people to just throw this shit away. I was going to log into Facebook earlier to share my message, but I'm a little dysfunctional right now, and I'm not even going to try right now because I like where my frame of mind is right now. I feel totally in control. I'm not going to freak out. But if I try to do anything else, I'm going to freak out because I'm not enabled. My computer, you see what happens when I try to function. You see my accommodations, how nothing works. And it's not my fault because most of my systems are in a transitional state because my home base, my studio, is in total disarray because I got a broken back and a broken neck, no painkillers, no friends, no help, no support. Nobody encourages me to get this job done. Nobody cares if I get this job done except me. And the thing is, every time I work on it, I get a terrible, terrible pain in my neck and back, and sometimes hip, and sometimes shoulder, and yeah, and it's no fun, and I don't want to. But sometimes I'm so full of energy, and I just take a look, and I know where something belongs, and I pick it up and I put it in a box and I put it on a shelf and I just don't stop until I've exhausted myself. I tend to consider those moments zen. Zazen, like a zen archer. I don't know if you're familiar with the term zen. It's like a state of being, a state of mind. It's a way of life. It'll save you if you're lost or in a downward spiral. There's a guy named Alan Watts, I believe. He's in a lot of black and white movies. Sometimes his work gets sampled and put into songs. He's an expert on the subject of Western man and how they interface with a Zen philosophy, the ancient tradition of Zazen Buddhism, as started in Japan as a way to imitate Buddha, Prince Buddha, Gautama Buddha, this really enlightened guy that went around traveling to ease people's suffering, much like Jesus Christ, or I don't know Muhammad's story at all. I could tell you Moses' story, but he wasn't like a gypsy. Like Jesus and Buddha, they were like gypsies, this sort of wandering minstrels, or like a what's that one video game? The Bark? Is that the word bark? Is that what you call the? I think it's a bark. For some reason that doesn't seem right. I'm trying bark. It's a video game. There's like a trilogy. It's also like a role, or perhaps a living, a way to earn a living, a profession. It relates, like a minstrel is a minstrel. They play and they sing. I think a bark writes songs and tells tales. That's the oral tradition, you see. That's the way Native Americans used to keep track of their history, the oral tradition, because they didn't have tablets or I think that's kind of neat to call your your iPhone or whatever, your iPad. If you call your iPad a tablet, that's kind of neat, because that's kind of the way people logged data a very long time ago. It's true. They also use the runes, but that's more like Norway. Like if you've got Nordic heritage, that's fine. I respect that. But everybody's used stone tablets. Okay? That's not specific to any one person. All persons have used wheels and tablets to get very important jobs done for thousands of years. To to use your tablet to accomplish. My tablet sucks. I'm not going to accomplish anything with my tablet. In fact, the police have my tablet. Son of a bitch. They got my best tablet. It's a few years old. It's a Samsung Galaxy Tab A. They got it in the locker right now. Because I'm in limbo. I exist in limbo right now because I'm awaiting a trial for my freedom, and I don't even care. I'm trying to save lives here, but this video's an afterthought. I'll probably rot in a prison cell or something and look back on making this video and have something to laugh about while I meditate. That's how that works. And meditating is real easy. I was saying Alan Watts is an expert and could probably tell you more about it. Actually, he's not. I'd say he's an expert on the philosophy behind the meditation because, if you're Hindu or Hindi or like, that's where Buddha started, I guess, was in the India region, and then he like traveled through the China region and made it to Japan. The guy was a prince, so he had resources. He had like a kingdom that backed him, the Prince Buddha, and he traveled, as opposed to Jesus Christ, who was basically born into poverty to a teen mom. Wasn't Mother Mary a teen mom? I don't remember. I wasn't there. But the fact remains, one was a prince, one was a pauper. They both traveled around making people's lives better. And that's what people call religion? That's a guy. That's not a... Oh, but the guy, he had a way of thinking. Oh yeah? They used to make fun of me on Video Virus. They used to call me I'm J squared, because that's JJ. It's like a mathematical reference to multiplication when you put things together. And so J squared had a following, a core constituent. No, it wasn't political. It was religious. Devout followers called J squaredists, and they attempted to follow my example by prank calling me and saying, "Come in my mouth." It's pretty fucking gross, but also pretty fucking funny. But at the same time, a meme dedicated to Krang the Brain from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And also, it was like they were trolling me, but at least I knew they were watching and receiving my message. That's support. They were showing support by trolling and, that's support. That, to me, when I ask for support, I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for support. In all forms. Promotion is a form of support. Viewers, like dedication, like watching the program, that's like a form of support. You can support me by either consuming the things I create, however you choose to do that, and then the next step is sharing what you like. Don't just blindly share my shit. Like, fucking find the best and share it. Clip it. Do it. That's the way I want support. I'm not asking for money. But in this country, every time you ask for help, people are reluctant because they think it's going to cost money. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for your attention. Oh, but time is money? Not my time, apparently. I mean, like... I think my income is like $16,000 a year now. That's what President Biden did. He took my $12,000, which is like $1,000 a month, and he moved it up to like 16. So that seems really nice. Thanks, President Biden. Wrong. It's an inflation curve adjustment for the cost of living. So yeah, I'm a big spender with 16 grand a year. I'm still paying off my debt. Sorry. And as soon as it's paid off, I gotta get hair plugs and another stem cell procedure from QC Kinetics. So, no, I just get to be broke my whole life. And even if I use my credit to get what I need right now. That's just going to contribute to the debt that I've never declared bankruptcy. I've always paid off my debts, no matter how long it took. The only problem is I'm getting really old. I could use some support in the form of equipment, new equipment. I need those 2 procedures that I was just telling you about. The QC Kinetics and the Bosley hair. Those are my 2 picks. I like to pick my healthcare because if you just like take any old healthcare that's given to you, you're gonna die. They're gonna kill you because you gotta be picky and choosy with your life. And maybe the lives of the people that you're in charge of. If you're a guardian or if you're responsible, if you're a president, you've got to be accountable for the lives that you're accountable for. So therefore, you should wise up and you shouldn't just take the health care that's given to you. You should choose what's best for you. If you're a pre-op transsexual, you should find a sex change doctor that has done many, 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 many procedures, preferably. Or if they haven't done many procedures, well, they should have at least a few, and they should have their recipients should have glowing reviews. Oh, but how do you know? Do you trust the reviews that you read online? Where do they come from? I'm JJ. I'm the owner of Bright Idea Records and the producer of video games and more. And I am sponsored by no one. I'm completely independent. And when I talk about products, I'm always telling you my perspective, truthfully. So that's a form of promotion, marketing, capitalism. The sad thing is you people are only receptive to that. Like, when I showed M&Ms on this program earlier, you're more likely to go grab your bag of M&Ms than you are to, let's say, play a Bright Idea song when I play. You're not going to put that on your playlist, are you? You're not going to share that with your friends because you're not proud of me. Yeah, you will be. And you're going to regret not getting in on the ground floor earlier. Because those that remain true, the old school, hardcore, diehard fans that were always there to begin with, yeah, those are the coolest fans of all. Like in Cyberpunk 2077, when you got that one mission with the samurai guy that's like this old timer that's a fan of samurai. He's all like, "Hey, I got a samurai t-shirt for sale here." That old school diehard fan, that is the best kind of fan to have. Because they actually listen and try to understand what you're saying and doing. Everybody else is just trying to be trendy. Isn't that sad? That's why I don't even care if I get famous. Like, it's more about saving my life at this point. And not dying sad, lonely, broken, hopeless, and leaving behind a lot of people that miss me. That's like no way to die. I gotta make some money and like fucking at least get some things. I'm currently not addicted to opioids on paper. I haven't had a doctor in a long time. You know what that means? I can get life insurance, like right now, affordably. If you're getting a prescription for opioids, they don't like to insure you. Like, I think the most I could get was $25,000 of coverage. Why do you want life insurance, JJ? Because, man, I live in Arizona. I've always wanted to go to Alcor when I die and get frozen like Fry from Futurama because I'm intelligent and I've thought about this and I know how you people are. Once it's in the newspaper and it says that you've revived the first human from an ice chamber, once you've revived a cryonically frozen life of a human, because they've already done it with animals like dogs, like we're just trying to be safe with the humans, and figure out the best way to revive people from an ice chamber sleep. because if we do it prematurely, they're going to be half-baked. Catch my drift? Yeah, well, once they do it, you trendy little bitches are going to gravitate to Alcor like flies on shit. And I won't be able to get on the list at that point. It's kind of like Wikipedia.org. I was there back in the beginning, running my own video virus Wikimedia server independently, and so I wasn't concerned with Wikipedia.org. I figured they got some work to do over there. I'll let them, get their shit together, and maybe by then I will have accomplished something great and remarkable, something of note, because at that point, I didn't really think I belonged in Wikipedia. What had I really done other than die, almost, in a tragic accident that people don't care to be reminded of? Like, what else had I really done? What, video games and more? A TV show that nobody's ever seen? Yeah, exactly. That's all it was. But then when the video game streaming phenomenon became, like, what it became, it all happened under my nose because I didn't have a good console. I didn't have a good computer. I didn't have a good internet line. I didn't have a good life. So this whole Twitch trend happened under my nose because I wasn't an active gamer. Sometimes I'd bust out a retro console and, do what I do with it. But, like, seriously, the video streaming phenomenon with the video games and Twitch and all that happened under my nose. On my watch, under my nose. And so, like, whoa. When I saw one day, I guess I went to Twitch probably. This was back when it was still owned by, what's-his-face? Justin? Yeah, that's his name. I forgot because I got kicked off Twitch. I got banned a long time ago, back in May. And, you know why. You know why. Don't make me explain it. The police came to my house over it. You know why I'm banned from Twitch. Because I'm trying to save lives. Anyways, this is back when it was owned by Justin instead of Bezos. And so, therefore, I was shocked. I was completely flabbergasted. Taken aback. Yeah, dumbfounded is the best word. I was dumbfounded. I think my jaw might have been agape. I was seriously like, when did this happen? All these people are playing video games? What the fuck is this? Video games and more? These people aren't that. What the fuck? I can't remember if that happened. That happened after the PC Gamer article. I didn't even know you existed until that article. So we both learned about each other from that article. Son of a bitch. I guess the news media does serve a purpose. I thought it was just there to sell things. Yeah, that's a purpose. Uh-huh. Not. That's more like a reason? No. No, it's more like a side effect. Yeah. Commerce is a side effect of lots of things. It's more like a side effect. Granted, side effect isn't a good word because it's a symptom. No, you know what? It's just an activity, all right? It's an activity that is driven by activity. If a band goes on tour, you're going to buy their record. Activity that is driven by activity. The purchasing of things. Yet I'm extremely active and you are not. You don't purchase my songs. I mean, some of you do. A small minority. A fractional minority. A infinitesimal minority. It's like you all want to be cool like Zot the Avenger these days. But you don't want to do the work that Zot the Avenger did. It took a lot of work. But you don't have to do the work because you got way better equipment. Good for you. Good for you, kid. Have fun. I hope the world doesn't end on my watch. But yeah, man, the Zen Buddhism will keep you keep you sane. Oh, will it, JJ? Yeah, it saved my life. I told you guys putting my elbows over my head and rolling like a ninja through the accident saved my life because my brains were gonna get smashed and flattened. I already got traumatic brain injury. If I wouldn't have been protecting my head with my elbows, yes, my brains would have been oozing out of my head. It was a 3.5 time rollover. Dude, I had a cymbal stand imprint on my forehead. It was a ring with a circle, and it's like the part that the cymbal goes on the cymbal stand. Dude, I had a ring scab imprint on my forehead, and that wasn't even the worst lump. And the scabs on my elbows from protecting my head, they left scars. And the first scabs that I picked off were as deep as M&Ms, like the craters. They were like these pumpkin M&Ms. Could you imagine on your elbow? I got a scab, and when I picked it off, it was a crater the size of an M&M. That's what my elbows took when they were protecting my head. So what? Well, much like my elbows kept me alive, and my shoulders and my back, they all took the brunt of it, as opposed to my brain, which was destined to get flattened. My brain reacted quickly, and my body parts made a coordinated effort to do what the brain said, and they were able to because I had been training. I am a wrestler. I have been trained. I know how to. I know how to lock up. You know, when they ring the bell, ding, and then the wrestlers lock up. They got their palms in the creases of the elbows, and you know, the other hand is around the collar, or perhaps the neck, back of the head, and they are attempting to maneuver their opponent into a submissive position. And yeah, sometimes they go into an armbar from that point. I know how to do that. Sometimes they might, like, take that armbar and use it to whip the opponent into the ropes and then give them a clothesline. I know how to do that. I know how to dive from the top rope. I know how to blade with a razor blade using my forehead and a bottle of aspirin pills. I don't want to, though. That's you got to be careful. That's a good way to scar up your forehead. And there should be an audience there when you do it. Otherwise, it's a lot of work and effort and trouble for nothing. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears that nobody's ever going to appreciate or acknowledge. Die a real unsung hero if you just blade at home by yourself, huh? Should at least have a video camera if you're going to bleed like that. People like blood. I don't know why. I mean, I like blood. I need it. It's in me. I'd rather keep it there. Some people like the sight of it. Okay. I like the color red as much as anybody else. As much as any other color of the rainbow. Red is in the rainbow, but blood is actually a dark red. Typically. Sometimes it's a bright red. My carousel. Hey, Derek, should I tell you the other? Nah, whatever. I'm not gonna freak out about it. It's just really, I don't know how strong your feelings are. When you get feelings, when you get emotions, I don't know how, like, if you're hungry, how hungry do you gotta get before you find something to eat? You know, there's varying levels of intensity with just about everything. Like I was just explaining, the color red is red and a part of the rainbow, but blood is like it is different. It's a combination of the red, the blue, and the green, varying levels. Perhaps the cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Perhaps, yeah, it's a combination, varying levels. So likewise, our emotions are varying. If you have a strong reaction to something, well, that should motivate you to do something, shouldn't it? And you shouldn't give up. But what if that strong reaction is, like, what if you're confused and you don't even know it? And this strong visceral reaction or whatever. Like, you know, back when I was growing up, they hated gay people. They hated gay people so much that these people would stand out on the street with protest signs that said, God hates fags. It literally happened. I saw it. Not in a video, not in a photograph. I saw it in person. Like, I could do that. I don't have any cardboard right now. I don't know why I would do that. Like, I'm saying it was trendy at the time. That's why they did it. They were being trendy. It was trendy to hate fags. To be like God. Give me a fucking break. That's ridiculous, right? Who needs that on the way to work? A straight person or a gay person? So obviously they had a strong feeling and they had to do something. But why were they having the strong feeling? Oh, because they were trying to save lives for the afterlife. And make my life hell on earth. Thanks. And everybody else's. Yeah, if your strong reaction makes other people sad, that's one thing. If it makes them upset or angry, that's different. If you make people angry, they call that inciting people. I'm pretty sure people think I'm an inciter. Even though I've never started a riot, I do say provocative things because I want to change your minds about some things that are very important. I'm not trying to change the rules of society. Give me a break. I've lived here my whole life. I need things to be this way. Just a few modifications are necessary. I'm a modder. I'm a DIY modder. I don't get fabricated boards, prefabricated from China or Taiwan or whatever. No, I'm likely to use a bread box from the Radio Shack at the corner and make my own or whatever. Right? Be nice to get that business back and up and running. Wouldn't that be nice? You know, I know a lot about franchises because I worked for a website called franchisenavigator.com run by this friend of my mom's, a family friend that's, I think he's dead now. Yeah, he went blind and died. Craig Slavin. He ran Franchise Navigator, and he used to contract computer developer, programmer types from all over the world. I think he had one in South America that worked cheap and did good work and was desperate for money because most of South America is in third world conditions where people are exploited constantly. So this guy was being exploited, and then I got to be exploited by Craig because I work for peanuts. Because I just got no other choice. And I don't work for anything now, and I haven't in a long time. I don't even work for peanuts now. You can't buy my time. I have to offer it up, and you have to take it when I offer it. That's how you hire me. You don't look me up, you know. You gotta it has to be you know, doesn't have to be contract based. I'm like a handshake kind of person. My handshake is good. It is good. Granted, I'm not going to shake your hand if the complexity of the project is beyond my scope, my realm of capability. Dude, I'm only one person. I'm only one human. Okay? It's like when you talk about horsepower, Mr. Ed is only one horse, of course. And your engine in your car is many horses, of course, working together to drive you to work. I need many horses to work together to drive me to the top of the charts, man. I need to be trendy right now. About as trendy as Donald Trump. No, no, my existence doesn't need to be trendy. I don't need to find a new trend to follow. I mean, Zot the Avenger, JJ Styles, Bright Idea Records, all needs to be very trendy right now. Because I have very powerful ideas that need to reach the right people immediately. Because I'm trying to be civilized here. You should appreciate and acknowledge and respect that. Because I'm a very raw individual. I'm raw dogging it over here with my third world conditions, basically. You know? Why don't you bring me back up into the first world and support and share and just make me trendy for a moment so my message reaches people. The whole dope czar, hack czar, I think that's a perfect slogan. Because I've been addicted to dope for 15 years, and I've been a computer hacker for like 25 years. So I am a dope Zor hacker. And it also makes people think of that TV show Mr. Robot. Because, you know, that guy was addicted to opiates. Spoiler alert. Yeah. The thing is, this dope czar hacker wants to save the youth from dope. And I've already told you a few of my ideas, you know, about alternative treatment centers that addicts can trust and turn to, as opposed to the traditional treatment facilities that nobody trusts because they're terrible. I've never been to a good rehab center. They all suck, and I don't trust them, and the junkies on the street don't trust them neither. And I have an alternative that they would trust. And I could either do a legal clinic, legal would be fentanyl patches. A junkie has to have something to depend on. A junkie has to have something to turn to. Something? Yeah, because a person can't help a junkie. A junkie needs a replacement for their physical addiction. And the replacement can be fentanyl patches, which come in a measured out dose so they won't overdose. They can wean themselves one step at a time. Fentanyl patches are very expensive, and insurance isn't going to cover this. If somebody's going to save the youth of America, they have to buy a lot of fentanyl patches, and they got to start alternative treatment healthcare centers that allow people to remain anonymous because they don't want the stigma of having been a dope addict. I have sacrificed my, I would say integrity, but no, I've sacrificed my reputation. I've sacrificed my brand. You know what? My brand is worth a lot, whether you know it or not. Anyways, where was I? This is like fentanyl patch. Yeah, somebody's gonna have to buy them, because Merck isn't gonna donate them. They might donate a few. They might match us. That's a real trendy thing these days, is when there's like a fundraiser or a drive, the hosters of the drive, the initiators of the drive, yes, the producers of the drive, they typically have backers, and they usually say, in order to drive donations up, they say, we will match the amount. That seems really trendy. I don't know who first started that trend, but that would be an incentive for people that have been affected by this chemical pandemic, if you will, this epidemic, this chemical, this illicit, illegal substance, and
Wait for it. The substance that is unregulated that makes its way into the border, into the country, over the border. Yeah, you guys know that we're all adults here, right? You do know the difference between illegal narcotics and legal narcotics. You do know the difference, right? Like, I'm not asking you to be an ATF or a DEA agent. Those people definitely know the difference between legal narcotics and illegal narcotics, and they usually treat them both the same. So I can't blame you if you think of them as the same, but there is a difference. And if somebody would buy a bunch of fentanyl patches from Merck and stock up a bunch of treatment facilities all over the country and slap the logo Bright Idea on it, the junkies would trust it. Granted, I want it to be in an isolated area where there's no cameras. You know, there's cameras everywhere. So these treatment centers have to be, a little bit outside of town. The metropolitan area, it's got to be outside of that area. It has to be on the edge of town, you know. Like, when you hit the highway and you travel to a different town and then you get to the outskirts, that's where the facility has to be. In every town. In Tucson, in Phoenix, in Seattle, in New York City, in Miami, Florida, in Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, San Antonio, Texas, in Amarillo, Texas, in Kansas City, Missouri, in Kansas City, Kansas, in Lansing, Michigan, in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Actually, if you were in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a good place to put the facility would be Grant, Michigan. Dirt City is right outside of Grand Rapids. Right in between the two, you could put a treatment facility. And in between Lansing and East Lansing, you could put a treatment facility. Just like, it could be close to town, but preferably far away from cameras. Because I want the rehab recipients, the recipients of the treatment, I want them to feel safe. And I want them to feel anonymous. That's a part of safety. Safety comes from anonymity because you're not going to be branded or stigmatized or labeled. You're not going to be grouped. When you're anonymous, you're a nobody. You're just like me. I'm talking to myself here. I'm an anonymous nobody with a neck ache. I gotta take another opioid. But, that's a part of the safety. And these rehab clinics, the traditional ones, they ain't anonymous. I wouldn't trust them at all. Fuck no. And I've got a few issues with my initial alpha prototype for this rehab center that you can trust. Because it's like part of me wants bars, part of me doesn't. I'm conflicted. I think we would just have to try with bars and without bars. And depending on where you live and the type of people that live there, you'll have to do what's appropriate. Because, some people, let's just say, like, in an urban area with a lot of African Americans that are addicted to fentanyl, blue pills that are illegally smuggled into the United States, yeah, let's just say black people don't want to be behind bars for a good reason. So if this treatment center is going to be in an urban area and we're going to save lives, like let's say you're living in, let's see, how's about Oakland, California, okay? Maybe you could put the facility like in Pinole or Vacaville, somewhere, kind of like, still a part of society, not the middle of bumfuck Egypt, but yeah. Hell, man.
I just want there to be no cameras. Even if you got a telephoto lens. No cameras. These junkies gotta get clean anonymously. And somebody's gotta fund it. Stock it up with fentanyl patches made by the Merck Corporation. That's where I got mine from. They never killed me. Pretty good product. 99.9% pure. Printed on plastic. Used with an adhesive. Never killed me. Really expensive. Super expensive. Gotta figure out how to fund it. Need a fundraiser, a drive, or perhaps a walking donation. Maybe we could just do the coordinated effort. It's up to you. I can't control you. I can only come up with bright ideas like I do. And always have. It's up to you to acknowledge it. It's never gonna happen, but hey, I tried my best. I did. This is my best. If I try any harder, I start to freak out and fall to pieces. And you know what that looks like to people? I do. You finish my medication, I'll tell you what it looks like to other people. It looks like self-sabotage. You people are so... There's such a big communication breakdown between the two of us. You must think I'm on a downward spiral down the rabbit hole, and I'm self-sabotaging, but that's a myth. Nobody does that. My mother used to accuse my father of being a self-sabotager. She says, every time the man gets close to success, he just has to sabotage himself. And freak out and wind up in an insane asylum. And he wasn't self-sabotaging. It's a matter of pressure and intensity of emotions and feelings and drive. The thing that drives you to the finish line. When we're all forced to compete against each other instead of unite like Voltron or some shit. Like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Unite. Form. Yeah, fat chance. You don't trust me. You don't respect me. You don't even like me. Well, I can live with that. That's too bad for you. But I'm worth a lot. I'm like a rare vintage person that's been sitting around collecting dust for a long time, and I've been uncovered, and I'm worth a lot right now. Like a fucking stamp. Like a stamp collector, stamp, like a coin, like a rare coin, a rare comic book. It's just been underground all this time. Now it's been uncovered that I'm still alive. I haven't died yet. You can get to meet me. You can get to know me. The guy that invented your lifestyle. There's a lot of people that have been saved by using the video streaming. It's crazy how many people have been saved by these game streamers, and it's even saved the streamers themselves. Like, it's been a real positive thing. There's a few weird instances. Like, there was a shooting that happened back east. A tragic shooting, and this person, I guess, streamed it from their mobile phone, and that's tragic. And I know how to prevent that, because I'm about ready to go postal with my cell phone. And there's only one thing that could erase this feeling that I have to kill you.
And that's the opposite feeling, the feeling of love and saving you. But you're never gonna get saved if you don't save me first. Get it? My ideas are worth money. Intellectual property. Hey, guess what? I got a high IQ. You know what high IQ people do? They produce intellectual property. Non-tangible intellectual property. If I had a good lawyer, we'd be rich. Dude, like, I'd like it if I could find a lawyer with guts and balls to sue Amazon and Google because they're infringing on my creation. All these streamers with their video game streams are totally infringing on a thing that I invented, the video game content genre, and they are making billions of dollars exploiting video game players in order to drive profits into the corporations that they own. Meanwhile, the independent developers that really, really, really care about the games and really, really, really care about the people that play them, right? Meanwhile, they get to struggle to survive. It's like, you make excellent games, kid, but hey, you can't compete against Amazon and YouTube. Not unless Zot the Avenger and his gutsy lawyer, his ballsy, gutsy lawyer that has a spine. Because some lawyers are spineless, you see. They'll just give you away. They won't have your back. Those spineless worm, weasel lawyers. Yeah, lawyers are just like people, you know. Some are slimy. Some aren't committed. They aren't loyal. And you know, they'll narc you out. You know, that's too bad. How do you know the difference? I don't know. I don't even currently have I have a public defender because I'm poor and I can't afford a lawyer. I was contemplating using all my credit to get a lawyer. I believe the cheapest one I can get requires a $30,000 retainer. Gee, I've got a really good chance of maintaining my freedom. Yeah, right. Come on, I don't have it. I can't do it. We'd have to like mortgage the house or something, or put the house up or something. Isn't that how it works? You get a home loan? Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to risk my home. I've lost my home before, the one I had on the west side, and I was living there at the time when I lost it. That sucked. I don't want to lose my home again, and I'm not going to risk it. I do have credit cards, and I could, you know, get a lawyer for $30,000. But, you know, I thought about it, and I'm trying this method. I'm trying to wake you people up rather than use my credit, because I'm already like $8,000 in debt. Might be down to $7,000 because I got the National Debt Relief Program, and I'm making $250 payments a month. I should be debt free in 24 months. Might be 23. I started it like a month or two ago. And you know, that reminds me, I gotta go to the bank and put some money in. I got like a fat wad right here. You know, $500. That's what you can take out of an ATM. So they don't let you take more. There's a glass ceiling, and that's so that way the machine doesn't get emptied, because the machine is only meant to be used for, you know, small transactions below $500. That's why you have a glass ceiling, is because you're not going to break it. It's more like a concrete ceiling, okay? It's meant for small transactions because the machine can only hold so many bills. And when the machine is empty, that sucks for everybody. Likewise, what were we talking about? I'm sorry, I was bending over into the microphone and now my low back hurts so bad.
All right, this is a good decision. Here, let me just do it real quick. Doc. Restream channels. All right, we're gonna end the stream here on Twitter, and I'm gonna turn on the video games and more stream on YouTube. So, because I've tried my best on Twitter, it's up to you guys. I gotta reach out to my fans. So, see ya. Uh, all right. So we're on. It says sending data. Oh, now we're streaming. Okay. Hey guys, it's me, JJ, the owner of Bright Idea Records and the producer of video games and more. Keeping it cool and level-headed because I changed my perspective on things, but I'm still gonna try to appeal to my fans. I've been trying to appeal to JJ Styles' fans, here on YouTube as well as over on Twitter. And recently I had to downgrade my Restream.io account from like a 6-channel stream to like a 2-channel stream. So yeah, I turned off the Twitter stream because I've done enough. Like, give me a break. They're all too busy paying attention to Donald Trump over there. Meanwhile, I still have work to do, and I'm turning to Zot the Avengers fans because apparently JJ Styles doesn't have any. You know, JJ Styles, Trip Zip Uno is a really cool guy. That's basically who I was 2 years ago. This guy that I am now, I don't know who I am right now because I lost all my hair. I don't have the medication that I need to survive. And I'm a totally different person after 2 years. And it's weird. I'm just JJ. I'm Judson Gerald Baker. I'm a guy that's really uh, had a rough time, but I'm trying to make a difference, and I have plans, and I have really good ones, and I'm trying to appeal to you to please share my idea. If you watch my videos, you'll know, but I know they're time consuming or whatever. I figure kids have a lot of time because they're not adults yet. And Donald Trump said something about getting rid of censorship. So that's cool. Maybe soon the kids will have access to my stuff and they'll start cutting it up and making the memes and the clips. Because I have like a 3-point plan. Dude, I got as many points as it takes to this plan to save lives from the blue pill menace known as fentanyl that is smuggled illegally into the United States of America by the various criminal organizations in Mexico and China. And I know how to save the youth because I know how to get them to trust me legally. And, I could do it illegally too. I'm the dope czar. I'm JJ Baker, the dope czar. You could call me Judson, but usually only my doctors and college instructors call me that, or whatever. It's like this, I've been having a really rough time, and it's caused me to freak out, and I've had to meditate a lot, to put myself in your shoes and see that I probably look like I'm on a downward spiral into the depths of hell, and you don't want to watch it happen. And by putting on the blinders and blocking me, you're destining your own children to doom, and you gotta listen to me because I have nobody appointed me video game expert. Nobody appointed me video game streamer. I appointed myself. You get it? And I'm appointing myself right now. I want to be the guy that teaches America how to handle fentanyl properly, because none of these jagwagons know how to do it properly. And I'm a patient. I know how to do it properly. And I'm also a drug addict. It's in my bloodstream. The opioids, it's there right now. And I can totally stop cold turkey right now. It would really suck. The last time I did that was when I went to jail in May, and I was deprived of my medication. And I was deprived the whole time I was institutionalized. It was very inhumane and very cruel to do that to me. I didn't deserve that. But right now we are in the middle of an epidemic, a chemical drug epidemic, the illegal smuggled in drugs, right? So when I went to jail, they had a jail cell that was strictly for fentanyl addicts. Granted, I was addicted to oxycodone at the time. But they put me in with the fentanyl blue pill addicts because they got so many of them. They got to have their own wing. Because they barf a lot, you see. And that grosses out the other inmates. And the guards in charge of the inmates. And it smells bad. And it's a health hazard because it can, pool up and accumulate. And then it becomes a vile, putrid cell. As opposed to just tidy, clean, non-vomit filled cell. And it'll stain up your bed sheets, the vomit, and there's a lot of snot. I was snotting out my nose the whole time into my shirt. I was trying to use the first time when the dope sickness kicked in when I was in jail. I went to the bathroom and got some tissue paper and blew my nose, but basically I broke the seal at that point. And it was just like snot for 3 days straight. Because I had the cold and flu symptoms. I had the kicking muscular reactions. It looks like restless leg syndrome or some kind of a tremor. Maybe like, I want to call it like the, what's that one thing I was always talking about? I got it on the tip of my tongue. I'll try to remember it later. It's that twitch that you get right before falling asleep. When your body sends out the ping to, like, see if you're still alive, if your heart's still beating. Like, that's a neurological thing. Anyways, it's a tremor. They call it anyways. Yeah, I was going through that. But the first symptom was the runny nose, I guess. Yeah. I blew my nose, and I just started using my shirt from that point, and my shirt wound up soaking wet with snot. Granted, it was very clear and watery, a little bit viscous, but it just poured like you probably don't believe me. It was like a wet t-shirt contest of snot that I got to produce, and it's because they don't have the resources to take care of me and every other junkie that comes through their front door. Over at the jail, the Pima County Jail. They're just trying to keep society safe from us, the people behind bars. Yeah, they let me out because I'm not a danger. You guys are starting to figure that out. I'm just a genius that's trying to help myself and trying to help you save lives, including this one. I can't save lives until you save me. You have to save me right now. I was telling people my plan for a rehab facility that people can trust. The junkies, they're people, they're on the streets, they're desperate, but they don't trust the traditional rehab facilities because there's no reason why they should. I want to create an alternative rehab facility that people can trust. And I know where to put them. I know how much they're going to cost. I know how to secure them. But I don't necessarily want to secure them because in some areas the patients will need to be free and not behind bars, while in other areas the people will need to be behind bars. How do you know the difference? Well, in the high income areas, you have to keep people behind bars because high income people get what they want and, they're going to try to break out. But low income people are going to turn to my facilities because they are desperate for help and they don't want to feel trapped behind bars, and they're not going to leave. They're going to stay because they want the help. It's like rich people need the help, poor people want the help, and I have the help. But you have to help me first before I can help. Do you see? You have to endorse me. You have to share my message, my word. First, you have to hear my word, my plan, my message to save lives, using my alternative methods. You don't have to know all the details. I have them worked out. I was saying I got to get a fundraiser or a drive, a driving fundraiser, or one big donator, or a bunch of big donate. You know what? Why doesn't everybody just give in a penny? Give us a penny. Give Bright Idea Records. Go to jjstyles.bandcamp right now. Buy my song for a penny. If I can get, let's just say 500 million pennies, that's like $5 million. I could get the fentanyl patches from the Merck Corporation that I need to trade with the junkies on the streets that are addicted. The people that are addicted to the illegal fentanyl blue pill menace, they can come to my alternative anonymous treatment facilities, give me all the fentanyl that they got, and I'll give them a patch that's a measured dose that won't kill them, and they can wean themselves off of this stuff anonymously, safe and secure, with a trustable medication. Like, when you're addicted and vulnerable to this shit, you think of a rehab center like a concentration camp, and you think of yourself as a Jewish person. Okay? Like, you're basically like a Jewish person walking into a fascist trap. This is all a setup. That's the way the junkies feel about the rehab facilities. I have a trustable name. I have a trustable image. I have experience. I have a plan. I need support. I gotta save some lives immediately. This is a national emergency. We're gonna deplete our... I don't want to get sad about it. Alright? I don't want to make you sad. But let's just say I've done the numbers. You can watch my other streams if you want to know them. They're bad. It's an emergency. I'll just say this much. 1,200 people a year die from cigarette smoking in the United States of America. A side effect of cigarette smoking is it kills 1,200 people a year in the United States of America. All 50 states combined, annually, 1,200. Now, here in Pima County, in that same amount of time, here in my backyard, 765 people are going to die. Imagine how many people are going to die all over the nation. You don't want to know the number. It's bad. Really, really, really got to do this. I'm the only person with a 15-year addiction to fentanyl, and I'm still standing, and I'm still trying to get you to listen to me. And I've been doing this for 2 years, begging for help, because that's when they took me off my medication. You gotta help me. You gotta help me. My plan, you need my name. My name is worth money, and my ideas are worth money, and they are worth lives. And if you put my name on these treatment facilities, if you put Bright Idea Records, or maybe the Zati Avenger Rehab Clinic, or the Trip Zip Uno, treatment center. I don't even like using the traditional names. Rehab, treatment center. I'd rather call it a dance club. Because my initial idea was to get a bunch of ecstasy pills and a disco ball and a turntable and some speakers and just, roll on ecstasy until all the fentanyl, because you see, ecstasy makes you crave water, MDMA, blah blah blah, methamphetamine pills, blah blah. They're legal in Holland, I believe. You know, you could smuggle them in right now if you can't wait for my plan to take effect. You know, I'm an open source, transparent kind of guy, you know, in most regards. So I can tell you my plan, and it's not gonna like mess me up. I'm just, as long as the lives get saved, that's good enough. I'd like to get back on my medication ASAP though. I'd also like to maybe have a future. I'd also like to maybe have a fan base that like trusts me, trusts me to do the right thing. You guys think that the music changed me. You guys think that I'm some radical, you know, because you don't get me at all. You're like my parents. You guys, the whole world doesn't get me. You can tell by my analytics. There's not a human on the face of this planet that understands me. And you know, that makes me feel like a Frankenstein monster, like an extraterrestrial, like an abnormality. And the fact is, I am more human than human. I'm doing the human thing. I'm not putting on my blinders. I'm not blocking people on my friends list. I'm not trying to distract myself with some kind of a pleasurable replacement for life. I'm trying to save lives. That's a very human thing to do, and I'm trying to do it the right way. You know, I'm not taking God hates fags signs and saving lives that way. That's not a good way to save lives. That's a good way to distract drivers. That's a good way to take lives. Protesting at intersections and begging for money at intersections is a lousy way to do things. People go there because they are desperate for help, and they know that they will encounter other people at intersections. The problem is intersections are made for driving, not begging. So basically the beggar's message gets muddled up in the process, and the drivers get distracted in the process, and it's really not a good avenue because you have to be in the far left lane here in the United States if you even want to donate, or you know, or you got to make a U-turn. You can't do it from the far right lane. People always beg from the middle area, the median. Like sometimes they're on the corner, right? But usually you're making a right turn. So like that's not a good place. You know, and likewise, when protesters protest at intersections, you know, and get the horn honks and stuff, that's fine, but that is a huge distraction. That I'm sure many accidents have been caused that way. And that's not a good way to protest. That's a good way to get people harmed. I'm trying to do things the right way, and I'm having a very difficult time swimming upstream against the grain, and yet I maintain because I'm doing the right thing. I know I'm doing the right thing. Someday, somebody is going to notice the past 2 years of work I've done, and somebody like important, and they're going to listen to me, and we're going to become fast friends. Because I'm the only person that knows this. You know, if you take my idea and run with it, good luck. Because I haven't told you the whole plan, because I gotta meditate on a few other details. But guess what? You can trust me. I'm not a radical music guy that's out to kill you. I'm a radical music guy that's out to get back on my medication and prevent overdose deaths. That's what kind of radical music do that. I'm not a fucking I'm not anything that you think I am. I know, because things would be a lot different if you thought I was what I am. So.
Excuse me. I had to get another Mountain Dew. That one was empty. Or, my cup isn't. I'm having a difficult time because this is a very serious matter. Lives are at risk, including my own. And that's why I made a previous video. This is still the same stream. This stream started out on the JJ Styles Trip Zip Uno on YouTube and on Twitter. But I turned off the Twitter and switched over to Video Games and More channel to talk to my Zocketeers out there because I need your help. And you gotta listen to me in order to know how to help. I need to save lives, including my own. And I've been explaining it like for 2 years, but you really gotta listen right now because our country is in a state of transition. Our nation, and if you don't live in the United States of America, well, guess what? You could. It's not that difficult. So I'm just gonna say our country because it really is everybody's country. It's kind of like a place for refugees to go. It's a place where people that want a better life by working and earning a living can go. It's not a very good place for lazy people like me or disabled people like me. It's not a very good place for poor people that are unwilling to work. That's not what America is good for. And, we'll figure out that issue later. But right now, I'm trying to save us from illegal drugs that are getting smuggled into the nation, and I have a plan, and I need people to listen to it. And I've said it, I'll say it again, one more time. If you make me your dope czar, that's cool. Or if you just listen to me, I'll be the unofficial dope czar. So this is the plan. You start rehab facilities that have my name on them, and you make sure that they're anonymous, like no cameras around. And you get stocked up with fentanyl patches from the Merck Corporation. They're very expensive. You got to get the money first. And then people come anonymously. They give you their blue pills. You give them patches. They hang out. End of story. They don't die. You got to give them something they can trust. And that's me. Don't you see? You can trust me. And I'm going to calm down now because this is exactly what always happens. But you can trust me. I'm not going to get emo because I've changed my perspective. In my mind, these lives have already been lost. They're already dead. But the fact is, we can save them. But I can't think that way because it's killing me. I was trying to log into Facebook earlier, and I couldn't even get past the password screen. And I'm not going to try right now, because I know the process, and I'm not capable. My equipment sucks. I'm in a fragile state. I need my medication. But, though my stream is screwed up, and you don't see a moving picture, my audio should still be clear. And I shouldn't have any, what do you call it? Outages? I shouldn't have any gaps in the service. I should have a nice steady signal with a nice clear audio channel. And that's all I need to tell you you can trust me to be your dope czar. And if you don't think I can handle politics, dude, I come from the TV studio, a public access station. I know more about democracy than you do. Okay? Trust me. I know a hell of a lot more. And I am not a radical. I used to be a Democrat, but then I became an independent because I didn't want to be a Republican. Get it? And really, I was green the whole time. I was an undercover in the closet Green Party member. And now I'll come out of the closet and tell you I'm a libertarian too. Bam! You probably figured that out. Because, I own guns. I used to own guns. They came and took my guns away because the methods that I've been trying, like civil disobedience, it hasn't worked.
So now I'm just trying to appeal to my fans. I thought somehow Twitter was going to be a part of this. Maybe it still will be. I mean, a lot of my good material is on there. But the same material should be on the JJ Styles Rocks channel on YouTube. Sometimes I call it Trip Zip Uno. No, it's JJ Styles Rocks on YouTube. JJ Styles Rocks. I have all this stuff laid out. The only problem is it's disorganized. It's all over the place. It's really raw material, but the content will save lives. And if you build a relationship with me, I can continue to save lives. If you give me a goddamn chance. I'm asking to be enabled. I'm asking for an opportunity to do my democratic duty as an American, to attempt to uphold the Constitution, you know, and all of the values and laws that go along with the Constitution. I'm attempting to defend it by asking you to help me. All you got to do is share the good material that I've made. Review it and judge for yourself. I only selected 2 videos on Twitter. There's a hashtag DopeZorHackZor. It's basically, I want to be, you know, in Russia they have a thing called a czar, and it's such a popular, I think, wasn't Rasputin the czar for a while? I forget. Or was he the czar's assistant? Is that how it works? I don't really know. I've never been to Russia. I am not a communist. I wouldn't know where to start. Or anything. I'm barely a Democrat. Or, you know, a democratic person. I'm barely a part of democracy. And I was born here. But the reason I'm not a part of democracy is because democracy's been really bad to me. But I can change things if democracy will listen to me. The problem is democracy takes forever. So short of a riot, I'm not going to save any lives. That's why I had to change my perspective. And because I was freaking out thinking about the 2 people that died in my backyard today from fentanyl blue pill overdoses, and the fact I couldn't help them because nobody helps me. So you gotta share my stuff. You gotta comment. You gotta comment and say, somebody listen to this man. Or say something like, right on. Or something like, hell yeah. Or how's about rockin'est man alive? You could comment and say that on the videos that you like. Don't you know I have a good plan? My plan to save these kids. It's very, very simple. It's like this. Black people, they don't trust the way it was back in my day. Yeah, Homie the Clown, let's say. He's black, right? Homie the Clown, African American. You've heard of him. Homie don't play that. Homie didn't trust white people. So he wasn't going to accept help from white people, right? Okay, that was like back in the day. Nowadays, we got junkies that are dying. These junkies are your children. They are your veterans. Sometimes they're your grandparents, because there's a lot of pain in this world, and fentanyl is a good painkiller. But the problem is the illegal stuff, it doesn't come in measured out doses, and it is highly lethal. So if you don't have a measuring cup, you're never gonna make a proper recipe, right? Likewise, if you don't have a label on your medication or illicit drugs, you're not going to be able to keep track of the amount that's in your body, and you're totally going to overdose and die by accident. Like, I never overdosed and I never died because I was getting patches, and I can do the math, and I have self-control. It was really easy. In fact, sometimes I would forget to put a new patch on. So, like, after 3 days, I'm, like, getting sick from opioid withdrawal. You know, that's the side effect, the symptom of the withdrawal. It's a problem. It's a disease. It's not really a disease. It's a condition. Anyways, after 3 days, I'd be like, oh, I don't feel good. Oh, I better put a patch on. Problem solved. Only had to go through that twice a week. And I tried to use my time to do good things, like upload songs to SoundCloud, jam with my band members,
live my life in the pursuit of freedom and happiness, as opposed to suffering, misery, and death, which is the only option that I've been given, ever. Suffering and death. And if you don't believe me, I guess you don't know my story. Maybe you should go listen to the original streamer, because I was an at-risk youth, just like these kids I'm trying to save. You gotta help me. You gotta share. You gotta comment. You know, I'm hoping to get donations from billionaires, because that's about how much money we're gonna need to buy the fentanyl from Merck. You know, fentanyl is an oil when it is in patch form. They take a thin strip of plastic that's a little bit like cellophane, and they coat it with an adhesive that is made of fentanyl oil, and they put it on the skin of an individual that needs it, and the oily fentanyl goes transdermally through the skin into the bloodstream, where it then hits the nervous system and provides the effect that it needs to for the patient. So I took it for chronic pain. These kids are going to need it for opioid withdrawal. Opioid withdrawal syndrome, otherwise known as dope sick. And I know this because I'm the dope czar. Get it? I know more about this problem than you do, and you have to trust that my intentions are high. I am not high. My intentions are. Does that matter? I gotta stop, because I'm gonna get emo. I don't want to freak you out. Not a good thing to think about how I feel. It makes me freak out. Goodness gracious. I had no idea it was such a bright and sunny day outside. Last time I went out there, it was cold and, I don't know, I think it was a little cloudy. I've got on like 2 layers of warm shirts. I got a, ow, my shoulder. My neck. That's one. I think I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. I'd like to take questions now. I'm gonna open up my chat window. Here, I'll just do like, you know what, I'm not ready yet. I'm an old guy, and I don't want to crumble to pieces on you. You know, I've been crumbling to pieces for 20 years. It's nothing new. I have post-traumatic stress and survivor guilt. So I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but I'm used to it. So if you're comfortable with me being uncomfortable, I'm comfortable with you being comfortable, okay? Is that agreed? Is that okay? Good. You are allowed to be comfortable with my uncomfortableness. You don't have to block me. You don't have to turn your back on me. You don't have to cry. You don't have to express any sadness or anything, because I'm used to it. I'm used to suffering on a daily basis. You don't have to feel anything about that. It's going to happen with or without you. But the lives that are dying in sleeping bags on the streets addicted to fentanyl, it's true. And I don't want to freak you out. But I have a plan. You gotta, do you want to hear it again? See, this is the loop that I'm stuck in. I'm stuck in this linear reality. And my message isn't that long. So I either gotta loop it, because I haven't had the effect that I need. I need an avalanche of likes and comments. I don't care if you hack them,
If you're a computer hacker and you're capable of giving me 100,000 likes right now, go for it. If you've got an army of bots and you can make them leave a trail of comments, go for it. It's gonna save lives. I'm asking you for help as a Zotketeer or whatever. You gotta get people to notice me. Because if the right people hear my message, they'll scratch their chin and they'll rub their head. They'll say, "Huh, that might work." By God, a bright idea treatment center that junkies can trust. That might just save lives. And if it's got my name on it, of course I've got to be the one running the show. Of course this is never going to happen because I don't have money or support. But technically, if I could get money and support by tomorrow, I could save one life, and then maybe two, and then maybe all of them. Because 1,200 people die a year from cigarette smoking, but in Tucson and Phoenix alone, more than 1,200 people are going to die. Just here, like, can you do the math? You need my help. If you're capable of doing math, you can see that the fentanyl problem is gargantuanly huger than tobacco ever was. And it's ironic because they're both physically addictive substances. So it is basically the same problem. The only problem is fentanyl is way, 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 way deadlier. Yes, but we have a secret weapon. It's called legal medication that is available in measurable doses. Granted, you guys almost screwed things up when the administration, Biden's administration, President Biden, he doesn't know. He's got a child afflicted by addiction, I believe. I don't pay attention to the news because it makes me freak out. But I've heard things like that President Biden has a kid affected by addiction. And he probably makes rash emotional decisions that don't make sense because he's too close to the problem. Yeah? Well, I'm not close to the problem. I am the problem. And I also have the solution. I am the hacker that broke into the system, and I am the admin consultant guy that fixed it. I am the alpha. I am the omega. I am the yin. I am the yang. I am the dope fiend. And I am Zot the Avenger. Get it? I'm all of the above. So you need me. The numbers are gargantuan. I figured this out this morning. I've been thinking locally, like about my 765 neighbors that are destined for the graveyard. You know, apparently, like from the first time I made a message back on May 26th, 338, I think is the new tally. The other day I tweeted 330 because those are the people that have already died since I presented my offer of help initially. 330 lost lives that I could have saved. I know I could have. I can't think like that. It's gonna push me over the edge. There are lives that I could have, I'm just gonna say it. 765 lives that I could have saved. They're already dead. Because I know the 330 that just died, nobody lifted a finger to do a goddamn thing. Meanwhile, if you'd enable me, I would have saved them and they wouldn't be dead. But you did nothing and you got dead people. I'd say you did nothing and you got nothing. You got worse than nothing. You got dead people. Congratulations. Why don't you try something different? Enable me. Enable the Avenger. Now. Please. I'm asking nicely. I have sound and rational mind. You probably think I'm just trying to get famous. Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? I deserve to be. So, wake up! You can trust me. Do it, or I'm gonna die.
And they're gonna die too. Don't you care at all? I know you do. Well, do the right thing. Talk about me now. I spent $500 on a Twitch, or excuse me, a Twitter. I haven't been on Twitch since May, since they banned me. I spent $500 on my Discover card because I thought I'd get like new followers, new views, new stuff. I thought maybe my plan would roll into effect. Nothing has changed. I'm just $500 poorer. I just have $500 more debt. Gee, thanks, Twitter. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm just trying too hard. Maybe I'm too desperate for help. I think I made a death threat to President Biden earlier, and when that didn't work, I think I did a death threat to President Trump. And the death threats just aren't working. Nobody notices my death threats anymore because they took away my guns. Granted, they didn't. I still got one. But let's just change the subject. The civil disobedience death threat thing is never going to work. There's no form of protest that does work. In my experience, there's no right way to protest, and when you do protest, you're going to get suppressed, ignored, or otherwise disregarded. Because I guess there's just too many protesters and they're all wingnuts? Well, maybe, but I'm not a wingnut. I'm a person with experience and integrity. I've given you advice before, and it was good advice. I told you how to get past that one part in that one game. I told you that one code that you needed to do that one move. Yeah, I give you good, honest advice. You know I do. Don't you believe me? I mean it. 100%. Do you want me to swear on a Bible? How about I use my oath to the United States of America? I got it around here. I do solemnly swear to uphold the laws and the values of the United States of America and my county, Pima County. I do attest and affirm, so help me God, or whatever. Judson Gerald Dacre. Yeah, I affirm that. Endorsed. Bam! Do you believe me? Do you believe me? Because I mean it. How can I be any more sincere? Step on a crack, stick a needle in your eye, pinky swear. I really want to be your dope czar. I am the, you ever heard the saying, never trust a junkie? You found the one trustable junkie on planet Earth. Congratulations. Why don't you enable me? I am totally the right guy for this. Am I not cute enough? Am I not rich enough? Smart enough? Am I not good? Are you jealous of me? Are you not connected to the internet? If you're connected to the internet, you should share this very video right now on every social media you got. Because I'm live and I'm trying to open up my chat window. I'm trying. Let me try harder. This ain't easy. But I'm asking you for help. It's in the subject. And I mean it. You gotta save me. And I can repeat my message again. Let me get the chat. I'll just type hi. Oh, great. It says this sucks. Oh, well. I've been updating my titles using Restream. And it doesn't update my titles. I don't know why. I did. My title currently says... Damn it. This is just such a... Oh, wait. Video games and more... Here, let me type hi. Hi. That's me. Okay, and now it says, please help me out right now. Available for questions about my... It's true. You know what? You want me to activate the camera? Okay. I just need a second here. But, here, you know what? Let me play some of... I'll just do it, because I gotta prepare. I gotta get ready. I'll play the video that I made this morning. Okay? That's what we can do. I made a good one. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying. I like to focus on one thing at a time. I like to. I don't always get that privilege. I'm gonna change the title from "This Sucks"
That looks terrible. My message always gets trampled. No wonder nobody supports me. My message looks sucky, but it's actually golden. You just gotta. Here, I'm gonna change it from this sucks to please enable. I was asking for help initially, but that's the wrong word to use because when people hear help, they think I want money. I don't want money. That would help because the fentanyl patch has got to come from somewhere. But I'm asking you to embrace my plan. That's my and I want you to embrace my plan by endorsing me as a human, as an individual. You gotta convince people. You gotta do it for me. I'm one person and I'm a very downtrodden. What does the word downtrodden mean? It means that I have no medication to treat my chronic pain and I haven't in 2 years. It means that I have a low income and I'm currently living in debt. It means that the $500 that I used to take a risk over on Twitter, it really hurts. But that's an afterthought. I'll have to worry about that later. Meanwhile, what are we talking about? I'm sorry. What the word downtrodden means. It means that you've had setbacks. What kind of setbacks? A lot of friends of mine have died recently. In the past, oh God, you don't want to know. Anyways, so many setbacks. Yeah, recently lost all my hair on top of my head. You know, it's like I got some really bad I can't even operate my computer right now. I smashed a 3D TV with my fist the other day. I smashed it because nobody acknowledges my plan. I'm like the ultimate latchkey throwaway kid that's gonna save all these latchkey throwaway kids. And you just gotta enable me. Asking you, you can feel good about yourself as a Zot Katir if you do this. If you've been feeling like you have low self-esteem, well, you can know that by enabling me, I saved lives. You just gotta make sure that I get trendy really quickly. You gotta make me trendy. You have to take the stuff I've been making about fentanyl and you gotta share it and make it trendy. And you gotta say, listen up, this guy knows how to save all the dead people. Because I do. You gotta. Begging you to just share my material immediately and make me trendy. So my plan for the rehab facilities, you know, there's a lot of aftercare involved with keeping a person off of the illicit substances. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem this time. Because there are so many desperate people that are also desperately addicted that have no place to turn. I think that once we give them a place to turn, it'll work. They're not going to run away. You know what? I'm not going to put bars. None of these facilities are going to have bars. None of them. I've decided I've had it with bars. There's no security. There's an open door policy, but there's no cameras. Everyone's anonymous. All right? Granted, there will be locks on the doors. The patients will have privacy. They will be anonymous. No cameras. No identification cards. There will be fentanyl patches on site to treat the patients. There will be water, lots of Evian brand water, and Core brand water, and Arrowhead brand water, and generic water, maybe water filters, you know, to treat the terrible water. You know, our nation's water supply is it's reclaimed and it's also reprocessed and it's basically safe to drink, of course, you know, but there's a whole lot of stuff we could do to a lot of different areas to make it better. You know, back when I was a kid, the water used to catch fire.
Because of fracking? That's what they called it when you would crack open rock to get at the fuel inside. Yeah, it was causing people's water to catch on fire. Yeah, my plan isn't gonna backfire. Nobody's gonna catch on fire, and nobody's gonna die from a fentanyl patch. They are gonna die from the blue pill. You get it? And yeah, the patches are expensive. And yeah, I think Elon Musk and Donald Trump are made of money. But even if they don't want to do it, they gotta consent. There's no guarantee that they're gonna consent to a goddamn thing. So we gotta do it ourselves. That's why you gotta support me, because I'm the ultimate DIY guy. Grassroots, DIY, modder. I am the MacGyver of everything, okay? So, and you know, MacGyver, he worked for the Phoenix Foundation. And he was a good guy. I'm a good guy. You gotta enable me. You gotta. It's like me. I'm fighting for my life. My life is based on my reputation. And I'm begging you to upgrade my reputation. Make me trendy. Right now. Because my plan is foolproof. All I need is support and trust. That's it. Support and what do I mean by support? Why do I always use that word? Just share. Share my that's the right word. Click the share button. I don't want you to comment, but it will help if you say things like, right on, this guy knows what he's talking about. Dope Czar, Hack Czar of America. You know, Zot the Avenger rules. Any kind of comment like that is good enough. That is support. That. Saying a nice thing immediately. Like, you don't have to spam people. One tiny little sentence. To say, right on. Just say it. Right on. Right on, Zot. That's what Lou Golden would say right now. He'd say, right on, Zot. If he was still alive and hadn't been run over while riding his bike to the store. Tragically. It's cool, man. That's what he would say. Right on, Zot. If I was on public access TV right now, and most of the members used to watch, or at least glance up and see what was on, my people would be saying, right on, Zot. That's what my people would say if I still had people and they weren't all basically dead and gone. All my people are dead and gone. We can still save your people for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I know. I gotta change my state of mind now. Because now I'm pissy. All my people are dead. You know, people used to tell stories about me, legends. Legendary stories. Tales of Zot the Avenger were told orally around this town. The oral history of Zot the Avenger. Now it's all gone because they're all dead. That's great. Way to go, America, taking care of your people once again. No, I'm not going to have that. Whatever. I don't mean to blame you. If you're watching this, you're paying attention. So that means I don't blame you. But right now, nobody's paying attention, so I blame everyone. You get it? It's that simple. When you have a problem, you acknowledge it. You don't turn your back. That is cowardly. I'm trying to tell you how to avoid the fight or flight instinct inside you. It is an evolutionary trait that you don't have to rely on. You can fight! And it's right to fight. Hold on. Hello? Hello? What? Pop the what? Dude, I'm not hungry. Thank you. Okay. Oh, good job. Seriously. I'm not hungry. I do get thirsty. But not this second. I think I do need a cigarette. I gotta sit down. You know, I've been standing this whole time. know, you guys know me, don't you? I'm JJ from Bright Idea and Video Games and More. I have terrible disabilities, but I'm still trying to get a message across to our leadership and to we the people. Because we are a democracy, everybody has to agree. So you got to share my message with everybody. Because I have a plan to save lives, and nobody is giving me the time of day. It's going to save my life, and it's going to save a lot of innocent people's lives. How many lives? Way more than cigarettes kill. I told you the number earlier, I'll tell you again. 1,200 people die in America every year from cigarette smoking related illnesses and diseases. Meanwhile, 1,200 people are going to die here in Phoenix and Tucson from fentanyl overdoses in that same amount of time. Just imagine how many are going to die all over the nation. How many cities do we have in this country? What, like 80 or 100? You know, yeah, that's like 100 times more than smoking claims. Maybe it's more like 1,000 times more than smoking claims. Smoking ain't shit. We gotta combat the fentanyl epidemic right now. Otherwise, you're not gonna have any people left in this country. If you do the numbers. These, yeah, they've already been, I'm not making this up. These are federal statistics. Yeah, Mr. Blinken came to town. Anthony Blinken, is that his name? I'm trying to remember. I think that's what it is. Anthony Blinken came to town, told us the lowdown, and now it's up to us to save ourselves. Basically, dude, they're in the middle of a transition. You know, the leadership, nobody is doing a goddamn thing right now because they're in transition. This is to be expected. Meanwhile, people are still dying. I have a plan right now to save them. And I don't care where you live. I don't care what political party you are. I don't care if you're straight edge or sober. Dude, I don't care if you play video games. I just want to save lives. And I have a plan. The 1,200 a year that die from smoking. And yeah, it's going to be a lot. This year, 2024, it's going to be shocking how many people were claimed. Just by the blue pill. The blue menace. Not the patch, the pill. The blue pill. The illegal pill that gets smuggled across the border illegally. The pill. You know how they get it here? They take hostages. American hostages. And then they have to drive it across the border. Why do the hostages do it? Well, because they don't want to die. Yeah. Meanwhile, why are they hostages? Oh, because they have cell phones and they call like all the numbers in the cell phone and they say, hey, do you care about this person? Oh, you do? Send money or we kill them now. So the narcos get doubly rich by earning hostage money, ransom money, and drug money. And you're doing nothing to stop it. I know the problem inside and out, baby. You gotta support me. Do you hear the need that I have to help? I need you to help me help. I want to help. I can't help. You need me to help. I want to help. Please enable me. Please. I gotta sit down. Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. I gotta get this pill in my bloodstream. Hold on. That was intense. There's some intense feelings right there. What did I do with that one thing? Here we go. Ooh. I'm an old man, dude. You know, when those moments happen, my blood pressure shoots through the roof. I don't have too many of those moments left in me. I'm urging you to just let me chill out. You know, if everything was okay right now, I wouldn't be freaked out. But things are not okay. I have a plan. You know, I got really good grades when I got a chance to. I'm a genius. I have a high IQ, in case you can't tell. You know, my memory, my photographic memory of all my trauma that I try to drink away with alcohol, yeah, but it doesn't ever work because I got a brain that just won't quit, even though I wish it would, because it hurts.
You know, I think Video Games and More is slightly to blame for this. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? You probably don't know what I mean. Look, you know they call it a photographic memory, right? Photographic memory. Does that make you think of photographs? Memorex. Remember with Memorex. Yeah. Yeah, photos, videos. If I didn't have so many damn videos of my life, I probably would have forgotten all of this by now. Because I've been making videos my whole life. Hey, who's this? We got Blue O's was Blur O's. I'm Loco from Twitch. That's cool, Loco. Can you please share this on your Twitch, on your social media, please? I'm trying to get attention, and it's not because I'm trying to get rich and famous. I have a pandemic, a chemical pandemic called fentanyl. It's a pill. It's blue. It's illegal. I want to save people from dying by using legal patches that come from Merck Pharmaceuticals, and I need to get attention. I need to get the attention of the masses. I need to get the attention of the President of the United States of America, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump. I need to get the attention of my local community, but I'll worry about that later because I can't get anybody to take me seriously right now. Let me change the video. Since I'm talking to you, I like to look at people when I talk to them. Let me do that. No, not that way. I have to deactivate. Now I have to activate. It looks like it. The light came on. Yeah, you know what? It's okay. I know I failed already. I was explaining that earlier. I have to change my attitude. And I was letting my attitude slip away from me right now. Yeah. My attitude is that I have already failed. Okay? So there you go. Let me get the chat window up on the screen. Maybe that'll motivate people to say right on. That's what I'd like you to say, Loco, is I'd like you to say right on the next time you comment in this chat room. Say right on. Right on. Right on, Zot. Right on. You know, my old man used to say, right arm. Farm out, dude. That's far out. That's farm out. Yeah, nah, this isn't far out. I'm not radical. I'm just a guy that's been put through hell. This hat is way too warm. It's been really cold lately. I don't like the thought of people dying in the cold weather in sleeping bags. Whether they're in the streets or the woods, addicted to fentanyl, I can come up with a treatment center, a treatment facility that is trustable because I am a security conscious and aware individual. I always have been. I've been a privacy advocate. I've been a friend to the EFF. I don't mean like a donator. I mean, I just talk about them a lot. John Perry Barlow, his outfit, the guy from the Grateful Dead. I've always been a fan of the EFF, and they've always, you know, accepted my fanhood. I've asked them for help sometimes before with legal advice. You know, I'm just saying, what were we talking about? I lose my train of thought. I'm just going to keep rambling because I got a plan to save the youth. It involves some very conformist thinking. Think about it. If a medication has been approved by the FDA, isn't it safe? Yeah? Well, fentanyl patches have been approved by the FDA. They come in measured doses, and you can use them to get people clean. I had a more radical idea to use ecstasy pills, but they're not legal here in America yet. For medical purposes, you know? So it's like, we'll use the legal option. It's just going to take a lot of money, you know? Like, ecstasy would be cheap, and you could save lives and get people clean. Because these people are physically addicted to a substance that they need to replace. I don't know how many adults are here. I don't know if you've ever been laid, Loco, from Twitch. Maybe you're a virgin. I don't care. But once you start having sex, once you get it in, you kind of need to continue the habit, don't you? Once you get it on the reg, once you're balling on the reg, it's like, should I ask this person to be my significant other? Because I'm getting pretty used to balling on the reg. Yeah, well, when you're addicted to a chemical like fentanyl, the blue pill menace, yeah, it's not a matter of feeling like you need it. It's an actual requirement because your body will cause you pain far beyond that of blue balls. Dude, give me a break. Blue balls isn't real. It is and it isn't. Like I know if I sit on my balls, I'm an old guy. Sometimes I sit on my balls when I sit in this chair. It sucks, but it's like that hurts about as much as blue balls does. And that's nothing. I was eating some habanero pepper Takis. Yeah. These are the zombie variety. They're extremely hot. Are they? They're extremely tasty. Extremely hot? I guess they are. But the pain on my tongue is nothing compared to the pain in my neck and the pain in my mind and quite possibly the pain in my heart and soul, if you know what I mean. I got a desperate need to help people because I got this condition called survivor guilt. What people get when they survive tragic fatal accidents. It's a side effect. It's a new disease you get to live with. It's a real thing. You can look it up. I got a lot of it. For no good reason. Other than I'm not popular. Whatever. It's not very fair to leave me with all this survivor guilt and no way to help. I have the solution. You have to make me trendy. You have to make me popular. I'm not trying to exploit you. 1,200 people are going to die from smoking. Yeah, and like 100,000 are going to die from fentanyl. And I have a plan. And I think that these rich people that are going to be running the government, I think they'll go for it. You know why? Because Merck is a big business. They're a pharmaceutical business. And they make the fentanyl patch. Yeah, recently, the entire industry, the opioid industry was hit hard with fines. Like $10 billion to like CVS and Walgreens and Walmart. They're trying to get reparations for all the people that have died from fentanyl overdoses. Meanwhile, Walgreens had nothing to do with it. Walmart had nothing to do with it. CVS had nothing to do with it. Merck had nothing to do with it. You know what has to do with it? Is the organized crime outfits in Mexico and China. And, they're the ones doing it. It's a coordinated effort between Chinese and Mexican criminals. And they take American hostages, and the American hostages smuggle the fentanyl pills into America because if they lose a batch, it's no big deal. Fentanyl pills are very cheap to make, especially when you're making money fist over dollar or whatever, hand over fist. It's a totally acceptable loss for a narco-criminal organization. If an innocent American hostage gets caught at the border and the load doesn't make it to America, they can write it off as not a big loss. And they're just going to take another hostage. Why do I say hostage? Because not only do they transport drugs, but they get ransom money. Because they call every phone number in the person's phone book, and they say they send them a photo, a snip, and they say, we got your loved one and we're gonna kill them. Wire us money now, or they die. And then they get the money, and then that's when they send the hostage across the border with the fentanyl. And it's a very difficult thing to combat because even when the Border Patrol catch people, they're only catching innocent Americans that are being held hostage and being used as drug mules. Do you see how this is an impossible problem to combat? Unless you listen to me. That's why you people are so hopeless in trying to ignore the problem, is because you don't understand it the way I do. You've never understood me. I'm not the problem. You can open yourself up to understand me. I'm not gonna make you radical. I'm not gonna kill you. You know what's gonna kill you is not listening to me and my plan, because I'm the expert on the border, on the fentanyl, on being addicted to it, getting off of it, not dying. Like, I'm not an expert in dying. I'm an expert in not dying. I'm still here. I'm breathing. And I know how I did it. It was by using a really expensive medication that Merck makes, you know? And so what? Yeah, I think the new administration is going to go for my idea. They don't want the narcos to be rich. They can't tax the narcos. They hate the narcos. The narcos are killing off good potential employees. You know, recruitable talent. The narcos are totally bad for us in general. They're getting rich. We're dying. Not only that, the drugs they bring over aren't even that good. We could make better illegal drugs here in America if we were gonna try. Like, we're settling for inferior illegal illicit drugs. I know, that's a crazy thing to say, right? It's true. As drug users, the American drug users, the drug users of America are settling for an inferior product. You know? You'd have to ask the DEA why. But in the meantime, this new administration is going to want to support a superior product. Fentanyl in patch form, 99.9% pure, effective in 25, 50, 75, and 100 gram microgram doses. Excuse me, I said gram. Microgram doses, distributed into the bloodstream epidermally over a 3-day time period. It's the perfect way to detox a fentanyl addict that is in the grips of a terrible temporary condition. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. A temporary condition that will soon turn into a permanent, eternal condition. If you don't do something. You gotta enable me. You gotta enable me. You gotta. I'm trying to save lives. I'm in real life. This isn't a video game. Nuh-uh. That would be great if it was. Granted, I was never that good at SimCity. Just saying. It's a great game, but I was never that good at it. Never. Not even if I cheat. How do you cheat at SimCity? You know. I don't know. How do you win? I'm not trying to be anything other than what I am. I am a public access producer. Public access is a democratic place that was instituted through government policies and laws, legislation, and it just so happens most of the material produced at public access was democratic in nature, you know, whether it was liberals promoting freedom or conservatives promoting traditional family values that keep people alive. Okay? That's what you got down there. You got liberals that are trying to change things in a positive way, and you've got right wings that are trying to keep things the same. And you know, and like for a long time we hated the right wing because things weren't working and we needed to change, and the right wing wasn't allowing us to. We've changed a lot since then. A lot. And I know that the colleges, the universities are still teaching the same curriculum with regards to Western civilization, humanities, the arts. They still are promoting white liberal guilt as a way to get your degree and earn your grades. It's basically a prerequisite. The white liberal guilt. You can't make it through college these days without getting a lot of debt and a lot of white liberal guilt. That's just the way it is, man. Because if you're educated and you know what went down, it's gonna make you feel things. And it's probably gonna make you feel shameful and guilty. And it should. I was born here, and my life has been miserable the whole time. Everything I ever did was a reaction to bad things. I'm a reactionary person, and I'm reacting to the fentanyl crisis that I did the numbers on. I guess we could go further into the numbers, but it's like I'm a reactionary person, and most of the things that I do are a reaction to bad things, because that's really what I'm familiar with. And it sucks. But I have the experience, and I have the knowledge, and I have the intentions. You really gotta enable me right now before it's too late. In a lot of ways, it already is too late for those that have shuffled off this mortal coil. But there's more coming, and I can save them. You gotta make me popular. You gotta make me popular. I come from public access. It's a democratic place. I know more about democracy than you. Why? Because I've been an independent this whole time. I'm not polarized. I hate you both. And I don't want to anymore. I don't want to have an ounce of hate in my body. I don't want to have a freaking gram. I don't want to have a microgram of hate in my body. Please take my hate and get rid of it. Get my toxic hate and throw it away for me, please. You can do that by commenting and saying right on. And you can share this with people that might be receptive to it. Please erase the spite-filled, like, revenge-driven, reactionary hate, the toxic hate inside of me. Please take it and throw it away. Don't give me a reason to hate. Take my hate and throw it away for me. Recycle it or something. I don't want to hate you. I don't. Currently, I'm very disappointed, and sometimes it goes into hate. Usually it's when my neck ache, which I have right now, gets a little bit worse, it turns into hate. Hatred of you and your good life. I want to help. You gotta enable me. You gotta make me trendy. Erase the hate that lives in me. And let me save these kids from fentanyl blue pills, please. I got a really good plan. I'm a premeditative person. You know why? Because I meditate. Today it was with a candle after I watched Ridley Scott's Numbers. Let me show you a little bit of that. It's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. I don't have it queued up. It'll be here in 2 seconds. This might take a minute. Here, let me take myself off of the screen. Is there someone in? Oh no, it's just Loco from Twitch. That's too bad. I'm obviously not effective. And I can't try any harder because I'm going to freak out. I've documented this whole process. It's a real shame that those people had to die. But I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. You shouldn't be holding my head over water. You should be giving me a microphone and some speak. You should be listening. I can't use metaphors with you because like it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm like I'm not, I'm talking to a bunch of non-artists, so I can't use metaphors. That sucks. I'm a master of metaphor and encryption codes. I'm a code breaker, a code maker. I'm a metaphor using. I'm a cryptic son of a gun, and nobody's made a. I can see why the country is in the position it's in. It's because nobody's trying to crack the codes. They got their own codes to crack, if they're even code crackers at all. That's cool, man. Crack this code. Hi, I'm JJ from Bright Idea Records, Video Games and More in Tucson, Arizona, and I have a foolproof plan to save lives that are addicted to fentanyl and currently scheduled to take a tremendous number of lives. The year 2024 is almost over, and when we tally up how many lives we lost, it's going to be shocking. Hundreds of thousands. There are millions of people in America, hundreds of millions. So hundreds of thousands is like a 1%. 1% of our population is dying annually. So that means pretty soon we're not going to have any people left. Oh, but not everybody's going to get addicted to fentanyl. You know how easy it is? Like to overdose when you're trying to sniff cocaine? I don't know. I haven't done that yet, but apparently, yeah. And you know why? Because the narcos are powerful. You don't understand them. I do. I live right by the border. I know this problem way better than anybody else. Nobody else has spent as much time here as I have. And nobody has spent as much time addicted to fentanyl as I have. Nobody has had to rebuild themselves from nothing as many times as I have. And nobody is still trying like I am. I think my track record speaks for itself. You know? I'm in trouble with the law right now. I don't care. I know I have no future. I accept that. And you know, it's like this. It's a shame, but I'm used to it. I'm not used to all the people being dead. I'm used to my people being dead. I'm not used to your people being dead too. It's scary, it's sad, and it's tragic. I wrote this song called I Want to Be a Terrorist back in 2000 and, what was it, 2001? Right, maybe 2002. And a lot of people thought that my singer, Fred Janis, wrote it. Freddie Dubers. I wrote it. It's registered with ASCAP. It's got my name on it. And it goes, drop out of school, fuck the system. My original lyric was win the lottery and pledge your life to anarchy. But Fred, he's like, nah. Because, like, nobody's ever going to win the lottery. But that was the best I could come up with. Because I'm like, where would you get the money to fuel a terrorist campaign? A terror campaign. Why would I write a song about such things? Because I'm a computer security expert and I was subscribed to a magazine at the time called like Federal Computer Security Weekly, something like that. You know, I was getting the literature from the security aware government. I was really into Carnivore at the time. Carnivore is an email sniffing system that was invented to combat terrorism and violate our rights. I got to learn about this in detail from Agent Thomas Lifferton, a representative from the Phoenix FBI branch. And basically, me and the rest of the local Tucson 2600 guys sat in the front row and listened to Mr. Lifferton's, Agent Lifferton's, description of the Carnivore program. The rest of the audience was system administrators. The local administrators and, you know, people in charge of things. in my town. My town is a very simple town. It's like an old west town. And what can I say? I'm sorry, I just can't believe there's not more people trying to chat. I can't. I'm saying please, but it's okay. Anyways, where was I? You know, I'm into and I wrote that song. I want to be a terrorist because I got this one issue or something. Maybe it was an email. I'm trying to remember. You see, back in these days, I was working in the development department at that the River Internet service provider, and I was fixing their billing system so they could get rich and take more money from their customers than they needed. You know, that's what they were paying me to do, and it made me feel crummy because I liked our customers. I'd been doing tech support. I did an equal amount of tech support and an equal amount of development. And it was like when I was in tech support, I was helping the customers. When I was in development, I was helping the company, right? So that means when I was in tech support, I was opposing the company because I was really helping the customers more than I should. And when I got into development, it was like I was oppressing the customers because I was helping the company. And ultimately, though the two cooperate together in order to, you know, sell a service and have a service, it's a mutual agreement, a reciprocal kind of thing. The problem is when I fixed the billing system, they started charging customers for this money, these overage fees that the customer didn't know they had. So it was screwing up their budget. And so for a little while, every customer all over the state was really angry. Yeah, so what, JJ? The point is, I am an empathetic person and I know how it feels to be in every position. I've been discriminated, I've been enabled, I've been powerful, I've been weak, I've been everything, I've been everywhere. And so what? When I got this magazine, they had a list of targets, soft targets and hard targets. Drop out of school, get on Social Security. Fred changed it to that because it was more relatable and accessible and likely to get people off their asses and become terrorist anarchists. Wouldn't it be funny if terrorists shot flowers out of their, if they made IEDs that shot confetti everywhere? I want to be I want to be a clown terrorist. I want to go around and terrorize you with laughs and good times. And I want to keep people alive. And I made this song to make people aware of all the targets that we have in this country, this nation. And they're all listed like a checklist in that song. It's pretty scary, and it sounds like we're really threatening. And what drove me to write the song was I'd been having a bad time. I had recently written this song called Days Like Today, and that song goes, bus didn't stop at my stop. Boss, he was acting like a snot. In school, it tied my gut in a knot. And I'm thinking that today I just shouldn't have woke up. Days like today, they make me wanna kill you. Girlfriend wanted to break up. Bank account wasn't filled up. Credit card was totally racked up. I guess somewhere, somehow, some way, I must have messed up. Because days like today, they make me want to kill you. And I know that you get mad too. I see you getting mad and flipping people off when they cut you off. Yeah, well, I do that too. Except I do not need to be cut off. I just need to walk down the street to let you all know how I feel. I hate every last one of you, and I hope you effing die. Shove it up your goddamn a-holes, break it off, and choke. Days like today, they make me want to kill you. I understand the mind of a terrorist. I understand the mind of somebody that wants to go on a mass shooting. Because I'd do it right now if I had the chance.
You guys have been so bad to me. You could change things. But ultimately, that song, I Want to Be a Terrorist, is supposed to wake you up to all the targets. We are so vulnerable all the time. And it's like we just live that way because nobody knows what to do about it. Except the guy that's been sitting on his ass paying attention all this time. You think dope is the only thing I know? You think fentanyl's the only thing I know? You should really enable this hacksaw. This dope sore hacksaw. What do you want to know about got any questions about computer security? Got any questions about being addicted to dope? Actually, how about just dope in general? I can tell you about the history of Vietnam and how heroin was smuggled into this country in body bags from Vietnam. The dead soldiers that came back from the war in body bags. There were tons of loads of dope, heroin inside. How do I know? Because I've talked to people that were there, and they told me intimate details that they didn't tell you. So, and how did this happen? Corruption. It's just plain and simple corruption. You know, everything in our society is based on trust, and all it takes is one break in the chain, and all the trust is worthless because you're completely vulnerable. You gotta keep the chains linked. You really do. You gotta keep the chains. The links can't break. Do you see? Or else the security fails. So, and if you look at it systematically, you know, it's like more than likely it's only going to be the security of one area, like one module. Right now, that module is the youth of America. Innocent kids are dying from fentanyl overdoses because they're totally vulnerable. Back when I was a kid, if you popped the pill in your mouth, it was going to be ecstasy. These days, it's fentanyl. They don't get a choice. They're trying to escape from reality because you people make it horrible. And I know it's not the end of the world to live in a horrible reality. I've done it my whole life. But the thing is I relate to those kids more than anyone. The kids that play video games because they hate life. The kids that get high and take drugs because they hate their own life and the experience that they're having. You know? The people that beg for money at intersections. You know, if I ran the country, or at least this particular sector of it, maybe if I ran this neighborhood, if I was the head of the neighborhood, man, if I was a kingpin that had a stranglehold on this city, man, this is a fun train of thought. Where was I going with it? You know, these I would do what I'm telling you if I had the power. And I would also, oh, this was another idea. That's what I was going to allude to, and I lost it. I guess I'll just keep talking about the, share this, please, right now. Share this video on social media. Please comment and say, right on, Zot. Right on, Zot. It's R-I... I'll just put it up on the screen, I guess. I hope I don't screw up. I gotta... I can't do it. My neck hurts, and I'm gonna freak out. So, you just gotta do it for me, guys. It's really isn't ideal, but it's okay, because I tried my best. And, it's like I'm all dressed up with no place to go. I got the perfect plan. You know, I told you so about computer security. Back when I wrote that song, I Want to Be a Terrorist. I told you so. Now you're all taking computer security seriously? Yeah, good for you. Way to fail me. I'm doing terrible. And you're totally excluding me because my computers aren't good enough to use your security. If I would have implemented the security, the internet would be a lot more universally accessible right now.
but I didn't get any power, and my ideas didn't get used. And now you guys are using inferior. Granted, it's getting better. You know, I'll just like say I told you so. And then I'll say, and with video games and video game content creation, I told you so. I did it with video games and more. Nobody got it. Then they watched one episode, most people, and they got it. One episode and they were hooked. Told you so. Video game content creation, it's a powerful thing, right? All the lives that have been helped and saved on like Twitch with the drives that people do, the fundraisers, but also the streamers themselves have been saved from the terrible life I had, because now they've got an outlet and they get to even do it from home if they choose to, and that's cool. I'm happy about that. But I told you so. When I made video game content, when I invented video game content, I was right. Nobody told me I was. Nobody supported me. Nobody gave a damn, except like the few people that did. You know, like Bookman's, Used Books and More. They sponsored me and provided me with games for the program. And I believe a federal tape grant provided me with videotapes to archive the stuff and share it with you. And Totally Games provided games, and that's it. I'd like to thank Bookman's, Totally Games, which doesn't exist anymore, the federal government, and all the employees at the TV studio, and the cable subscribers that paid their salaries, because it wasn't done with taxpayer dollars, it was done with cable subscriber dollars. So thank you. That's it. Video games and more happened because of those elements. And you know, the fact is, video games and more would have happened without them. I was determined. You know, I would have rented my own games. I would have played my own games. But it was nice having the resource of a video game rental store where you go to rent games. That's what we used to do. And a used video game provider, because I had a library right there. I could pick what I felt like playing and make a show on it. Because, you know, I don't always feel like playing one particular title. You know, sometimes I can only do one thing. And that's the thing that I need to be doing. And no matter how much I beg and plead to do that one thing, I never get to do it. And I always get shot down, and it's just too bad. Because it always costs me a lot of resources and time to get to where I need to be. And something always tears it down, whether it's a fatal accident that kills my band, whether it's a conniving new employee, a new hire that gets me fired from my dream job. Even though I had done nothing wrong, it was a coordinated conspiracy effort. I had worked very hard to get to my dream job position. Oh well, you know, it's what it's like for a born loser. I built up a scene downtown independently, all by myself. That's right. Punk Rock Tuesdays at Francisco Studios. It took me like a year or two downtown to get it started. And I started out on the east side at JG Music, just right by here. You know, it took time, it took money, it took effort. I built it up, and I had a beautiful thing downtown going with Punk Rock Tuesday. A lot of bands were getting noticed and having a good time. Nobody was getting hurt. There was a lot of activity, productivity, friendships. It all stopped when I got my DUI, which got lowered to reckless driving. I wasn't even drunk. I wasn't even reckless. I was getting a blowjob from a cute girl while driving down the highway. And I pulled off because I didn't want to wreck on the highway. I just wanted to receive my oral pleasure and get back on the road. Yeah, but unfortunately, I parked in mud and got stuck. The tires couldn't get us out, and a police officer came up. I thought, he's going to help us. Instead, he handcuffed me and ruined Punk Rock Tuesday, ruined everything I built. So video games and more got ruined when I had to go to work because I had a fiance and we were living together. I couldn't do it all. And so life ruined video games and more. Oh, but what about the life I was building? The accident ruined that. Oh, but I lived and I recovered and I therapied and medication. What killed that? A conniving capitalist employee guy that's totally wanted to get his roommate hired there for convenience. He totally was not concerned about everything I'd been through. He was only concerned about himself, his roommate, and their income. And that's fine. It's probably gay. I don't know. His name's Kelly. He was a really big guy. Like this big white guy, bald head. I don't care. You know, it was a big white guy. Like 6'5", like 300 pounds, 400 pounds. That was Kelly. And that was also the guy that cheated in the Star Fox competition at the Tucson Mall. That I won. I won the Star Fox competition for Super NES, but I didn't get to win because this big fat tall white guy cheated. He was an employee. He worked there at the game store. There was software, etc. upstairs, and there was a place downstairs. I think it was like a Capcom store by the food court. He worked at that location downstairs. He got an advanced copy of the Star Fox game that was being used in the competition. You know what I'm talking about. You can look up the ROM on the Internet Archive. It's Star Fox Competition Edition for Super Nintendo. I waited in line over and over and over. Me and my mom. We'd go upstairs, we'd come downstairs. We'd go upstairs, we'd come downstairs. And I got to play it like 4 times in my life. And I had the highest score until the cheater dethroned me and got to claim the prizes. Yeah, that's cool, man. I don't think that was a make or break my life situation. No, it wasn't actually. It was just a competition that I lost. It could have been a fair competition and I could have won it, but it was a corrupt cheater competition and I lost it. Oh well, them's the breaks, kid. You know? So, check out another opportunity I lost. You know, TCI, the cable provider, and Acclaim, otherwise known as Probe, the video game maker. Yeah, they built up an alliance together. I had attracted the attention of Acclaim because they were in the works of developing the relationship with TCI, and TCI was aware of me because of the Access Tucson Video Awards for Cable Casting Excellence 1996. It was Ken and what was her name? I forget. You know, the two that were up there presenting the award for the best in young producers and young content. And it was Dickey, her name, Lauren Dickey, and right, and Ken. Anyways, TCI was aware of me, and they started to broker a deal with Acclaim. It's a famous deal. I'll show it to you. But I got an email from Probe, one of the developers one day. I think his name was like Rick Acosta or something like that. It's on the tip of my tongue. I don't think I'm ever going to remember it. You see, the thing is, that email was on my Macintosh Power Mac 8100, and it got B-tree leave errors, and I didn't know about Norton Disk Doctor, and I lost my pen pal. I lost that connection with Acclaim and Probe. I lost everything when that B-tree leave error thing happened, and I didn't know what to do. My mom had a rich friend. His name was Sky. He passed away a few years ago. William Crosby. Yeah, he paid $70 to Simutech. They're the Apple repair store in Tucson. They determined that the B-tree leave errors were only fixable with Norton and, Norton Disk Doctor. Those things still get B-tree leave. There's all kinds of file system stuff. Right now, the Macs use a BSD file. You know what? That's not the topic. Anyways, it was too late to save my data. they offered to format and reinstall. Instead, Sky bought me a copy of Norton Utilities, and I used that copy for many years afterwards. And then I learned how to pirate software from Usenet news groups, and I got an updated copy myself because I was still poor and I needed a new copy, and nobody was going to buy it for me, and I couldn't check it out from the library, and I didn't want to lose all my data that I'd worked so hard to accumulate all over again. Anyways, yeah, this was a very positive email from Acclaim Probe Entertainment. It said, "Hi, I've received the videotape of Video Games and More. This is, I think it was Rick Acosta, I don't know, from PrimeNet. He had a PrimeNet account, primenet.com. I got it with Eudora on my Power Mac, and it said, I'm very impressed with Video Games and More, and was wondering if it's Acclaim and Probe could be a part of the program, Video Games and More. I had it. And the Beatree Leave errors wiped me out. There was no way to get his email back. There was no way to recover the data. I had already used the email client to download the message from the POP3 server. It wasn't on there anymore. And neither was my pen pal's email address. Emily from Sweden, the twin with the twin sister. You know, I lost 2 connections that day just because of those goddamn Beatree Leave errors. And I wasn't aware of Norton Disk Doctor. And Norton Utilities is the suite that came with Disk Doctor. I wasn't aware. And I couldn't have afforded to have bought it even if I was aware. I was the little kid. I barely had an allowance. My old man had to break his neck by falling over a railing that was faulty. The welding had undone, and he fell over off a staircase. It was very traumatic, and he really hurt his neck, and he won a lawsuit. You know what my old man's health, you know what his neck was worth? $5,000. My father was worth $5,000. And that's what I bought my Power Mac 8100 with. Power 8100 100 AV. And you know, I'm still thankful to my father. That's a really, really selfless thing to do. Even for your own kid. He was always really broke and giving me money. Because he had faith in me and he trusted me. Whenever he had money, he gave it to me. He had Social Security check when he started getting one was like $500 a month. Like, and he used to give me like 100, 150, 200. He was like, "Dad, I'm getting a scholarship. I got a Pell Grant. I'm going to Pima College. The Pell Grant's paying for my gasoline, my school. You don't have to keep giving me this." He says, "Mijo, I'm your father. I'm supposed to give you an allowance." You know, I just said, I'll take it. He also taught me how to sell marijuana. On a seller. It weighed out. It was a quality product. And I sometimes would sell marijuana on credit to my friends at the TV studio. And also to my friends at the River Internet. I was a total dope dealer. Zot the Avenger had never smoked dope, but he was dealing it. Just like that, dude. Fucking. Woo! Good stuff, huh? Harmless. I mean, to a developing mind, it could cause harm. But if you're 25 years of age or older, like if you look like this, it'll harm your mind. If you're 25 or older, party on, dude. Party on. And the legalized it. Anyways, I just told you how many stories of heartbreak. I could go into extreme detail. Every time I build something good, it gets torn down. I'm like a nerd making sandcastles on the beach, and the bullies always kick down my castles, and nobody sticks up for me. And I make the best sandcastles you've ever seen. Have you ever been to Santa Monica, California? They used to do that at the shopping mall. They'd have big old sand castles, like the size of a building, like the lobby in a shopping mall. Yeah, I didn't actually build sandcastles. That was one of my artistic metaphors. I'm like a little kid nerd building sandcastles, like a little, that's what they call a simile. Yeah, and the bully always comes up and kicks down my castle, and nobody ever does anything. I just told you 5 instances. And one of those instances cost my father his neck. He was still alive. It was a terrible life, filled with pain, anguish, suffering, frustration. No, nothing like that guy. And I'm going through what he went through right now. Luckily, I know how to deal with it. I'm dealing with it right now. I'd be freaking out otherwise. I was freaking out. I was on the brink of freaking out earlier. You know? All I can do is tell you. I'm helpless to do anything other than tell you. All I can do is share information. You gotta take it and run with it. I got a broken neck, I got a broken back, I got a broken hip. I can't go out and spread my message. I'm not Jesus Christ, I'm not Prince Buddha, I'm not Johnny Appleseed. I'm not gonna leave this chair. I can't. I got no medication. You know, when I was doing Punk Rock Tuesday downtown, I was lit on fentanyl. I was totally 100 microgram patches. And you know what I was doing? The videos are on YouTube. I was getting good work done. Not causing problems. It was a great big coordinated effort to have fun and share music and get, you know, there were a lot of up and coming bands 10 years ago, like Pygmy Death Ray. They played their first show at Punk Rock Tuesday, hosted by your MC, JJ Styles. Punk Rock Tuesday. Harmon Promotions. You know, Space Smoke Shop. Like, I built that. Nobody acknowledges that I built that, but I have the video. It was the Dilly Gaff performance on Halloween 12 years ago. Punk Rock Tuesday didn't exist yet 12 years ago on Halloween. No, because we played that show on a Wednesday, and Shane liked it. He was like, dude, you want to come back next Wednesday? Or, you know what it was his idea to put it on Tuesday. It's like Halloween fell on a Wednesday. That's why we were playing a gig in the middle of the week. And he liked that feeling because everybody plays gigs on the weekend. So he's like, this is cool. Hey, why don't we do it on Tuesdays instead of Wednesdays? And I'm like, do what? He's like, you get the music happening in here on Tuesdays. I'm just like, I only have like a couple bands. I could do a couple performances, but you'll have heard all of our He's like, no, let's just do it. Come on. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, dude, I'm totally serious. He says, look, that's like a stage that needs to be used. He had that stage installed for a reason. He wanted to get more live music. He wanted the smoke shop to be a venue, and he wanted me to help. So I did. How did I help? I asked Harmon to help. I had been trying to get Punk Rock Tuesdays off the ground for a while, and it was mostly me doing a lot of solo shows, if you can believe that. I guess I'm not a good networker. I guess not. Never have been. Anyways, so Shane was getting kind of disappointed. I could tell by the look on his face. And I can't blame him. And I was getting crazy because I had a great opportunity that I was presented with, and I couldn't do anything with it. It was basically no fun. So I asked, I had a bunch of friends. We were in this band High Intentions that was a fun band because it came with fans. Sometimes you start a band and it doesn't come with fans. This band had T.C. Hollingsworth and Shannon Starr, or Star Shannon, you know, and also sometimes we had a guest. What's that chick's name? I forget. Oh, we also used to have Real Spice, otherwise known as Frankie. We also used to have Leland. He used to play on my drums sometimes. And yeah, we had a fan base. They came to every practice and they came to every gig. And as a result, and Zyba, Mallet Corp Zyba, Jonathan Baxter up in Arizona State Prison right now, serving 3.5 more years for kleptomania. Nonviolent kleptomania. Anyways, serving 3. There were a lot of people, and I asked them for help because we had a band, and Harmon. We had been trying to utilize him for a while as some kind of like a manager, a band manager, because like he's like a there's like a in the past several generations, the Generation X, Millennial, and Z. You know that there's been like handicapped people all around you. They got like attention deficit disorder. That's what I have. And then autism, I believe. Or no, Asperger's. Asperger's is what the millennials have, I think. And autism is what Generation Z has. It's like, or maybe I'm wrong. It seems like it happened like that. It seems like Generation X is riddled with attention deficit disorder, like the millennials are riddled with Asperger's, and the Generation Z are riddled with autism. I have a little cousin, Frank, that's got autism, I believe. Got to hang out with him when I went to TwitchCon. That was cool. Anyhow, I says to Harmon, I says, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you get on Facebook and ask all the bands that we've played gigs with if they'll come play a show or something? He's like, why don't you do it? I said, because I hate Facebook and I suck at it, and I just am asking you for help. Will you help me or not? I'm not here to give you an explanation. And he said, fine. And he did it, and it worked. And he became a big man. He smoked a lot of marijuana down there. Harmon did. A lot of marijuana. And hung out with a lot of people. And he was a hot shot, big man. And he enjoyed it. And I did too. And I didn't need to be a big shot because I was up on the stage. You know? I didn't need to talk to... I used to announce the bands. Tell everybody the name of the band so everybody in the audience knew. And I'd get them charged up, fired up, so they would clap and applaud and hoot and holler, and the band would feel the support and play the songs better. Because that's what happens when the audience cares. And how do they express that they care? By clapping and hooting and hollering and dancing. That's how. Anyways, it's like a few videos out there, but it all fell apart when I got the DUI. Castles made of sand. It's cool. I'm used to it. It's gonna happen to me over and over and over until I die, and then it won't happen to me anymore. I guess I like it when my sandcastles get kicked over, because I'm still building sandcastles. Aren't I? I don't like it when they get kicked down. My sandcastles, I'd like to preserve them. You know how to do that? I'll tell you. What you do is you get a cup of water, and you pour the water over the sand castle, which causes the sand to bond together in unity, in unison. And these little nothing sand grains will take form and hold like cement, you know. But I mean, if cement, if what's the size of sand, it wouldn't stick together too good neither. Anyways, that's it. You just pour water on it, it dries, and it's like a castle that's made to last. Pretty simple, right? It'll probably start to lose form, and if you pour the water too rapidly, the whole thing's gonna just wash away in a pile of mud. It would probably be best to hydrate the castle with a spray bottle of water, because you can get it wet, but not too much water all at once. That's kind of like the chronic pain management that doctors do for their patients. They ascertain the amount of water to put on their sandcastle in order to keep it from getting knocked down by bullies. That's what a chronic pain doctor does. We're just trying to keep the sandcastles from getting kicked over by bullies. That's all I'm trying to do. You're just letting the bullies run the show by not listening to my good ideas and supporting my good ideas and sharing my good ideas. You're really letting the bullies win. Do you think I've ever been an effective bully ever in my life? You think I've ever had enough power? I'm not tall. I've never had enough power to be a bully. Not a good one. I think I've had a confrontation or two. You know, bullying isn't a confrontation or two. Bullying is an everyday experience. That's why it's like we had to combat it together through the open sharing of knowledge and, policies and commitment to each other. Because if you just ignore it, or even worse, encourage it, that's what that movie Revenge of the Nerds was about. It was about encouraging bullies to perpetuate the cycle of abuse. And the coordinated effort to suppress a race of people known as nerds. It's about civil rights. It's unfortunate that people don't have a greater appreciation for the arts. Because when you have an art-filled mind, your mind makes new connections to things. When it recognizes things. That is what artists do. They like take something, like if you see the face of Jesus in a flour tortilla, that's art. You're looking, if you see a giraffe in the clouds in the sky, that's art. It's natural. It happens. But it's the artist and their perception that makes it human, digestible to humans. The artist has to do it for you. Just like the doctor has to prescribe your medicine. You can't be your own doctor. You can't demand things from your doctor. Your doctor has to be cool and do the right thing. My doctors haven't been cool ever since the fentanyl crackdown started. It's been very uncool. And I think most of the chronic pain sufferers in America will tell you the same thing if you look. I've shared links on my Twitter. There's publications everywhere. The suffering is known. The problem has been identified. The problem is the solution hasn't been. I am the solution to your problem. You gotta enable me now, or face the consequences of your own demise. It's that simple. I'm here to help. If you don't let me help, I told you so.
I told you so. I told you so. Wait, was that one too? I told you so. Okay. Punk rock is good music. I told you so. Video game content is a good idea. I told you so. Freedom of speech is a good idea. Yeah, Donald Trump, he just made it a thing. I've been telling you this for a while, that free speech is the price. Told you so. I've been telling you how to combat the fentanyl problem. I don't know if I'll ever be able to say I told you so, because I don't know if you guys are going to do it on your own. I don't think you are. I think you're going to let everybody die like you're currently doing. And that's a shame. You should be ashamed of yourself for not sharing Zot the Avenger with everybody. You should be ashamed of yourself. You really should be racked with guilt. I'm going to throw this out there again and see if it sticks. Because I know that if I could find a lawyer that was gutsy enough, that had the spine, the guts, and the balls to sue Amazon and Google for infringement. Twitch has infringed on my color theme. They took Zot the Avenger purple and made it Twitch purple. I want my color back. Secondly, the entire genre of video game content is intellectual property. The idea of it and the implementation of it was mine, is mine, and I deserve royalties for my intellectual contribution to the world. It wasn't easy. I had very little support. I told you, Totally Games, Bookman's, my mom, the TV studio, the people that worked there, the federal government, and the tape grant, and that's it. And there were a few other people, I don't know, sometimes Carlos from La Luz y El Sonido de Dios, sometimes he'd run camera, sometimes he'd drive me downtown to the studio. I think he drove a Datsun. You know, he was a producer. Carlos, those were cool people, the Eckankar Spanish show people. I was really good friends with Ernesto Bujanda and Sandy, our camera girl, and Jesus and Chewy and Hector. We always used to go to El Minuto downtown and have dinner, and they'd try to convert me to Eckankar, and I'd say, I'm flattered, but I'm an atheist. Sorry. I don't believe in a creator that is supernatural. I believe that if somehow, the human race arrived on a meteor or a comet as a speck of DNA, that might have happened. But might not have. Maybe evolutionary theory is correct, and it took millions and millions and millions of years to get to this point where you just let people die needlessly by not supporting Zot the Avenger, the cutest, smartest little kid you've ever seen. That's fucked up. That's not evolution. That's not survival of the fittest. That's a bunch of lemmings jumping off a cliff. That's what you people remind me of, lemmings. You throw yourselves at things, and you wind up falling off a cliff. And I'm the guy that's trying to save you, lemmings. And I just don't have enough resources, Sometimes you need the blocker lemmings.
Sometimes you need the pickaxe digger lemmings. You know, there's some. You need the suicide bomber lemmings. It takes lemmings of all types for this lemming saver to get his job done. And I don't have any lemmings at all. I am the only lemming, and I'm not even supposed to be a lemming. I'm supposed to be the lemming saver. I'm supposed to save you from jumping off the cliff. Why don't you listen to me? Why don't you tell the other lemmings, hey guys, come over here. This guy's gonna make it so we don't fall off the cliff. And go splat. I'm really good at that game too. Psygnosis, lemmings. I'm very good at saving lemmings. I'm not good at SimCity. Maxis, what's his name? Steven Wright's company, I think it is. Yeah, I'm not good at SimCity. I'm honest. I'm not good, but I am good at lemmings. And I saved my own life many times over. I was talking about Zen Buddhism. You know, I saved my life in the rollover by knowing how to ninja roll and protecting my brain to the best of my abilities so I didn't get my brains oozed out of my head. It's true. You can look it up, I think. I don't know. Anyways, I also saved my life after the accident because after I'd healed up enough to, like, walk out the front door, it took me about a month at home, laying on a mattress in the middle of the living room for my injuries to heal up. I didn't have any pain medication. I wasn't really in that much pain at the time because I was just laying there in a bed healing. It was a lot like being in a hospital bed. You know, they came to New Mexico in a van, they picked me up, and it was basically like I was just like the whole time in the hospital, in the van. When I'd get up to walk down the hallway, I couldn't walk very far, like to the bathroom, like when I was in the hospital, because it was a strange feeling of gravity being heavier. Everything was so heavy, I could barely move. And I feel the same way right now. I feel weighed down with burden. And though I can pick myself up, it still feels heavy. It's all heavy, man. Where was I? So, when I got back and healed up enough to try to live, join a band, rejoin, get with my band members. Yeah, I wasn't the same. I had acquired the post-traumatic stress and the survivor guilt, and I was having meltdowns every time I went out. I think that until the brain swelling went down, I was having epilepsy. Epilepsy can be a temporary condition, I believe. You know, like from a drug overdose or a brain injury. Brains get injured when they're deprived of oxygen or receive blunt force trauma in other various ways. And so I was having meltdowns all over town and at home by myself with other people, and I was really starting to lose it from the survivor guilt and the post-traumatic stress, and the chronic pain had begun to set in and also drive me insane. And I went to the mall with my mom, I think, after I'd been fired from that awesome job I was telling you about. I think it was. Because I think it was around the year 2006. That's like 3 years after the accident. I'd been trying to recover and I couldn't do it. I'd been going to therapy, La Frontera Behavioral Health Center, going to support groups. I'd been doing everything I could. Nothing was working. Somehow, I stumbled upon a copy of Hardcore Zen by Bradley Warner, the bass player for Zero Defects hardcore punk rock band. And he's also a Zen master. And he told me in a punk rock way how to attain inner peace. And I pulled myself from the depths of despair. And it was really bad. I had been acting out in strange ways. I climbed up on the roof one evening with my gun. It's a not my Sigma, not my Smith & not my Glock. It was my Keltec. I had my Keltec 380. I was gonna blow my brains out up on the roof, right up here. And I was laying down, looking up at the stars, putting the cart, the clip in the chamber, and I'm just looking at the stars, and I'm just thinking, God, thank God, it's all gonna be over. And I put it under the chin, and I'm like, and I started crying, thinking about my mom, and thinking about everybody that had been trying to help me in the past 3 years. And I took it away from my chin and went bang, 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 and emptied it out real quick. Because I just had a moment that I couldn't do it because I was like, I started to cry like a little bitch, thinking about the people I'd be leaving behind. And I figured I better empty out the clip right now before I change my mind. And I don't think I would have, if that would have happened a year later, I would have followed through. But I got into Zen Buddhism and meditate. When I first started meditating, I couldn't do it for more than about that long. From that point to that point, okay, this is me trying to meditate, okay? I can't do this. That's it. That's what I was after the accident. It was rough. And I got pissed off too. I'd be like, fuck meditating. This is stupid. Hey, this guy's not punk rock. He's not Zen. He's not shit. But I kept reading the book, and I'd try, and I think I got up to like a minute of meditating, and I get fed up. I get fed the fuck up with just sitting there doing nothing. And then I got to the part of the book, I'm not sure what page it is, where he goes into DIY tutorial how-to mode, and he says, let your thoughts float through your mind like clouds in the sky. And that's when I just let my thoughts float in and out. And I think I lasted 20 minutes after I read that page. And that was a good day. I guess that was the day I saved myself once again. So the rollover, the Zen Buddhism, the day that I reached out to Jason Scott, I saved myself again. Because I had been really low. Once again. All the Punk Rock Tuesday stuff was dead and gone. Long gone. I had gotten over the DUI, but I was really just lost. I didn't have a band scene at all anymore. Nobody wanted to work with me anymore because they thought I was a flake that abandoned them. It was a DUI. Forgive me, please. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm lucky they gave me back my driver's license. I had to conform to their rules, and I didn't get to drive for a year, and I didn't try to drive. I rode the bus. I wasn't going to cheat. I was in trouble, and I was just going to do what they wanted so I could get out of trouble, but it took a year, and the whole scene died without me. In a year. We had hundreds of people involved. Without JJ, dead. Oh well. kind of like the TV studio. When I had to leave that place, it died too. Coincidence? I think not. I think there's a life force inside me that is also within you, but I think it is dormant. The life force that awakened in me years ago is dormant in all of you. The word dormant means like not awake yet, in a state of hibernation, dormancy. You are all dormant, and I'm surrounded by dormant people, and it really hurts, because whether you're dormant or awake, one of these days you're gonna be dead. It's a fact. Unless you go to Alcor and get frozen like I'm gonna do somehow, and then get reawakened by using modern technology. I have a lot of faith in that, but anyways, because I should. It's always worked out for me for the most part. It doesn't do everything. My master tech skills can't do everything, but man, they help a lot. Being an elite hacker is a lot of fun. It's even more fun than being a video gamer. The only problem is, if you're an elite hacker, you might make a game out of life, and that's fucked up. So, there's no way around it. When you make a game out of life, it's fucked up. That's why you're supposed to play games. You're supposed to play games so you don't make a game out of life. Because life is fragile. And once it's over, it's over. And if you make a game out of it, people are gonna get hurt, and they're gonna have to live with an injury the rest of their life. And if they get hurt, they're gonna die. And if they don't have enough money, they're gonna have to try to make it, and they're gonna die. You know, there's a lot of needless death. And the only reason why it happens is because there's not enough people willing to just, like, volunteer. Like, think about it. If we all helped each other for free, we wouldn't need money. If you helped me help you, we could be so powerful right now, instead of being against each other and at odds. I'm currently competing for viewership right now when I shouldn't have to be. I'm saving you with a great plan, a great idea for the fentanyl addicted people of America, and you're just ignoring the shit out of me. Wow, way to go. That's cool, man. Hey, if things change, I hope I notice. Because things ain't gonna change. I can't make them change. You have to make things change. I told you, share this. Make me trendy right now. Because I am powerless to do anything. I don't even get my mom to agree with me these days. I'll never get President Biden or Trump to agree with this plan, and I won't get my local community to agree with this plan. People don't give a fuck about me. They don't hate me, they ignore me. Because I'm that guy that reminds them of the dead band. The fucking, and I'm sad. I'm addicted to dope, and you people have the wrong attitude about dope. I have the right attitude. You've never even tried it. I know it inside and out. It's kind of like computer security and hacking. Yeah, back when nobody had ever tried it, I knew it inside and out. Kind of like video games and video making. I knew it inside out, back and forth, when nobody else did. And it's happening all over again. I know dope and kids and addiction and the border. I know the enemies. And, Green Day has a song, Do You Know the Enemy? You don't know the enemy. I know the enemy. You need me to identify the enemy for you. I'm describing the enemy, but my description isn't good enough. You gotta just give me the reins with this. You gotta. Get somebody come over here with a van or a limousine or something, pick me up, let's go somewhere and make some phone calls. I gotta ask a few people for money, some powerful people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. I'll start there. We need a bunch of fentanyl patches from Merck. They are the perfect thing to get people clean from the blue pill menace that is flooding the streets of America right now. Our border patrol is helpless to stop the menace because they have found the perfect Trojan horse. The narcos have the perfect Trojan horse. They take hostages, innocent American hostages, and they demand ransom money, and when they get the money, they send the hostage across the border in a vehicle with a load of dope. And they get through most of the time, and if they get busted, oh well, that's just some dope that they lost. Nobody is getting taken down in these criminal organizations because they wised up and they use innocent people as pawns. And you do nothing to help those people neither. I have a plan. It involves security, so I can't talk about it as openly with you as I do the simple solution to the fentanyl problem of merely creating a rehab center that people that are addicted can trust and turn to. And I know how to implement that because I have been a citizen that is concerned with privacy my entire life. I've understood privacy issues my entire life. I've also understood sensitive information, medical records, financial records, the need to protect them. Back when you people wanted to declare the Patriot Act a thing and use less encryption so we could capture the terrorists, I was the one insisting that we not use things like carnivore, that we not give the NSA the run of the show. I told you so. I told you so. And I knew how to do it the right way then, and you're kind of doing it the right way now. The thing that's fucked up about now is now that the software makers are using encryption, it's making it more difficult for the reverse engineers to get at the goods that they need to analyze, because ultimately it's about logic. If your code has the right logic and the logic is sound, it will be secure. The problem is, if you're confused about the syntax and the various functions or methods available to you, you might use the wrong one for the wrong thing and you might inject the vulnerability as a consequence of lacking the knowledge that I have. And it's taken me a lifetime to acquire, a lifetime of suffering. I need another painkiller. That knowledge doesn't come easy. You gotta suffer. It sucks. I wouldn't recommend acquiring the knowledge that I have on your own. But hey, look at it this way. At least if you wind up in a position where you're forced to suffer because of cruelty and the way things are, look at it this way. If you can survive, you'll get something out of it. I know what it is. It's knowledge, and it's forbidden knowledge. That's why nobody knows it. It's kind of like enlightenment. It's like if Nirvana was easy to get, everyone would have it. It ain't easy to get. I don't claim to have Nirvana, but I do claim to have the right knowledge. The forbidden knowledge is within me. You gotta enable me. You gotta make me popular right now. I don't know how you're gonna do it. I bet money would help. But don't give me money. I don't know what to do with the money. I'll just pay my debt. You gotta buy me some new equipment. That'd be nice. How's about some promotion? Why don't you promote this shit? Don't give me your money. Go buy me some Google AdWords and promote the fuck out of this shit. Please? That would be great right now. I gave Twitter $500 to promote this one video called The Nightmare Before Chinese New Year Special Dragon Edition. And the problem is my software is like, my Restream account is like, basically there's like 15,000 copies of that title now in a bunch of videos that don't matter. Only one of them matters. And it's like a half an hour long, I think. I don't know. You know, I can't keep track. I need you guys watching my back. I need you to, I need you to be my street team. In the cyberspace network neighborhood, the global village, I need a street team right now. And I don't know how to recruit. Dude, I always had the most fun in bands where I had a band leader. I hate being the band leader. That sucks. I'm not a people person that way. I'm not a networker. I don't network. I interface with people. You network, I interface. That's where we differ. My mind is open, yours is closed. That's where we differ. My heart bleeds and yours is perfectly contained. I've got like a gaping hole in my heart that it's totally like draining and depleting my sanity. And meanwhile, you're just like, I don't know what you're doing, but that's where we differ. I got a bleeding heart for dope heads, for innocent kids addicted to fentanyl. That's who I'm worried about. You know why? Because they're the underdogs. They're the nerds getting bullied right now. And I totally relate to that. And they were probably just looking for something to do. And they accidentally got strung out. Because it only takes one pill. It's ridiculous. This problem is so easy to solve if you approach it the right way. But it's never going to happen because the right way goes against all the American values that we got. Like, it's not pro-competition. It's not saving these lives is not about competition. It's not. That's not what's going to save. Supporting me is what's going to save these lives. Because you don't know what to do. I know what to do. It's that simple. My intentions are good. My methods, I'm not good at promotion. You know that? That's why I brought Harmon into Punk Rock Tuesdays. I'm trying to promote myself and get you to wake up, and I can't do it because I've never been good at promotion. I need you to promote me. I need you to enable me. I'm here to interface. You should network. I'll interface. It'll all be good. At the end of the day, we'll save a bunch of lives and we'll help rebuild the pharmaceutical medication chronic pain industry and the pharmacies that got destroyed in the, Walgreens, CVS, they're going to go bankrupt by the end of this because you assholes almost killed them. Wait, wow, way to stick it to the guys that were just trying to do their jobs. The pharmacies of America, the pharmacists filling your prescriptions. Yeah, how did you thank them? Bam! $10 billion. You guys are dicks. That's not nice. That does not fuel free enterprise. That's literally a knife in the back to every chronic pain patient in America, to every pharmacy, and like You guys did such a disservice with your fentanyl crackdown. You did it all wrong, President Biden. I'm sorry. I know you've got a kid addicted to drugs. You're probably too close to the problem. See, you're close to the problem. I am the problem. And I'm also the solution. I am the alpha. I am the omega. I am the yin and I am the yang. I'm the black hat and I'm the white hat. I am the atheist and I am God. I am you. You are me. I am the walrus. Cuckoo Cachoo. Cuckoo Cachoo. Help! Somebody. Help! I need somebody. Help! Help. Yeah, you guys are leaving me and every other opioid addicted person helpless. I am supreme king of the opioid dope heads. You gotta give me my crown. I'll save you. I promise. I promise. I don't know how to promise. I promise. I'll save you. Give me my Dope King crown now. Dope Zor Haxor. I got plans that need to be implemented. Policies. I got mad skills, dude. And you guys already know what I'm good at. I told you. I'm not good at SimCity. I'm good at Lemmings. That's my style. I'm not good at competition. I'm good at cooperation. All right. I'm not like you. Are you going to allow me to exist? Or are you going to extinguish me and everybody else? Because you're mismanaging the problem. You gotta enable me. You gotta. You see, like I said, President Biden, he's too close to the problem. I am the problem and I am the solution. You guys are trying to fight a problem. Guess what? You're fighting me. I'm the pain patient, the chronic pain patient that hasn't had medication in 2 years from the pharmacy that shut down. Yeah, my local CVS, it shut down. You won. You shut down the fentanyl suppliers of America. You didn't shut down the fentanyl suppliers of China and Mexico, did you? You're so stupid and arrogant and mistrusting. I know what the problem is. You're suspicious of me because I'm such a good guy. You're like, there's got to be something wrong with this guy. He's just too willing to help. He's just too, that's the way I was raised. My father told me you never turn your back on your people. And, he never turned his back on me. He had a problem with alcoholism when I was like 10 years old. Lasted about a year. It sucked, but he cleaned up. And we lived happily ever after until the year 2007 on November 5th when he died. And that sucked. And I'm still alive. What am I doing? I'm continuing to suffer just like he did. A genius with great ideas that's totally squandered and wasted because we can't see eye to eye because we have fundamentally different philosophies and just can't be cool with each other. You're just so small-minded, you can't imagine a world where a person like me could be of any use to you whatsoever. You acknowledge that I did it first. Yeah, but you don't acknowledge anything else. That's cool. And now nobody knows about me anymore because that PC Gamer article is old. It's not making any new fans, and you aren't either. Thanks. Thanks, core constituency. Way to vote for the right thing. It's no wonder we're in the situation we're in. It's like the people that have the right idea are made to feel this small in this world. The people that can save us from the biggest problems are made to feel that big. Meanwhile, the people that are good at developing things, building things, constructing things, growing things. You know, those are the people that wind up being winners. The constructors, the builders, the growers. Some people grow money, other people grow credit cards. Me, I'm a problem solver. I don't grow shit. If you grow shit, I can tell you how to grow shit better. Do you care? Up until this point, no. It's like at the internet business I worked at, I wanted to implement new security features to protect our customers. I could have walked out of that place with every credit card in the database. They were unencrypted. There were 50,000 of them. Back in 2002, right before I got laid off, right before my big accident. It was a Microsoft SQL database. I had a Toshiba satellite laptop computer that I had got from CompUSA on credit with my second fiance with me at the time. Anyways, this little laptop, I had downloaded the customer database. Originally it was in a format, we used this MS-DOS program for billing called Q&A. That used to contain all the account numbers, but we had to import it into the Microsoft SQL database, and I totally had everybody's name, address, number, correct, and what did I do? I tried to convince my boss to implement better encryption on their important numbers. That's it. I didn't try to sell it. I didn't try to use... No. One time I was dumpster diving with the first iteration of the 2600 guys. Downtown behind the Federal Building. The Federal Building, that was the Federal Building where we had the protests, the homeless protests. What do we want? Houses. What do we want them now? And I witnessed police brutality against protesters when I was 10 years old, riding around on that Mario skateboard, throwing people in the back of the car like a log toss, head first, and anyways, me and the 2600 guys, I lived downtown at the time. We hopped in my cargo van, went behind the Federal Building, and got some trash bags, and it was shredded documents. Thousands of employees, city employees, federal employees, no, city employees. I don't know why, we were behind the Federal Building, but the shredded documents were city employees. Their name, address, phone number, social security number, their pay schedule. Those social security numbers are worth bank because of all the illegal immigrants that we had at the time that needed identities to use. I could have sold those to the bikers. I could have sold them to the Serenos. I knew the Vistas, the Southside Vistas, and the A Mountain Crips. It's not a big town. What can I say? I grew up here. What did I do? I burned them. And me and the 2600 guys got drunk and laughed about the pathetic state of security in this nation. At the time, the government accounting office had done a report declaring that the overall security of the nation with regards to information systems and infrastructure was a D-. Wasn't a D grade low enough? No, a D-. That's basically an F. Why didn't they just give us an F? Maybe if they would have given us an F, if the government accounting office would have said that we failed the security test, we would have had to implement better security protocols right then and there. But because they gave us a D-, we didn't get the funds. The federal, there's different departments, different bureaus, different agencies, and it takes auditors to ascertain what is needed The census is responsible, the Census Bureau is responsible for the citizenship of the nation. The IRS is responsible for the money that we use and transact with. And money, it is owned by people. So naturally, the IRS investigates money, which leads to people, and then they investigate the people. So the census, they ascertain the population and the minority majority figures, because this country is run by majority. Minority always gets shafted. That's the way it works. Minority, shafted. Always. That's the way it has to be. There's no other way in democracy. The minority always gets left behind. No child left behind. Is it a minority child? Left behind. Gee, JJ, you don't look black. Yeah, blacks aren't the minority anymore. And Hispanics aren't either. I think the Hispanics outnumber the Caucasians currently. And African Americans have been on the rise for a long time. And there's all kinds now. Now, back when I was a kid, mostly you had undereducated inner city African Americans representing the entire population. That's what was making it into popular media. Was, undereducated urban African Americans. Now we have all kinds of educated African Americans in the media, and things are totally different. And we also have like mulattoes in the media a lot, because there were a lot of interracial marriages in the past 30 years, and that never would have happened if things didn't change, right? Things need to change, but what needs to change? I know, because I've been at the bottom of the barrel experiencing the brunt of it, the worst of it. I've experienced the whole drug epidemic and seen how I've stood the test, the drug test. The drug war veteran is still standing. Meanwhile, you guys are losing the war. And what? Oh yeah, the information age and the fight for privacy and security. Dude, I've been in the trenches this whole time, sniffing the wire. And I got quite the data warehouse of knowledge on what to do right, so things work out for everybody. When it comes to the dope problem, the death problem, the security problem, the border problem. And you know what? Ultimately, I'm gonna, because I like the Russian people. I could care less about their leadership. You know why I like the Russian people? Because they are just like me. If you go and, like, I'm poor, low income, so I have a lot of old technology and old equipment that I try to make use of. I'm like the one person in America that does that. Because if you're poor and low income, you're undereducated, and you're not going to be into the shit that I'm into. You're going to be scrimping and, like, saving and hoping that you survive. You're not going to be an educated computer nerd if you're low income. Granted, there are anomalous mutants like yours. Dude, I wouldn't have happened without the TV studio. That place fostered my inner nerd, you know? At that point, I was a cigarette-smoking, skateboarding bass guitar player that was into video games. By the time I left the studio, I was enrolled in college for my systems analysis degree, and I was on my way to go work at an internet service provider in tech support, and I just kept going until I told you earlier, every time I build a sandcastle, it gets kicked down, and I just have to keep building them without you. So lame. Totally sucks for me. You know what? And I even showed you the other day why I deserve to talk to the president. It's because I got the C-SPAN pencil. It's the C-SPAN school bus. I was promised face to face with the staff of the C-SPAN school bus. Want me to reenact it for you? I remember it clearly. I just stepped onto the bus, stepping up the steps, the door that opens, flap, flap shuts, opens, flap, flap. Just like a school bus painted green. Go up the stairs. We have a tour guide, and I believe she had a skirt on. Very professional, real Washington, D.C. looking, with the suit and the real smart blouse, pumps, something like that. And she's saying, right here is the console with the time-based corrector and the live feed, the satellite link, and I'm just checking it out. It's like, oh, that's cool. And she was alluding to the information superhighway, which is this is the information superhighway. Welcome to the information superhighway. I'm your host, Sot the Avenger. I've been here 30 years. This is the information superhighway. Oh, but Zot, why don't we call it the information superhighway? Dude, we've been trying to downplay the reliance on automobiles for a while because of the greenhouse gases. Somebody probably in Washington, D.C. determined that if we're ever going to get green, it's a good idea to stop using the automobile analogies, the metaphors, the similes. Perhaps an artist that understands art made that correlation, that if everything is an automobile analogy, it's just going to encourage automobile use, which is going to kill the planet that much quicker. So what? That's why it's not called the information superhighway. We downplayed the automobile analogies. Okay? So anyways, she says, yeah, when the information superhighway is done being implemented. Where'd I put that pencil? This smart looking lady in her pumps and blouse and suit and jacket and skirt, she says, when the information superhighway is done being implemented, we'll be able to utilize this satellite link right here to transmit the signal to the information superhighway, a 500 channel paradise of information, globally connected, and you will be able to speak with the president one-on-one. Me? Why'd you point at me? Fate? I don't believe in it. You determine your own destiny. I told you I'm the one. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. This sucks. I can't handle this waiting game. Oh well. At least I'm not freaking out like I was earlier. That's a rough thing to go through. For me, that experience I was going through earlier was horrible. Nobody cares. They figure I'm helpless. That if the accident's 20 years old, I'm just gonna stay this way. Dude, I haven't been this way the whole time. This is like JJ iteration number 5 or something. This is JJ 2 years with no pain meds. Except pain meds that were prescribed to somebody else. I can't get any freaking pain meds because I'm too young and I look like a drug abuser to my doctors, and they're not willing to take the risk on this suspicious individual because they have a medical license and it will get taken away when they get raided by the DEA. for malpractice. Because that's the trend right now. Killing pharmacies, killing doctors. That's what this is amounting to. You're trying to kill fentanyl, which is killing the youth. And the way you've handled it, all you've done is kill doctors, their patients, and the pharmacies they go to. Well done. Bravo. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. You really made the right choice, didn't you? You should choose me to be your dope czar. Because I don't want I'm just gonna sit here and smoke weed until you wake up and elect me your dope czar for the nation. I swear to God, man, I've made all the videos already. All I can do is sit here and wait for somebody to watch them. I will save lives. Just gotta watch my videos. Seriously. Somebody, the right person needs to. Anyways, I don't even care, dude. Because I've already lost. That's the attitude. So I don't freak out. Because if I think I still have a chance, I'm going to be frenzied. So I've lost. I don't have a chance. Good luck to you, Loco from Twitch. I hope that you succeed in this cutthroat death race known as America, where nobody cooperates or supports each other. In the meantime, I'm going to exist in my version of America where people cooperate and unite. You can go compete on Twitch. That's cool, man. I'm not competing with anybody for anything. I don't want viewers. I don't want money. I don't want a goddamn thing. I don't even care about my reputation. I just want a powerful person to enable me and listen to my plans for the future and consider them. My voice ain't even reaching the right ears. Normally in popular culture, everybody knows about the popular thing. I've never been popular because, for a moment, I had a chance to seize and capitalize, but my sandcastle got kicked over once again. Oh, how did it happen I had a difficult time. I was getting censored all the time and reprimanded. You know what it feels like for the father of video game content to get reprimanded by their provider over their content? Dude, that's not cool. I used to get reprimanded by my internet service provider when they'd notice I was hacking. When I was scanning the internet for NFS servers on port 2049 NFS, TCP/IP. I'm just looking for open shares, Unix, or maybe perhaps SMB, the Samba protocol, port 135, and a few other ports, 445. Yeah, yeah. I used to get reprimanded sometimes by my providers, and one time I even got banned. You know, Starnet, Zot at AZ Starnet. Yeah, I got kicked off that place. The funny thing is I'd already hacked my instructor, my college teacher. He's I got it up on GitHub on the Optical Illusion. His email that he used to get, Lewis Tabor. You know, I was under 18, so I guess if you the statute of limitations dictates that I can totally talk about this and not get charged with a crime. If you want to take away my college degree, you can. I'm not currently using it, but I did earn it. I did not cheat. I knew more about computers than my instructor. That's how I hacked him. And I was also spying on the communication between him and Starnet. My provider, the guys that ran the Treefort server. Yeah, they were, he was inquiring because I guess he knew my email address. Maybe I had given it to him or written it down, and he had noticed I'd been hacking, because I was looking for new systems. If I just would have kept it like local root on his systems, I could have kept it and never got caught. But I was trying to take advantage of my opportunity, and that was a stupid thing to do. But it was the only system I had root on at the time. I had access to a Unix shell on the public library system, and I had access to a VAX VMS shell on the University of Arizona system. And I shouldn't have had access on any of them because I was taking advantage of a flaw in the Lynx, LYNX, made at I think in Kansas City University, something like that. I forget, Lynx, LYNX had a vulnerability, a flaw, where if you typed in links download / something or other involving dev null, it would try to take the MIME type and do something with it, and what it would end up doing is give you a shell. I think it was different on Unix because you put bin dash or bin sh along with the links download in the dev null. And on the VAX VMS system, I can't begin to tell you what it was because that's a completely foreign system to me. I did know how to do like the proc priv analyze commands, and it was a lot like DOS, MS-DOS. Like Unix is Unix, DOS is DOS, and VMS reminded me more of DOS than Unix. But ultimately, that's what the U of A's system was. Savio, the Savio library, and I pwned all three of them because I was the most elite little hacker you'd ever seen. But when I saw what they were saying about me, the Treefort AZ Starnet guys, I think the guy's name was Bill Swingle. He was saying, "Oh, we are aware of this hacker. They are under surveillance." Snoop onto them as they snoop onto me? Yeah, I think so. And my instructor, Lewis Tabor, says, "Oh, that's good to hear, because I suspected that he was up to no good." No good. I hadn't done anything wrong yet. I was turning doorknobs to see if they were locked or not. If they're not locked, what did I do wrong? Doesn't an unlocked door represent a door that needs to be opened? If I open an unlocked door, does that make me a bad guy? Because that's all I ever did when it comes to computer crime. Unauthorized access? Dude, you do unauthorized access every time you open your web browser. You know why? Because you don't need authorization to browse the web, do you? No, you just do it. That's the nature of the internet. You don't have to authorize every little thing. Just the private things that matter. And like the security things. Whoa, what's a security thing, JJ?
usually when you interface systems with other systems. Like a system that's all alone, unplugged from the internet will be pretty secure. When you interface them with other systems, there are things you need to consider. You know, like firewall shit, that's one thing. That's one thing to consider, but that's not everything. Back in my day, people didn't know what to do with firewalls. Everybody had a software fire alarm back then, either something from Zone Alarm or like, and I'm not talking about a WAF firewall, a web application firewall. I'm talking about a software firewall that runs on the home computer or what have you, the client computer. Yeah, software firewall that is not a web firewall, and it's supposed to protect you. It's a lot like what Apple, it's IP chains, you know. It's like the firewall, but the thing is as opposed to the built-in firewall like Windows 10 has, yeah. Well, the thing is about a firewall is it usually blocks all incoming traffic, but it allows you to go out. Yeah, and if you use your web browser to go somewhere, and that allows somewhere to send a code to your browser, whether it's because of JavaScript or a cookie or whatever, and then it issues a command on your computer, maybe something like certutil. That's one way to get a reverse shell that totally bypasses your little firewall, whether it's software or hardware. Granted, most of you are aware of this. Back when you were first learning how to use firewalls, nobody was aware of this except me. Also, when Wi-Fi became a thing, and the wired equivalency protocol, WEP, the 40-bit encrypted, yeah, it was the strongest thing available. Yeah, well, I would have had it enabled by default. You know what was enabled by default? Open access point, infrastructure mode. So naturally, when people went out war driving, they found open systems and totally did whatever they wanted because the computer industry set you up for failure. And it was a coordinated effort. I used to be a corporate guy. I know how they work and how they think. The Wi-Fi thing was not a buggy oversight. This was a coordinated effort to sell you security services after you get hacked. They hung you out to dry when they gave you Wi-Fi. 802.11b with WEP was a great big setup for the home consumer. And you know I'm right. And Ralph Nader might have protected you from that. But you turned your back on him. Why would he have protected you? Because he cares about that kind of shit. Moron. And I tried to tell you all about it. I was like, hey, but who am I? Nobody listens to me. So y'all got hacked. Congratulations. They came open infrastructure mode by default, and nobody knew they needed to put a password on their Wi-Fi access point. So war drivers committed hella computer, like anonymous hackers, pulled off epic hacks. Some of the greatest compromises, leaks in history. It's like the numbers are shocking. What they pulled off with card systems. What was that? Mark Gonzalez that did that? I forget. Maybe not. I don't know. You know, TJ Maxx, Home Depot, the Sony hacks. Oh my God. And the government hacks. Don't even get me started. United States federal government. But all over the world, there was crazy shit happening too. And then I regret this when I forget if it's Equifax or if it's Experian, because they both start with the letter D or E, and I have dyslexia, and my mnemonics fail me sometimes. My memory mnemonics. I think it was Equifax. It might have been. It definitely wasn't TransUnion. Okay. But anyways, when Equifax had the leak with the 230 something million
social security numbers and credit card numbers. And when that happened, that was like, I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. I was like, how did this happen? Who let this happen? And why are they still in business? Do you really trust Equifax? I will never trust them. I will never trust Citibank neither. Even though I have a Citibank credit card, I haven't activated it. You want to? I don't have my wallet. Anyways, yeah, dude. The only reason why I accepted the Citibank credit card was because I was tired of all the junk mail. They were wasting like envelopes this thick with forms to fill out every like time I got junk mail. And I'm just gonna accept their offer because I don't like that they're generating all this junk mail trying to get me to sign a form. I don't want to see another form from Citibank again. Yet I guess now I get a monthly statement, or it's still just I didn't solve a thing. But they had a pretty bad leak. You know, it's because nobody cares unless they get fined. In this world, it's all about money in the United States of America, and you're not going to do the right thing. You're never going to do the right thing unless there's a penalty or a fine. You're not altruistic. You are not selfless. Me, I'm not either. I'm just used to working for peanuts. I'm practically like an immigrant, like in my own country. I always work for peanuts. It's probably because I started working when I was a kid and I wasn't being exploited. It was consensual, okay? I was like, score, but I was working for like $10 an hour. I was probably worth more like 100, but the producers down there didn't have it. Anyways, but once you get out in the real world, get a place to live, and insurance to pay for and all that stuff, it takes more than $10 an hour, a few times a week. It takes 9 to 5, 40 hours a week. It does. And I thought maybe I could survive on part-time, 32-hour, or no, full-time. The smallest amount of full-time you can work is 32 hours a week. I really need to finish what I started here, but I'm too busy trying to tell you I told you so. 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 And I'm still telling you so, and you're still not listening. And I still get to say I told you so at the end of the day. So fuck it. Let's get stoned. If my knowledge is gonna be squandered, I'm gonna squander my brain. Fuck yeah. Oh, I don't care. I want to be happy. I don't want to be smart. I never wanted to be smart. I never sought the gifts that were given to me and not given to you. I also never sought the setbacks that were given to me and not given to you. I didn't seek the disabilities that I acquired in this lifetime. The only thing I ever sought was like music and video games and girls and getting high on drugs and making money or power. That's it. That's all I ever wanted out of life. I figured that out when Walter Boert, the author of Operation Mind Control, gave me a pad of paper and a pen, and he said, "Hey JJ, do me a favor. Write down your 5 favorite things in the world." I was like, "Oh, easy. Music, electronic geek shit." I think I wrote down electronics. That's like what everything like video games and hacking and modding. That's all that it amounts to is electronics in my mind. So girls, electronics, music, whether you're making it, playing it, listening to it. I wrote down electronics, girls, music, power,
like me, not like energy and fuel. Like I seek power for myself, power in the form of money, authority, privileges, badges, certifications. You guys have really let me down. I thought you were going to trust me a lot more. Little did I know the bad reputation that computer hackers had and that we still had to overcome at that point. I was a criminal hacker the whole time, if you can believe that. Even when I was working a legit job, protecting people's credit card numbers and shit, yeah, that's considered a hacker thing to do back in 2001 or whatever. That's like, oh, of course JJ knows how to do that. What's that supposed to mean? You black sheep, fucking loose cannon, black hat. I've never hacked you. What do I have this reputation for? You're taking the I seriously got found out my third day on the job. My manager came up to me, Keith Robbins. He says, "Hey, JJ, I just caught wind from one of the tech support staff that you're a hacker. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to have any hacking on the clock, okay? Because just stay focused on the customers. I don't need you hacking on the job. That'll get you fired." I'm like, cool, Keith. Thanks for letting me know. And then I told you the story about Kyle the pedophile, how he requested an audit on his Red Hat system. And I totally got in. I got it in Jersey Shore style that day. Get it in. Yeah, he had quite the grenade in the form of how was he ever gonna live it down? I showed the entire staff his stash of nudist kitty porn. I told you about that on that one Twitch stream. It's clipped and in the best of JJ style, or best of Zot the Avenger rules. Excuse me. You know, it's been so long at this point since I've been on Twitch. You know, I don't even think of Zot the Avenger rules anymore. It's completely gone from my brain. The rules? Zot the Avenger rules? I never think about it at all anymore. So, ain't that weird? I still think about Zot the Avenger. I don't think about Zot the Avenger rules. That's a shame. It's shame. I feel shameful about it. I kind of feel like you should feel shameful about it. That I'm not on Twitch right now. We should all feel shameful about that. That Zot the Avenger isn't where he belongs. That's fucked up. How broken is this world? When Zot the Avenger can't even be on Twitch. What the fuck is that? Don't ask me, dude. I don't run things. As far as I know, shit's always been fucked up on planet Earth. It's like here on planet Earth, we don't have world peace. Never have. In humanity's history. Never had world peace. What else? We've had nuclear bombs that we dropped on each other, and it needed to be done, but damn, it's too bad we couldn't have prevented that, huh? Maybe by like talking it out, like I'm doing right now. They call that the olive branch, I believe. That's where it starts. Somebody's gotta. Somebody's gotta extend the olive branch. I've had the olive branch out for a while now. My olive branch is getting ripe, if you know what I mean. I'm so bored. Where's my phone? If my phone rings, here's my phone. Let me see. Yeah, nobody's calling. And I'm fucking lazy. Bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. The telephone's not ringing. I can't cough because I get Charlie horse pains in my ribs. Hey, watch this. I'm gonna type in, "Hey Loco, you suck dick. Dirty dick." Watch. I'll bet they're not even here anymore. Hey Loco from Twitch, you suck. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Let's see if they're still here. Psych! But they're not. But then again, maybe they are and they're just AFK. Fact remains, I'm here to do the fentanyl saving youth of America plan. And it's never going to happen. So now I'm just going to kill time and make more useless video to confuse you. That's what happens when you don't support, and I'm anxious for support and losing my mind. I just make more of this crap that is totally pointless. I'm not playing a video game. I'm not even making music or playing. I'm just like getting stoned and I'm just telling you what's up. That's all I ever do. It's blah bitty blah bitty blah. That's all I ever do, man. It sucks for me. I know it sucks for you because you don't watch, and it sucks for me too. Especially now that I got the fiber optic link. That thing's fucking... I could be doing so much, like, online multiplayer gaming right now. I could. I got a fiber optic link. I could be streaming at the same time. You know? It's like, I don't really want to make any new friends right now because I have an unstable medication situation because of the fentanyl epidemic, you see. That's why I don't want to make any new friends. And, I'm just gonna, like, act crazy. So, not only that, if I make any new friends, they're probably just gonna die, like Leland. So, and everybody else that I've known that's done that already. So, here I sit, trying to save lives from fentanyl, and I really can't do it. And, well, hey, I gotta change my perspective, excuse me. I don't want to cry. Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't have saved those lives. Told you so. I told you so. You should have given me a chance to save those lives. Because now we have a bunch of fractured families. And the available supply of employable people, is way... I told you the numbers already, right? It's 1,200 people a year die from cigarette smoking and related illnesses. Ooh, big number, right? Big number. 1,200. Yeah, 1,200 are gonna die in Phoenix and Tucson from fentanyl. The illegal street kind. Actually, it's gonna be more than 1,200, but I just wanted to demonstrate how the fentanyl problem is 50 times greater than anything cigarettes ever were. Okay? Or wait, 50 times? No, that's not accurate. Because those two, no, okay, 50 states. 50 states. Let's just say you have the same amount of people in your state that are gonna die. Let's see. Okay. 1,200. Should I take 1,200 and divide it by 2? I'm so stoned right now. I shouldn't be trying to do math. Did you see me doing math earlier? I was like, bam. That's funny, dude. Oh, yeah, get it while it's hot, baby. You gotta get it while it's hot. Get it while it's good. Yeah, that's what I had to offer earlier. This is what I have to offer. I guess I should turn off video games and more. I'll see you guys later. Just gonna get stoned. Maybe I'll go back to Twitter now. That's what I'll do. Let's flip it back to Twitter.
God, this is a sad problem people have turned it into. Or not you people. That the God, somebody needs to watch these. God damn it. Somebody needs to watch these. Oh, come on. Do we have to? It's not supposed to. I updated that title like how many streams ago? What the hell? What are we broadcasting? Oh, it's the frozen image. Is there audio? Is there audio? Uh, okay. Hey, it's JJ. I was hanging out with Loco from Twitch. I guess he's not, or Loco is not around anymore because, you know, they, uh, they aren't responding to my last message. So it's cool. Good luck over on Twitch. I'm still banned from there. In terms of like, I don't know if I'm banned. No, I don't know that. I think they deleted me completely, and I just don't exist. I don't think I'm banned. All the work I ever did over there is gone, unless you get it from YouTube, I suppose, or your web browser cache. I don't know, dude. I'm so baked right now. I gotta update this. Ah, shit. Yeah, whatever. Dude, I was just joking around. I was like, hey, did you see me do math earlier when I was sober, dude? I'm so baked. I totally can't do math. I was just trying to figure out the tally of the fentanyl deaths, like, that I was totally whipping out earlier, like Cracker Jacks or this. Gotta get it while it's hot, right? I am not in math mode anymore. Oh well, that's cool. Gotta get it while it's good, or you don't get it at all. It's cool, man. Somebody will watch eventually. Yeah. It's like I can't even update my titles right, so fuck it. At least I'm not writhing in chronic pain right this second. It's not so much because of the cannabis, it's so much because of the posture. Also the attitude helps. But I guess that's cannabis induced. Yeah. But it's not like a painkiller like opioids. Opioids, it hits the pain in a thick afflicted area, and it just reduces the pain from a 11 to I don't know how many. What's the dose? What are we talking here? On a scale of 1 to 11, off the charts. So, what's the dose? What are we bringing this pain down to? If I was gonna get good, I'd need 100 microgram dose. A fentanyl patch made by Merck. If I had one of those, I'd feel great, and I would tell you more about the plan to get uh, hundreds of millions of those distributed across the country to save the lives of the fentanyl blue pill addicted, the illegal blue pill menace that is being smuggled into America by the criminals of China and Mexico, the Chinese and Mexican criminals, the organized crime outfits of the Chinese and Mexican nations are smuggling the illegal drugs across the border using hostages that they capture, innocent Americans that they capture and take hostage across the border, extorting money from their families. And hopefully they got rich families, because I don't know. Hey, I just thought of a good nonprofit organization. Somebody should start a 501c3 to save the narco hostages of America. Because some of these hostages don't have rich families to pay the ransom. And, sometimes they get used as drug mules.
Other times they get well, what do you think happens to hostages when you don't pay? I don't know, man. Mass grave. I don't know. It's like a mass grave of fentanyl addicts and a mass grave of hostages used to smuggle drugs. Yeah, that's true. I never thought of it that way, but a good nonprofit organization would be to try to save those poor hostages who don't have rich families. Or perhaps they have rich families, but the families can't be bargained with. They're hardliners. We don't bargain with terrorists, even when they take hostages that are our blood, our family, our, or hell, even an adopted or a foster kid. Dude, that's your DNA at least. That's another human. If they don't have your blood, you know they have your DNA. You just totally, nah, I don't bargain. I'm not gonna talk, no. But it's a ransom. Fuck it. What? You know what Liam Neeson would do, right? Like, give me a break. You're totally lame. Liam Neeson knows what to do. Where's he at this moment? I'd like to talk to that guy and see what he thinks of my plan. I should call him. You know what? I got my telephone right here next to me. I got my fucking marijuana bong in my hand. Fuck it. I'm streaming on the internet live on Twitter, JJ Styles Trips Udo, and YouTube, JJ Styles Rocks. Rocks. Totally rocks. Rockinest man alive, technically. Speaking, had that reputation, that moniker? Yeah. At least 2 decades now. Rockinest man alive. That's going to be the title of my second autobiography. The first one was the original streamer, available on YouTube and the Internet Archive and GitHub. On GitHub in text form, on the Internet Archive in text and video. Granted, the video is an audiobook, so, and that's available on YouTube. The original streamer, the story of Zot the Avenger, how he came to be and what he did. Well, the rockinest man alive is, of course, my Zot the Avenger's journey into music. But I've been putting it off for a while because, like, you know, I don't know if you've ever wrote an autobiography, but there's certain things that need to happen, and until they happen, you ain't done. So you just got to be patient, because if you rush things, they come out all wrong. For example, I've been describing over and over how if I would have wrote my own Wikipedia page back in the day when it was easy, you know, I could be accused of being all kinds of different things. You know? Because, like, back in those days, it was very easy. Stephen Colbert made a report about it, how he don't trust Wikipedia because he can go to the Stephen Colbert Wikipedia entry on wikipedia.org and just sort of update it to whatever the fuck he wants or something like that, right? And that was basically the climate and the feeling towards Wikipedia at the time, was that it was a fantastic potential resource for knowledge and a collaborative knowledge, but it was totally not trusted for shit. I trusted it at that point because I'm a computer nerd and I knew it was good enough for me. It was it had like citations at the bottom of the page. It's always had that. Your sources, your source reference material. Come on now. Like, so I knew it was all good.
But the fact that it could be updated so rapidly and that the changes could be seen, it led some folks to believe that it was not trustworthy, that you could be spoofed out. And it's like, I suppose, yeah, you could have done a coordinated effort to update an entry to say something that's a complete lie. And it just so happens to be when you name drop at a party to the right person that pulls out their phone and sees the updated entry and believes it and goes along with your cockamamie scheme. Sure, I guess that would have been a totally plausible and possible thing to do back in the early 20 teens. But yeah, not totally impossible. I can't get a Zot the Avenger entry to save my dick, but that's cool, man. I'm not gonna try to, and that's the way it should be, because why should I be in control of my Wikipedia entry? That's ridiculous, right? I mean, you just say whatever you want on that page. Exactly. Exactly. I shouldn't. I made a suggestion. I said that Zot the Avenger should have a Wikipedia page entry, but like, because I'd like to know who I am. I'd like you to define me, because I don't know. I know, but I don't know. What you know, you know. But I guess nobody wants to acknowledge me. I guess you don't like me. I'm sorry that I didn't live up to your expectations. Cry me a river. Suck my dick. Eat my shit. Go to hell. Fuck you. I've been living up to your expectations my whole life to survive. End of story. With that. So, it's no wonder I've never been popular. Living up to your expectations just to survive, let alone be popular and liked. I gotta conform enough just to be hireable, live in your neighborhood or whatever. It takes a lot for me to not be a total wreck these days, you know. But it's cool, man. It's cool. No hard feelings. It's not personal. I do find it regrettable, but still, there's no reason it can't be repaired. You know, Zot the Avenger's relationship with the world. World. They could still give him a nice Wikipedia page entry and prove they're not total dicks. Actually, if you don't know about Zot the Avenger, you can't be a dick. No, you're just ignorant. So it'd be nice to see that the people that are not ignorant and the people that are savvy, see what they thought of Zot. I'd like to see, because I'll bet they just call him a little fat faggot. I'll bet. That's what the Wikipedia, it says from the years 1993 to 97, some little fat faggot used to get up on the air and take crank calls. End of story. That's what you're going to write about me. And you're going to write about it the day I die. And I'll never get to see it even. You just want to talk behind my back. That's why you don't write my Wikipedia entry, you little chicken shits. And if I got a Wikipedia entry and don't know about it, well then I'm sorry. I don't mean it. I wish somebody would tell me you're the worst fans ever. Nobody ever tells me anything. Why don't I get a phone call every once in a while from an agent or a manager? telling me, hey, somebody dropped some important information on the Reddit or the Twitter or something. Because I ain't checking. I got too many problems to deal with to stay alive right now. I'm totally under medicated. I got no meds in 2 years. Give me a fucking break. You expect me to make a good stream? Not in the past 2 years, right? Dude, I'm brilliant. And I have a heart made of gold. And just the worst communication breakdown in history. That's all. No big deal. Like, sorry, I didn't live up to whatever. I don't even know what I'm not living up to. You won't even tell me. What did I do wrong? How did I fail you? I gave you an entire genre. I told you the story about Acclaim and TCI. You want to see the webpage? You want to see the magazine? I'll tell you the story of how Zot the Avenger really died. Right now. I was already alluding to it earlier when we were streaming on the Video Games and More channel, which, that's so cool. I'm so glad I was able to reset that password and recover that account. Reunited and it feels so good. There was a time where I'd given up and I thought I'm never gonna stream on this channel. I can't recover my password to save my dick. I can't recover my account. This is ridiculous. But I got the Mac back up and running, and like, you know, the cached OAuth tickets, my bearer tokens or whatever, you know, they were still working back then. I think in 2023 Google had to update its protocols for whatever reason. I don't know why. But when it changed, I lost access to my JJ Baker 2010 account. Yes, that had some emails from my Uncle Ray, and I still have those in my mail application on my Mac. But when I go to that account, that's at the top of my inbox. My communications with my dead Uncle Ray Armstrong. And it's cool, man. Sometimes I need to check that account. I need to reference an old email, and that's a nice painful wound to get opened back up because I can't reset my fucking password. That's really cool. Why is that, JJ? Because JJ Baker 2010 was made in 2010, and the recovery email option wasn't even a thing yet. Wasn't even a feature. So naturally, that account doesn't have a recovery email attached to it. And at some point, I updated the password. I don't know what's up. And when they updated, you see, I had to, for 5 years, use my cached OAuth ticket to continue to receive the inbox mail on that account in my mail app on my Mac. And so it wasn't ideal. I couldn't change the password, nor could I log into that account using a web browser, but I could still get email using my... I guess I could have used that ticket on the web to get into the... You know, I just had very little, what can I say? What was that time period when I was doing that? It's tough to say. I've had so many setbacks, you know, it's hard to keep track. These setbacks. I was talking about it earlier, I think. The castles made of sand. I just keep building these castles that get kicked over by bullies. Or tragedies, I guess. I don't know. I kind of think of myself as the nerd and Ford Motor Vehicles as the bully in the scenario with the rollover in 2003. Because, you know, they made a faulty product. It cost my friends their lives. It's ruined my life, dooming me to a suffering chronic pain filled nightmare where people give me medicine and rip it away like as if it was a girl taking her love and ripping it away over and over and over again. Except when a girl does it, you get heart sick. When a doctor does it, you get dope sick. Anyhow, where was I? Besides opening up trauma wounds. Okay. Oh, the castle's made of sand. Yeah. It's alright. Just keep doing it. I don't care. But it'd be nice to see the Wikipedia entry. You guys are chicken shit. I was explaining it. Yep. Oh well. It's cool. I got nobody that's gonna abuse you. Because I can't afford to freak out right now. I can't save these kids. I didn't save them. That's right, I gotta change my perspective because I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, God, it's a shame we couldn't save those kids together. Hundreds of thousands. Into the millions. Depending on how long we're battling this thing. There's no end in sight because of the whole methodology of the narcos and the hostages. And it's like you really got to take the people that are getting addicted and use my method to cure them of their terrible, terrible condition that they want to get out of. And you're totally letting them die. And you're totally letting those hostages down as well, and their families. Just think of how many families there's. I'll bet you didn't know the hostages thing, right? Because you don't know shit. So it's double that problem. The illegal blue pill problem is double. It destroys twice the amount of families as you realized. Because every time a family loses a family member, it ruins the family. They're all fucked up after that. Because it's tragic. When tragedy befalls anybody, they're all fucked up for the rest of their life. You know? Most of you find solace at the bottom of a bottle and in a nice warm bed with a stranger. And I gotta admit, that is pretty awesome. Yeah, I guess. Sometimes. At least when you're young and not totally gross yet. Anyways, where was I? You know, some of you like to find solace in your work. Neglecting your family at work. That's cool. Way to go. So I guess we've got other things destroying families aside from fentanyl and hostage taking. That's great. Narco hostage taking. You know where they get their hostages from, right? America. It's the drug mule hostages. It destroys twice as many families. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're so busy at work, what? You don't notice until your family member gets... Yeah. And you get that text message of doom. Whoa. Oh. You get that sinking, that rapid, hard pulse rate. This... Yeah, where the fuck is Liam Neeson? I swear to God, I gotta talk to that guy. Be like, dude, what do you think of my plan to cure the youth? And what do you think of fucking... I don't know, man. What do you think of the way everybody's handled it? Just letting it happen instead of my plan to get the youth clean and not wanting this shit because I know how to make a privacy and security minded rehab facility that uses the right methodology. How do I know how to kick opioid addiction? Because I've done it over and over and over and over and over. Like, I just had to do it in May when they put me in jail. When my mom picked me up from the hospital, I had been sober for 5 days. So, like, yeah. I just got done being dope sick. I know how to get these people clean. And also, I know how to stop the smuggling. My smuggling idea is a little radical and it involves national security. I can't talk about it with you. But it's better. It's even better. It's even more clever than my plan to cure the opioid addicted, fentanyl blue pill afflicted Americans that are destined to die. They're gonna get a tombstone and a hole in the ground. And meanwhile, I have a plan to get them clean. You gotta take my advice, and you gotta you could use my name if you want to do this without me. You know, you could put the Zati Avenger, the purple and blue. Yeah, I would like to get the color purple back from Twitch if possible, owned by Amazon. I would like a gutsy attorney to sue for backdated royalties for like infringement on my idea and creation. If I can find a lawyer willing to do that, we'll be billionaires. They're making billions of dollars off these stupid kids and their addiction to video games. And they're totally spoiled and privileged because they got these awesome setups. These kids are totally ripe for the picking, right? And we can totally take all that money because they've totally infringed upon my creation. And I want the color purple back as well. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna take these next, I didn't think it was gonna take this long. I thought I was gonna die. How many times have I thought that, right? No. No, very recently I thought I was gonna die. It wasn't when the police had me. No, I was better taken care of, probably, aside from the no opioids. I was better taken care of in the hospital and even in jail. I was eating better in jail than I don't eat. I don't want to eat. I've had like a bowl of breakfast cereal today. That's all I want, and some Mountain Dew. Maybe I'll have some more. Okay, I take that back. I was having these Takis, the zombie Takis. I guess I could have another one. Yeah, they're spicy, but not that spicy. The pain on my tongue is nothing compared to the pain in my back and neck. And hey, man, it's got capsaicin in it, and that's a total pain. All I gotta do is get the capsaicin in my bloodstream, and it hits my nervous system. Wham, bam, boom. A little less pain. I ran out of kratom the other day. That great big jar. I don't know if you watched any of the streams recently. It's a pretty big jar. I didn't think I'd ever finish it. Yeah, I guess I should go get another one. I don't know. I don't know what the point in anything is anymore. I feel like shit all the time. And I was talking to you guys about the carousel of post-traumatic stress disorder, the JavaScript carousel of bad shit that I gotta relive every time that wheel cycles, and how powerless it makes me feel, and like all the survivor guilt that I get to live with because I can't contribute to the problem and solving it. I was explaining how the successful people in life seem to be the people that grow things, develop things, invest in things. Meanwhile, problem solvers of the world like me are ignored. Because we just don't know how to get popular. We contribute in a different way. The problem solvers of the world. You know, I'm a software developer and writer, and I'm also a computer security researcher. I know what it's like when you're writing your code and you got a deadline. Your boss wants it yesterday,
Oh, but you're rapid application developing it and you're done. Here you go, boss. Done yesterday. Yeah, but you did do an audit of your code, bro, and I did, you know? And I have been for 20 years at least, looking for the buffers that need to be overflowed, the trust based relationships to be exploited. How about the backdoor codes that have been there the whole time? Yeah, well, not so much anymore because I don't know. Depends on the software and how obfuscated the code is these days. But I don't know. It's all kind of been going in the right direction. It's a lot tougher to reverse engineer and get to the truth. I've found on a few of my recent attempts, but you know, that's change for you. You know, you either change with it or you don't. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like a nut, and sometimes I do not. Yeah, what would you do for a bull dyke at the bar? That's see, I was making a, I led you into that one. A false feeling of security with the Almond Joy and Mounds reference. You're like, oh, I know that one. And then I took, what would you do with a Klondike bar, and changed it and totally wham bam boozled you. I hornswoggle swiggledy doo. I really got one over on you. Because you didn't want to hear that. But actually, that could probably be a good pickup line at a gay bar for a lesbian. What would you do for a bull dyke at the bar? Buy her a drink? Oh, you cute. Yeah, that's clever. Anyhow, that's probably already been done. Probably already a thing. I don't know. I was just remembering this old sketch comedy. I don't know. Yeah, I'd rather talk about that than the Carousel of Doom any day. But I ain't got much to talk about these days other than that my plan to save the fentanyl addicted youth by making a privacy centric rehab center with no bars, no real restraint. I do plan to have locks installed on the bedroom. I plan on providing a very, very small bedroom, like closet, the width of a closet that'll fit a bed. Nothing that you like. You can sleep in there, and then when you're awake, you're gonna want to go shower and get on with life. You're not gonna be laying around in bed being dope sick. You're gonna have a fentanyl patch on your arm, and you're gonna be active. Probably with Nintendo Wii, because those are cheap, right? This is gonna take a lot of money. Like the Merck Corporation, like my fentanyl patches, they were not cheap. That's name brand medication. That's not generic. There's no such thing as a generic fentanyl patch. So if you're gonna save your people, you gotta get a shit ton of fentanyl patches. Work out a deal. Broker a deal. You know? It can be done. Just like, work it out. We can work this out and save these people from a destiny that is far too grim to consider anymore. The numbers are what did I say earlier? The numbers are astronomical. The amount, it's like 50 times greater, I think, than any tobacco related illness deaths annually. This problem is gonna kill like way more people than tobacco ever did annually. Big Tobacco with their formaldehyde covered tobacco, their inferior product, killing their own customers. I know, right? Just get a Winston. Winston never used additives.
Granted, you're probably smoking worms at that point. You know, it's like probably a maggot. You know, a tobacco leaf bug, beetle, or whatever. That's what you wind up smoking when you don't use formaldehyde death sticks. So, oh well, I don't mind smoking bugs, I guess. I don't care. It's all shredded and chopped up, you know. Who cares? Anyways, yeah, it's like I know it's tragic. All this tobacco-related death that's gone down since I was born. Back in 1981, everybody was smoking. I don't know if the Surgeons General had been put on all the packs yet, but I know when I tried my first cigarette at 10 years of age, the Surgeon's General warning was proudly displayed on the side of the box, warning pregnant women not to touch, and also warning that emphysema loomed in your future. And that's cool, man. Yeah, the fentanyl problem's like 50 times worse, 100 times worse. It depends on how long it lasts. The longer it lasts, the more damage it does. And it gets to be exponential. You want to know the day it becomes exponential? I don't think you do. It's quickly. It's like you think to yourself, oh, who cares? Who cares? Yeah, it's just dead junkies. Dude, it's estimated that 15% of the American populace are considered to be drug addicts. Now, those are people that are prone to being psychologically drawn to drugs. So, those people will probably all get addicted to fentanyl at some point due to no fault of their own. But when the blue pill, because that's all you can get anymore, I guess, out on the streets. It's literally there is no alternative. So these people that have nowhere to turn already, that's usually what makes a drug addict become a drug addict, is they have nowhere left to turn. Drugs are all they got. Drugs are all they got. You ever listen to that song by the Disowned on Bright Idea Records? Drugs are all I got. Yeah, man. It's like you take, and then they hit the street, and what do they got? Blue pills. That's it. I mean, you can get weed at a weed store now. It's not a street drug. It still blows my mind. I mean, I don't know where you live, but my world, in my reality, marijuana's been legal for 6 years. People just go buy it at a store. And, like, I didn't notice until, like, a year ago, so it shows you how aware of things I am. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know. I wasn't, like, interested in smoking weed, like, 2 years ago. I really had better things to do. My fentanyl patch, riding around on my Razor scooter, skateboard, you know? Like, once you got a tolerance to opioids, you don't really get fucked up. High? Give me a break. If anything, it keeps you tolerable. It keeps your pain at a tolerable level, and you don't get dope sick. That's it. Yo, be careful. Eat your yogurt. Don't get constipated. All right. And I don't know. Maybe A&D ointment. I don't know. You know, there's this stuff that's anti-itch cream. That's what it says on the label. I used to see that stuff left around like park benches and you know, just like laying around, like rubbing alcohol swabs and like cold and flu medicine. You know, like basically stuff to help junkie, you know, when they're dope sick. You know, I just see that stuff, you know, out Because it's like, hey man, if you're a homeless junkie and you're getting dope sick, yeah, that would be a nice thing to find, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a nice thing to find? Like when I was in jail back in May detoxing so badly, it was like a wet t-shirt contest for my shirt, and it wasn't sweat, it was snot coming out my nose. I swear to God, like I just had gotten out of the swimming pool. It was ridiculous. And then they gave me a new shirt. I transferred, the the bullpen area or whatever where we were watching basketball. I was in the white outfit, and then when they had me bend over and cough, you know, like they put me in the orange outfit. So that was when I got to change shirts. But that white shirt was like a wet T-shirt of snot. That's how dope sick I was. And yeah, I got like, let's see, I think the snot. By the time they introduced me to my whatchamacallit, bedroll, before they introduced me to my bedroll, I was getting checked in and stuff, and I was dealing with the snot problem. When I got to the bedroll, that's when I had the sinus headache problem. I don't know if it's because I was laying down. I was trying to lay on my side because, like, I don't know, my back was killing me. But I'm used to that. That's not a dope sick thing. That's an everyday real life thing. I have to live with that. I don't got a choice. So, but the sinus headache thing, that was horrible. That had to have been the worst one I'd ever had. Um, I was dry. I was not covered in snot at this point. Like I say, I'd gotten a new outfit, been introduced to my wool blanket, but that headache. So basically, the snot thing was no fun. The headache was no fun. And I don't know. I didn't sleep. I know for a fact I was awake, just like being uncomfortable with this headache. At one point, I was getting visions of jamming my head into the corner of the brick wall just to end everything because I was so miserable at that point. Everything had been going wrong for me lately. And now I was just thinking, Jesus, my mom is probably so freaked out by the way we got raided by the police. It's like ridiculous. She's probably had a heart attack by now over my crazy ass, my civil disobedience wielding ass. Boy, what a brilliant idea that was. Mm-hmm. Whatever, dude. Dude, I just did it again. Did I do that today? Was that earlier? When I hear Dubai affirm blah blah blah, death threat, death threat. Somebody please acknowledge and notice this fucking brilliant plan I have. You know? Like share this message so somebody that can like it just takes an organizer, a person that can organize the funds to get enough fentanyl patches for your community. I figure if this center were in the outskirts of town, you could keep people from having the temptation of just running out the front door. If you got the rehab, the privacy aware, the Zati Avenger privacy aware rehab facility, or the Bright Idea facility, well, you can do either or. My name is completely trustable. You could call it the Trip Zip Uno Rehab Center. If you put my name on it, the junkies will come get clean. They'll trade in their blue pills for the patches. But they're not going to do it if they can't do it anonymously. They don't want the stigma that's attached. Nor do they want the life of a person that's been deemed a junkie. You know, I settled for that reputation 15 years ago because I was in too much pain to live anymore. And there was no solution in sight for me. And it was a compromise I had to make with myself
You know, I'd been trying to function since 2003. That was the accident. And I got introduced to Dr. Arnold Farr at Desert Pain and Rehab with Betsy Weitzel as a nurse. That was my first pain clinic, and I think that was 2007. I think that was the year I got my Social Security income. That was the year I got on pain meds. It was the year I got an income. I just put two and two together and realized that. Now that I had money, I wanted to go out and have a life, and there was no way to do it. I'd already had to turn down a full scholarship to the University of Arizona. I had a full fucking scholarship to get my computer science degree, my bachelor's, and I couldn't do it because of my bad neck in those huge auditoriums. Like, even if I got there early, I wasn't fast enough to get a center seat, a center row seat, and I hadn't coordinated that with disabled student resources yet, because I guess I wasn't, like, it just wasn't coordinated well enough. I should have had a practice semester, like, on the house, to, like, get acquainted with the problems that I would be facing that other people don't. If I could have done that, I could have like said, all right, if we can work out that I always have a front row in the center seat so I don't hurt my neck, I can do this. That's one problem that I'm aware of. I don't know what other problems I would have had because I didn't last. I couldn't last at all. After a few classes, my neck was wrecked. Like, Mom, help! Give me something! Help! My neck is locked! Oh, what am I gonna do? My neck's totally sick. It was bad. Because I wanted to pay attention to the PowerPoint presentations, take good notes, and I also wanted to look my instructor in the eye to see if they had guts and if they were trustable, if they could sell me down the river in the future. I could tell these were really good instructors. The kind that you would have really gotten a good education from. They would have told you everything they know. And they would have taken as much time as needed to do it. I could tell just by looking at them. What a sad thing to throw away. But, it was okay. The way I dealt with that, my failure was getting my income and just settling for a life that doesn't revolve around employment. Because that's what the college degree would have been good for, getting me employment, and I was too fucked up. My neck is too fucked up. It's currently too fucked up for employment. It's too fucked up to go and finish school. So, what chance did I have? I was lucky to be alive. That's my attitude. Because to dwell on that neck thing that is totally out of my control, though a huge letdown, is stupid, dude, because I got way more to offer the world. Like, I did the Bright Idea music trip, and all that did was, like, totally rock. It's a lot of fun to make music, especially with your friends, and totally got me laid more, because I'm out there meeting people, being cool, and that's really all. You meet new band members, and you hang out at their place, and you just meet and meet and meet, and you just grow and grow, and you just play and play, and you just get laid and get laid, and it's like you just get high and get high, and it's just more and more and more of the great music lifestyle that I love so much for myself. Because I don't know what you think of all that stuff I just talked about, but I could do that till the day I die. Those activities I just described, making friends, jamming with them, getting high with them, meeting their girlfriends, helping them break up with their fucking bitch nag ass girlfriend that takes all their money and spends it. Yeah, I'll fuck your bitch. No, she won't be your problem no more. Yeah. Yeah, she'll be over you, trust me. I'll wham bam boop slam dam. I'll wax that ass for you, homie. And it's like, cause really, once you know that a girl is gonna be a bitch the rest of your life, it's safe to say she's not marriage material. After you have your first fight, or disagreement or what have you, it's like if it made you completely miserable, practically suicidal, that's not marriage material. If you never have a disagreement, well, then I guess you could live happily ever after. But are they a doctor? A lawyer? Right. Yeah, dude. The life that I deserve and the life that I've been handed are completely different. And the value that I'm worth and the value that I receive is totally, like, not accurate. It's like I'm not even playing your little game, because I'm not. I stopped playing in 2007 when I started Painkillers. Here, you want to watch and see what I was like back then? Back when I started? I'll show you. I'd like to check out something different anyways. You know? Blah, blah, blah. Here, get that guy off the screen. That crazy dope fiend. What's that? Okay. Hey, that's cool, man. Kids are cool. I'm trying to save the lives of a few. Um, oh. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, it's those zombie flavored Takis, of course. I should have some of those ghoul flavored M&Ms. Get my palate, vary it up a little. Give me a second. I guess I think this might work. And maybe if I take off the caps lock. What is he, a doctor? Yeah, Roxa. Roxa the house. He Roxa. Hey, what about this guy? Has he got anything good? This guy got anything good? Are you seeing this stuff? I don't know. I guess. Got anything good? I think this was the very last episode of Video Virus. I told you my old man died on November 5th, and I think I was dealing with that right now in this episode. And this was also right around the time I got on opioids. Let's see. Which one? Whatever. Where's the audio?
Wow, looks like we found new hardware or something. That's far out.
I would cancel.
Yeah, I hit the green button. Oh, that's what the green button does. Yeah. But anyways, I don't feel like dealing with that. So, as my faithful viewers might know, I'm on now at a new time slot. Your faithful, humble host, J Squared, is now on Wednesdays, or every other Wednesday at 9:30 on the channel you're watching now. Or if this is a replay, then it'll be on the channel that you're watching now, you know, whatever time that is. But yeah, I'm just here, fulfilling my obligation to make TV and whatnot down here at the Access Tucson Public Access TV studio, which you all must love it because you're watching it. So, but yeah, we'll be taking phone calls here in a minute. I guess I'll put up the numbers now just to prep people. But I don't really have anything planned to discuss for tonight. I wasn't even quite sure if I was going to do a show tonight. And I said, well, I have to. You know, my fans, they're waiting for something. So,
the elections.
Talk about the elections?
Yeah. We have 6 months.
What, like the main elections or the Tucson weekly elections or?
Oh, no, presidential elections. That ought to get people going.
What's to say about the presidential elections? I mean, all there is just a bunch of muckraking going on right now. I mean, people, they like to pretend like they're talking about the issues or whatever, but really it boils down to just raking up as much muck as you can about your opponent to discredit them, which, you know, I can't remember who first used that technique. I think it's a pretty old technique. So, you know, we could talk about how Ralph Nader entered into the elections and how he still represents an end to corporate corruption, and he still holds true to the values that he expressed, well, that he's been expressing since the 60s, really, which is just kind of like consumer protection, which also reminds me, when it comes to consumer protection, if you're taking any type of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, that would be an NSAID type medication. It is pretty much mandatory that you take something like Zantac or Prilosec or Prevacid or some kind of an acid reducer. Otherwise, you will end up with an ulcer eventually. It's, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people have stronger stomach linings and they don't need an acid reducer. But when you take those kinds of pills, those NSAID anti-inflammatory pills, if you suffer from pain, you gotta be real careful with your stomach or you'll end up with an ulcer.
Oh, dude, I forgot
All right,
about
we got
that.
some phone calls.
Yeah, that was totally annoying, man. That was another reason I turned to opioids. So I gave up on my bachelor's degree because of my bad neck. I gave up on the employment scene because my Social Security disability check was finally gonna arrive, along with some back pay. You know, things were on the upswing. Yeah, but my old man, I miss him still. He was like a mentor. He was a good mentor when he wasn't totally in a bad mood from his back pain. Yeah. Which he didn't always have the best of doctors. Sometimes he had some hard times to go through. Oh, tell me about it. Right.
Phone caller, you're on Video Virus.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I don't know, I got Microsoft behind me right here, so I'm not doing that great.
That's a great program.
Well, thank you very much.
Zing!
You sound like a Video Virus caller I've heard before. Are you a faithful Video Virus viewer?
No,
Yeah, well,
because they're not still
I had to
watching.
go back up north here for the summer, but I'm back here. I got a question about the next president.
No, all right, what would that be, phone caller?
Now, is it going to be a woman or is it going to be a man?
Oh, wow. You know,
Is
if I
it
had some
Hillary
kind of
or
psychic
President
abilities,
Barack
I'm sure I
Obama?
could tell you. You know, if we were to reference comic books, you know, like the Marvel Universe, I would probably predict a female president.
Oh yeah,
But-
in the X-Men cartoons,
Is there going to be
man.
a first, do you think, for the country, whoever gets elected?
Yeah, I don't really know. It would be nice to know. You know, because then you wouldn't have to watch the news. You know, you could just know.
Ah!
But,
What about,
Oh, that's
Obama?
funny.
He could be
Oh,
president
because
or not?
people are always trying to calculate
He
the
could be.
majority and
He's
the
got
minority
more
and the
delegate
this and
count,
the
more
which
delegate-
state and this
delegate votes.
because they don't aren't that good at
Uh,
math.
Yeah, you know, we could either have the first
It's
black
like you
man,
can figure it out from the
or, you
moment
know,
that
we
announcements
could
are
have the
made.
first, let's just say the first non-white man to be president. Or we could have the first another non-white man, a female president. So, you know,
You mean non-ball bearing?
non-ball bearing?
He's not bearing buffalo.
Exactly, phone caller.
Just as long as it's not that asshole Mr. Bill.
I didn't catch that, phone caller.
It's not that asshole Mr. Bill.
Oh, did this
guy
did
that was
Mr.
asking
Bill
about is
invent
it a
that
man or a
ball
woman?
bearing thing?
No, he doesn't have any balls.
Oh, I see.
Trash. Zing!
That's a.
Oh, my ribs.
I wonder how many other people share your perspective, caller. Maybe that could be the topic for the rest of the show. I don't know. That's about all I have to say about the elections, really. I mean, unless
I
you
haven't
talk about
changed
the
a
Tucson
bit.
weekly elections, which is quite
All about
interesting.
me.
If you,
no,
if you
I,
look
I
at,
was
you know,
quite aware of my community. at
what
this
each
point.
candidate is saying.
This is the end of
you
the
know.
show. Last episode ever made.
But I don't know. Still there, caller? Nope. All right. Let's see what this caller has
Right
to say.
before I
Phone
started
caller.
my opioid journey.
You're on Video Virus.
Talk tonight, you look hot.
Why, thank you, caller. It's too bad you're not a female saying that, but that's okay. Phone caller, you're on Video Virus.
You know absolutely nothing about politics, don't you?
Oh yeah, I'm a total noob. Yeah, nothing. I'm just ignorant.
Look at the politics.
I'm either ignorant or innocent. One
I
or the
think
other.
George Bush should run for another term.
ignorant or innocent. Or
Wow,
just reckless and
that would be
careless.
like who is that president that was in for 4 terms? Ford?
Full-blooded
Truman?
party.
No, I think it was Ford.
Maybe just
I don't know.
unaware.
Wasn't
Just
Ford?
completely
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
know
dark.
Roosevelt. Yeah, I don't know nothing about
completely-
politics. So
Just not supporting the
it
right
was Roosevelt.
things. If you were supporting the right things, you would
I don't know.
in the
That would be
dark.
pretty weird
They
if
wouldn't
Bush
be in the
did end
dark.
up
We'd have some brightness in
president
our
again. That would
lives.
totally be a violation of the rules.
That would be like the best day of my life.
I don't know. I heard one theory about Hillary. You know how she couldn't have Bill for a vice president because of the fact that he's already served 2 full terms. Didn't he serve 2 full terms? See, I was listening to grunge rock back then, and
I don't know. I really think that Hillary sucks more than Monica.
yeah, I don't know. It beats the hell out of me.
Yep. Good night. I love you.
Thanks, caller. And that right there is why I do the show, people. Because, quite frankly, I'd rather be at home resting right now. But
True
this
talk.
is. Oh wow, my microphone level's kind of
You
overbearing.
can tell it's the last show
Probably,
ever. I'm totally
go. Oh, wait, is
filterless
that-
for the
hello?
most
Hello?
part. I'm
That
in
looks like it's a
host
little bit
mode,
low.
but still.
I don't know. They probably got it
Totally
under control. in
filterless,
that-
I'm pretty sure.
if anybody's in there, I don't know. I'm still adjusting.
I tried to
this new
protect
time
people
slot.
from my sad
Apparently,
situation
I think.
by sharing as little
do I have
about it
my
as
paper?
possible.
Do I still have
Because
my
there's
piece of
nothing
paper?
good to share about it.
Uh-oh.
Just
I left my piece
tragic.
of paper somewhere. I had a piece of paper that was
Tragic.
describing the various formats, and I believe I'm a direct dialogue show now.
The
which,
top-heavy Ford
indicates,
that rolled. It was like I
I
didn't even get any class action settlement money. Dude, I didn't know
So,
there was class action settlement money. I don't
And
know.
also, I've noticed on
Dude, it wasn't my
Wednesdays,
Ford
there's a
Ranger.
lot,
I was just a passenger.
I don't know, as opposed to Fridays, my old time slot, you know, there seemed to be a lot more community aware programs on Wednesday and whatnot. So, I don't know, I might want to try and go with that theme and exhibit community awareness or something, but that would be a joke. Phone caller, you're on
Oh,
Video
because
Virus.
my pain was totally immobilizing me at this point.
Hello. Man, I think that I would rather have let's see, does that Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Yeah,
I was
I'd
totally
rather-
community
yeah, that did work.
unaware, totally
yeah, I'd rather have
immobilized
that right there
before
than,
my
than
journey into
Microsoft, my
opioids.
background.
And
I
tuck-
actually thought that maybe a fun idea for a show would be to teach people how to download a live bootable Linux.
You know why I
OS
had to
out
be
of
so
pictures
harsh
switched back.
on
Oh, dear.
Microsoft back then, don't you? I'll tell you.
And then
Here,
I'm gone.
let me pause.
But I was
this.
thinking it'd be fun to show
My
people
mouse.
how to
tell
download
you,
their
it's
very
no big
own
deal.
live bootable
Like
Linux
there was one
distribution.
very simple
which in
reason
case-
to be rude about Microsoft back then, and it's because of the corporate policies that were in place with regards to the software run on employee desktop systems. You know, it's one thing, I suppose, if you work at a call center and you're always shifting from one pod to another, one cubicle, etc. If it's shared terminals, then you can't really, you know, change the operating system. Even if it's on a flash drive, it's just a bad, naughty idea, you know. And if you have a good admin, you won't even be able to boot that flash drive. So, and if you have a really good admin, you'll still be able to access the data, and it'll be scanned for viruses, and maybe even defragmented if you agree to it. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, it's all getting a little bit better. It seems like there's a lot of afterthoughts in the world, like that don't get addressed until tragic things happen. It's really fucked up. I know that was like a lot of the things Ralph Nader would talk about, is how to prevent tragic things. Like when I was expecting 9/11 when it happened. On September 11th, I was expecting it, and that's why I had such a bitter disposition. It was another I told you so moment. I had the I told you so moment like so many times in my life. And what did I get in return? Pushed around, sabotaged, lied about, beat up, disregarded, ignored. Oh, and I get to live with the chronic pain like constantly now, right? Oh, and also the it's not a measured dose, so I get the ups and the downs of the getting high and getting dope sick and getting high and getting dope sick, as opposed to the patch, which is smooth and steady, and the perfect way to get these kids off of dope and save them from the graveyard. But it's okay. I'll have another I told you so moment, and it'll be just probably the most tragic one yet. You know, I've been aware of pandemics ever since I watched the Terry Gilliam film 12 Monkeys. And also I got to live through the bird flu epidemic, the SARS. It was a hell of a time, period, to be alive. But I survived, and I also survived this pandemic. And I do have asthma. It's diagnosed. I don't have a right to my albuterol medicine. I don't have a right to my ephedrine medicine that I need to breathe. You know how scary it is when I can't breathe? It is terrifying. And you know what the worst part about that is? The more scared you get, the worse it gets. Like, you have to calm yourself down immediately, or you'll suffocate from your asthma attack when you're unmedicated, or even under-medicated, for that matter. It's like you guys are trying to prevent tragedies, and you're causing them with your ignorance of the problem.
You know, you people don't know, Linux is a freely available. Yeah, I know my phone's beeping. I like
Hey,
the way
what's
that
up,
sounds.
Mass Food?
But,
Can you please share
you know,
this
if you
on your
don't
social
wanna, or
media?
if you don't
Thank
have
you.
the money, rather,
I'm trying to
pay
get
for
popular
software.
because
You
I
know,
have
you
a
can
plan
use
to
Linux
save lives.
and still
It's all good
learn a
with
thing
you.
or two
I'm gonna
about
type on the keyboard.
computers
to let you know.
And if you
I'm
have a
here.
live bootable
Yeah,
distribution,
I'm
such
really
as Knoppix,
dysfunctional because I'm
which is,
under
spelled with a
medicated,
K,
but I need my
you
fans
can,
to share this with their fans
boot that
because
up
you
and
can
not
trust
even
me.
harm the system.
It's some
if
old
you're using,
footage from Video
yeah, let's
Virus,
load
a
up Tucson.
program I
That'd
made
be
in
awesome.
2007.
We could get that
This is the
going.
very last episode
But-
before I began my journey
Oh, I
into
just love that
opioids.
I remember
I
when
was
a
sober
kid,
at this
I used
point.
to
I might have had
call
a
up these
painkiller,
BBSs here
but I
in
didn't
town,
have a prescription.
and,
I've been a prescription
I
pain
think the Hambone BBS or
patient
something,
ever
a
since
couple other BBSs.
Work for us?
No, I
the
didn't dive
time
into yours.
period in late September when my father
No, I
died.
stuck to the Apple and Wildcat BBSs.
Commodore Rule 64.
Yeah, I know. I'm not dissing Commodore or nothing. I'm just telling you how I was at that state and time, you know. But, you know, I'd hear that sound, and it would frustrate the hell out of me. But I was still happy just to have a phone line and know that I had the ability to
Where we going?
connect to it.
Tucson?
Yeah, let's go to Tucson. Or I don't, you know, I heard that there were some street level viewings of Army military bases that the Pentagon demanded, or the DoD demanded, were not contained in the Google Street Map database.
Ooh.
So that we should try and get those on there. See if
Let's go to Area 51.
see if Google missed any of those. Yeah. Area 51. Yeah.
Aliens and anal probes and all that stuff that goes on over there.
Is that what goes on over there, phone caller?
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard. Oh, that's what word on the street says.
Well, that's the word the galaxy says. You know, who's been in outer space before besides me and a few astronauts?
He said astronaut.
Well, I see we're on the same page.
Oh, and there's the Access Tucson homepage right there. You got anything in particular?
Well, I was going to say, if you need somebody to come down there and throw some switches in that control room, I'll be happy to come down.
This is an open show, so pretty much anybody can come down. I don't have.
I'll see if you've got some levers or switches or any cranks that you need worked, I'll do that for you.
We're a little bit more high tech than that, but
No cranks?
well, there is a lever on the Grass Valley switcher.
Are you operating one behind the desk?
No, I'm just doing the George Jetson thing, just pushing buttons.
Ever heard of Porky Pig in it?
Do what the wiki wick?
Porky Pig in it?
Porky Pig in it.
That's where you just wear a shirt and no pants.
Oh, that's kind of like Donald ducking it.
Yeah, are you doing that?
Maybe. I'd have to stand up for you to know for sure.
Well, stand up, sailor.
I don't take direct orders. I'm sorry. I only take indirect orders.
All right, let's not stand up.
Yeah, if you were to like say, can you touch the sky? And then if I were to like try, and then if you were to go, why don't you try a little harder? Then I might stand up. But nah, a
let's
direct
pretend
order
I
is not
said
gonna
that.
work. Huh?
Let's pretend I said that then.
It's already too late for that, caller.
Well, I
It's-
haven't
the
said
continuity
anything
would
stupid
lose its
yet.
context, and we'd just,
Take a lead.
be
Train the
performing an
lizard.
exercise in television masturbation.
So
So,
why don't you watch the show?
He's so clever.
because I'm suffering from health problems at the
raw.
moment, and I'd really rather just be at home resting.
Yeah, my life has
Well,
been
I told you
miserable,
once, I
and
covered
you've
up
made it no
stuff.
easier. No one in
Cover
this
what up,
country.
phone caller?
You've always
Oh,
voted
man,
for the
you-
wrong
you never
thing.
want to put your mouth, you gotta make sure
Despise
it's covered.
Yeah, not those kind of illnesses. Yeah, there we go. What is that? Downtown over by the
But
courthouse?
hey, man, it's not too
Oh,
late.
that's what we're like. Oh yeah. I
I'm
guess that's
perfectly
not-
open to the future. But
Yeah,
currently,
some
I
of those got
despise.
censored by the DoD.
Well, let's see.
Ooh, really?
What do we want
That's
to-
just what I heard.
We should have our own website with censored stuff on it. Uncensored, I mean.
Yeah, I've attempted to run websites before, but most people don't really care, including myself.
Oh,
So
do you and me, we could get together, maybe take our shirts off and get this stuff set up.
like I said, phone caller, I have to have a site that I care about to.
Oh, we
That
could
and my-
care about it because we work on it together. Just me and you. Maybe if we got a little too hot, maybe we could put on a pair of slacks or something.
Ooh.
Oh, the caller still wants to know if I have pants on or not.
You don't.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stand up, even though this is probably gonna
Excite 'em.
excite my back. I have pants on.
Oh, damn it.
So I'm not Donald Ducking it. I'm not Mickey Mousing it. Or wait, Mickey Mouse wears shorts. Yeah.
It's Porky Pig in it.
Porky Pig in it. Yeah.
Just sounds better, you know.
Ibda,
Porky Pig in it.
ibda, that's all, folks. But yeah, I'm gonna take this other phone call.
All right,
Caller.
love you.
I know you do. That's why I do this show, is for my fans. Phone caller.
Hello. What do you think about global warming?
Well, you know, I think that it's real.
What do you think what's causing global warming?
Oh, I got some more dope in my bloodstream.
I don't know.
hope to
I
act
haven't
nicer
seen.
now.
Yeah, warmth. Exactly. I
You know, it
haven't
makes me
seen
a
all
very
an
vulnerable
inconvenient truth.
person
I got about
to have this
half an
problem
hour,
that I
45 minutes
have,
into it
because
when it
if
was
you
on
act
Showtime and I fell
disrespectful to the
asleep.
wrong
This
people,
was many months
it
ago.
causes you
I
a
remember
world of
at one
pain.
point, maybe it.
So to make me
Uncensored.
get like this,
Yeah,
put me in this
attempted to run
position
websites
makes
before,
me
but most people don't
vulnerable
really,
to
care,
abuse.
including myself. So.
Do you
I
and
can't
me,
control
we
my
get
shitty
together, maybe
attitude.
take our
When I
shirts
feel
off,
shitty,
and
I act
stuff like that.
shitty. Get it?
Like I said, phone caller, I have
God
to have a
damn
site
you
that
people.
I care about to.
Oh,
That and my
Doomed to a 20-year hell.
Just me and you. You know, maybe if we get a little too hot, maybe we could put on a pair of slacks or
21,
something.
excuse me.
Ooh.
Oh, the caller still wants to know if I have pants on or not.
You don't.
Yeah.
It's had
you know
its
what?
ups
I'm
and
gonna stand
downs,
up,
let's say.
even though this is probably gonna.
Definitely
Excite
had its
my
ups
back.
and downs.
I have
and
have
it's due to
pants on.
policies.
Damn it.
So
we're out
I'm
of my
not Donald
control.
Ducking it. I'm not Mickey Mousing it. Or wait, Mickey Mouse wears shorts. Yeah.
It's Porky Pig in it.
Porky Pig in it. Yeah.
Just sounds better, you know.
Ibda,
Porky Pig in it.
ibda, that's all, folks. But yeah, I'm gonna take this other phone call.
All
Caller.
right, love you.
I know you do. That's why I do this show, is for my fans.
Oh, is it on
Phone
the loop?
caller.
Hello. What do you think about global warming?
Well, you know, I think that it's real.
What do you think what's causing global warming?
It is. It's loop. Oh no,
Um,
is it playing the other one?
On it. Uncensored.
Okay, that is the second one.
Yeah,
okay.
I've attempted to run websites before, but most people don't really care, including myself. So.
Do you and me? We could get
I'm
together,
talking
maybe
about
take
my-
our shirts off and get this stuff set up.
Okay, with
Like
that
I s-
reference, that was basically me attesting to low analytics. I was running a web hosting operation, J Squared Web Hosting. That's where I had VideoVirus.tv and GammaRaysComics.com, and a failure and rejection musicpublishing.com, and anyways, JJ Baker Industries LLC. I just couldn't really drum up business for myself. You know, if I would have picked up the Yellow Pages and dialed every phone number in that book, I'll bet I could have had a lot of business because my operation was solid. But, you know, with my setbacks, I couldn't. And, I wasn't ready to hire people. I'm not at this point, I was in the hole. I had to get a business internet line just to run the hosting operation at home. That's what happens when you get disabled in an accident. You try to figure out things you can do from home a lot of the time because you don't really have the ability to go out as much as you used to before you got injured. That's for sure. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, yeah, that was about the low analytics. I wasn't using the SEO techniques available to me at the time. Cause I've always been a content driven guy. I ain't got time to focus on money. I ain't got time to focus on promotion. I'm too busy focusing on the content that I make. And I just have never had really a solid enough organization to provide my people and supporters. You know, I used to have a jam room downtown. That was a good place to organize from. I used to have a public access TV studio downtown. That was a good place to organize from. I used to have, resources, but I haven't had resources in a long time other than what everybody has. It's it's over the counter for this guy
that has like a million setbacks over here.
Said phone
And has
caller, I
everything
have
to
have a
offer the
site that I
world.
care about to
Oh,
that
No
and-
help
because we'd work
figuring
on
out
it.
my
Yeah.
place in
Just me,
society.
you,
I went to
maybe
voc
if we got a
rehab.
little hop, maybe we
Fucking
could
A.
share Slacks or something.
I did everything I had to do to get on Social
Oh,
Security,
the
and
caller
it
still
wasn't
wants to know
difficult.
if I have pants
I mean,
on
it
or not.
was difficult. Physical therapy is fucking
Yeah,
difficult.
you know
Everything's
what? I'm gonna
fucking
stand up,
difficult.
even though this
But
is
it wasn't
probably gonna
difficult getting on Social Security because I'm
excite my
totally
back.
fucked up
I have
and
pants
have been
on.
for like my whole life. But I
So,
tried to
I'm
be a
not
normal
Donald Ducking
person,
it. I'm
and all I
not
did was
Mickey
get my
Mousing it.
sandcastles
Or wait,
kicked
Mickey
down
Mouse
over
in
and
shorts,
over,
yeah.
and nobody stood up for me.
Porky Pig in it.
And
yeah.
Ralph Nader didn't get a chance to.
Ebedit, that's all,
God damn you
folks.
people.
But
My
yeah,
pain pill
let me
hasn't
take this
kicked
other
in
phone
yet.
call.
All right,
Call
I
it.
love you.
I
Go
know you
eat
do.
something.
That's why I do this show, is for my fans. Phone caller.
Hello. What do you think about global warming?
Well, I think that it's real.
What do you think what's causing global warming?
I don't know. I haven't seen. Warmth. Exactly. I haven't seen all of An Inconvenient Truth. I got about half an hour or 45 minutes into it when it was on Showtime, and I fell asleep. This was many months ago. I remember at one point, maybe it was longer than 30 minutes or 45. I know at one point Al Gore showed a graph where it showed, carbon dioxide levels and where they've been for the past few thousands, if not millions of years, and then where they are now and where they're headed to. And
Sir, here's my philosophy on global warming. All these goddamn illegal Mexicans coming across the border and expecting handouts and sucking our Social Security dry, and it's just getting out of hand. We need to take pride in our country and do what is right. We need to stop. we need to stand up and do what is right for this country because it is rotting from the inside out. Would you agree with me?
no, not at all.
How do you figure?
Well, I understand, that because of NAFTA, transportation involving vehicles that emit stuff that contribute to the ozone problem is more prevalent.
They don't take
I
care
mean,
of
and
our
those
vehicles.
aren't illegal. Those are legal vehicles that are contributing. So,
No, I'm just talking about Mexicans in general.
we left the global warming topic. Because, I was trying to find a correlation between the two, and I couldn't really find one at all.
Well, they're part of the problem. That's the thing. They don't make.
You're a part of the
vehicles
problem. I'm a part of the problem. We're all a part of the problem. It's
then
everyone's
stop
personal
breathing.
responsibility to try and do something, and if somebody's less fortunate than you, it's your obligation to freaking help them somehow.
I'm not helping them. My Social Security, my tax dollars pay for them. What are you talking about? Yours too.
I don't know, phone caller. I think we come from some slightly different viewpoints, and it's hard for me to relate to you.
I mean, it's just a shame that 300,000 people die a day, and they can't be them.
No, that's hostile.
You sound like South Park,
I don't know. I've heard a lot of Americans talk like that these days. I don't know, in the past few years. It seems to be a prevailing opinion that, everyone else is the problem except for themselves. And people don't want to take accountability for their own actions. And, that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? People have the right to have whatever the goddamn hell opinion they want. But the fact of the matter is, you have to look at everything systematically and how things really affect each other.
Hey, you guys.
And you
You
can't just make
guys.
gross
I
generalizing
did it.
statements, and try and be
I
all
did it.
encompassing and say, oh,
I
everything
did it.
is
I
all this
saved
one
myself.
problem. It's all.
Let me turn on my
cumulative.
camera.
But damn,
Oh,
my neck is
shit,
killing me.
man.
Phone caller.
That's
What's
so
going
cool.
on?
I did it. And I wasn't even meditating. It's just like I was talking about my problems, and I solved my court battle. I was telling you guys, whoops, that's when the camera locked up. I've had a few spiritual moments with the camera, and when it decides to lock up. I think that I have a spiritually in tune gremlin in my system. Don't
Don't feed the mogwai, right? After midnight? Oh, after midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out. Excuse me. I'm trying to put on a happy face because I just had an epiphany that if I were to submit the last 2 years of my life as evidence on my court case where I have a class 3 felony pending, God damn you, camera! You fucking work! Now! Not in a good mood! There. Just a little cooperation is all I ask for. Because I'm a fucking genius still to this very day. If I were to submit the last 2 years of my video creations as evidence on my case, where I got in trouble because I pulled out my guns and said I was going to go postal on Cox, a cable provider based out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I got thrown in jail. That's where I got to be dope sick, and I'm in trouble. If I submit my videos as evidence, it'll take years for these fools to watch them all. And trust me, you gotta watch them all, because there's a timeline that develops, just like right now. I'm telling you, that's the beginning of my journey into opioids. And that's pretty important context in this story. And it's evidence. And there's hours of it. And it'll cost so much taxpayer money. And the judge has better things to do other than watch my videos. I saved myself. I'm still a genius. Tell me, do I deserve to be heard? Am I an American? Was I born here or not? Do I have all the rights afforded to me? I have a public defender, and I don't get to talk to him much. He's very overworked, and I try not to burden him. I know he's got an important job and not enough resources. Anyways, it's supposed to be that way. Because all criminals and those found doing... Basically, cops are the end-all, be-all. They know what's right and wrong. That's why they're judges, right? Oh, no, wait, they're cops? Yeah, all they do is, like, try to follow the rule book. And sometimes they're stupid and don't know everything. They don't know the difference between a prescription and a crack pipe. You know? And if you don't, neither. Because, like, there's not enough evidence. I've got all the evidence you need in the videos. You just gotta watch them all. I saved myself. I wish I could... I got nothing to celebrate. Still, I can do this every day until the day I die. That's cool. I can be miserable and share it with you. That's really all I need. If I could just share and make you miserable too. Until somebody does something. I'm so smart. And you know, it came to me. I'm in the kitchen. You know what I said to my mom? I said, you know what I've discovered, Mother, after reviewing my material with others on the internet, since, you know, I've decided to be totally open and transparent, like anybody's noticed. Anyways, the fact remains, I'm a very bitter person after 21 years of this injury. I've discovered this. I didn't think I was a bitter person. I thought I've always been hard-edged. Like, I think I despised you people back then. That's why I talk in such a condescending tone, because this is the filterless episode of Video Virus, the very last one, when I had to give up on my bachelor's degree because of my bad neck and get on opioids so I could just function in society with my Social Security income, because now I had money. It was time to live like a normal person. That's what was expected. I had a PT Cruiser and some old buddies that I hadn't seen in a while. Let's hang out. Let's live life. Let's go to the bar and talk to girls. Let's live life. Let's live life. I've spent the past 4 years recovering from the accident. No income. It's been real easy to recover at home with no income. I'd walk to the Circle K and get a carton of Cools and some Monster Energy drinks and play pirated video games on my hacked original Xbox. And did that for a good long while. I think I tried to maintain a supply of cannabis at the time, but my mother always knew if I was smoking it in the house and would say, "It stinks like a skunk in here." Marijuana was illegal back then. I believe it's still federally illegal, but here in the state of Arizona, it had not been decriminalized yet, not even for medical purposes. Funny thing is the people voted for it back in 1996, and it won. We could have done it back then, but we weren't like as clever as California. Somebody had to invent the marijuana dispensary first. That hadn't been invented in 1996, not here. So we didn't get to even take advantage of the thing that the majority, we won. We like made it okay to smoke weed in 1996, I believe it. Was it 92 or 96? It's ridiculous Arizona didn't capitalize on that like California did. That was the beginning of their whole journey into marijuana capitalism. The cannabis culture, yeah, well that started here 6 years ago. We're a little bit in the Stone Age. Not the Stoned Age, the Stone Age, like dinosaurs. Fossils. Let's just say it's not a lot of research and development. We got a mine, we got a bomb factory, we got a aircraft graveyard, and a whole lot of desert, and a downtown like any other city. But the fact remains is research and development's always been my gig that I dig. And then the nice thing about music, there's always stuff to research and develop, of course. My style especially. But the fact remains is, the options for me had never been great. The choices I made for my life, which were damn good choices that everybody seems to be making right now. Now the time is good to be making the choices. I was ahead of my time. That's what they call that. Naturally, it's made my struggle incredibly difficult being ahead of my time for the past 30 years. If you count video games and more, started in 92. Starting and creating the content genre known as the video game content creation genre, It's basically a simple enough genre, but I was there at the studio and you weren't. I invented it and you didn't. And I deserve some royalties for it from Amazon and Google, Twitch and YouTube, They make billions. I deserve some of it immediately. I'm in desperate need because I'm about to die. I have post-traumatic stress. And the way I act out and shit, you dumb motherfuckers, I could die today. I was making death threats to President Biden and Donald Trump earlier today to try to get some fucking attention. Do you understand how post-traumatically survivor guilt-ridden I am? It could cost me my life. And every time I feel a twinge of chronic pain, it makes me fear for my life and it activates the fucking PTSD. You've got me fighting for my life. I'm glad I figured out my court case. That's a tiny problem compared to the fentanyl death in my town. All the families that are gonna be fucking ruined. The survivor guilt that I'm gonna get to live with and you won't. Because you're not gonna feel guilty about dead junkies. You will never feel guilty about dead junkies. Meanwhile, I get to live with even more survivor guilt. If I get in trouble with the police again, that'll be more post-traumatic stress. Because that wasn't a pleasurable experience to get taken in. I'm sorry, the smoke grenade was a bit much. You could have called me. I would not have resisted. I guess you were hoping to catch me with some evidence so that I didn't flush down my non-existent toilet. I don't know. I couldn't have disposed of anything. If I would have started a fire, I would have suffocated. There was nothing I could have done. You could have just called me and said, hey, come out with your hands up, please. I would have said, okay. Am I in trouble? Oh, is this about the going postal thing at Cox? Yeah, I was expecting you guys a week ago. Why did it take you? Oh, you had to get a subpoena from the judge. I was hoping to get noticed with my civil disobedience. Instead, I just wound up with a huge criminal battle. And the potential to lose my gun rights. Or my competency as an adult. Get real, dude. I'm savvy as fuck. I'm a goddamn genius. And you're treating me like a retard. What the fuck? I may have traumatic brain injury. I'm still a genius. What the fuck do you gotta do to get noticed in this fucking world by you dumb fucks? I don't even fucking know. I just saved my own neck once again. And I wish I was dead. Thanks for making it easy for me. Just trying to save lives of the doomed. Sometimes it just wring your neck, you little son of a. That's when I put my palm on the top of your head and screw up your hairdo. And you gotta go fix it. You little fucking rascal. I'd ground you after a good solid spanking with the goddamn yardstick. Yeah, but you know, I'd rather get the yardstick than the ruler, cause like the yardstick has some sway. It's 3 feet long. It's a yard. The ruler, it's got no give. It's a solid thwack. Yeah, yeah, I'd smack the shit out of your naughty little ass, and I'd make you go to your room and think about what you've done to Zot the Avenger's life. Hope you feel guilty as fuck. I hope you think about it and consider it. I know you're not gonna. I'll get my roast someday. Ha cha 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 cha. Stool pigeon! Motherfuckers. I'm gonna run out of drugs right now. And I'm gonna fear for my life. Activate my PTSD. It's never, ever, ever fun to be me. Not even when I'm doing good. It's really bad. You should just kill me. You'd be doing us both of it. I can't kill myself because that's a shitty thing to do to people. The people that are ignoring me right now. It's a shitty thing to do to them. My mom's in the other room. She doesn't ignore me. She drives me to my appointments. So I really can't kill myself right now. In the year 2024, in November, I can't do that to my mom. She'll be dead soon, and then I can do it. Fucks, I hate you for making me feel that way. You made me this way. I can't change. What do you want me to do? Go buy a blue pill off the street? That's not going to solve my pain. That's not even the right option. I told you I need a fucking patch. There's a reason. It's like the most high-tech advanced opioid distribution system a manufacturer of pharmaceuticals has developed yet. allows the most control over the bloodstream flow of medication. And guess what? That's good for the efficacy. If you knew anything at all, you could pull your head out your ass and support the right thing for once. It seems like you're very happy to have supported Trump, and that's good. He's probably the right thing because he's already done the job once, and apparently he has his constituency, which seems to be a good majority of America, and he has a background in television just like me, you see. So, and it's reality television, and I can relate to a person like that. Also, he has his professional wrestling background, and I have my professional wrestling background. I can relate to him on that. Also, I've tried to be a leader at times, and I have failed. Maybe he could be a bit of a mentor if I ever got to know the guy. But anyways, I digress. Also, he got shot and survived. I had a deadly fatal rollover accident and survived, and a few other survival tricks. We're like Houdini. We do amazing feats of survival right in front of you. It's like amazing. We're like superheroes. We're super villains. You want to turn me into a super villain? Thanks. I'm not going to. You can try your hardest. I met the Dalai Lama. You think I can turn to the dark side? You know, just because you're a Republican, that doesn't mean you're a part of the empire. If you embrace fear and dishonesty and hatred, that makes you a part of the fucking dark side. If you seek to hinder rather than give people options, yeah? It's simple. The Jedis, they're all about the trusting of the other Jedis, the helping of the non-Jedis, you know, the figuring things out and enlightening themselves and studying and discipline, you know, and just faith, you know, in the future and each other, you know. You don't need faith in the afterlife. You don't need faith in a God or some supernatural bullshit that doesn't exist. You need to have faith in each other. And then you'll get the world peace, and we can get into outer space as a planet already. Because as long as we're fragmented in a bunch of little countries, we shouldn't go out into outer space, because we would be pollutants to the rest of the universe and galaxy, or however far out we go. Be total irritants, pollutants, and disruptors of the goddamn other universes that might potentially be out there. We have nothing to offer them until we can get to a one country, one fucking world peace planet. You know? You guys gotta wake up and save these fentanyl kids now. And you gotta listen to me, or you're just gonna ruin the galaxy for any other you know, if it's not intelligent life, let's say there is life out there and it's a microbe, yeah, you're gonna kill it and make it go extinct. I don't trust you. Not yet. At all. You people make me sick. But at the same time, hey man, I'd like to meet Donald Trump and start talking about how to fix you fucks. Made my life shit. I'm the poorest person you know. The most low income. Does that mean I should be a Democrat or what? I'm just an independent. I'm a free agent, baby. That's what I really am. I'm a free agent to this very moment I'm suffering. Totally available. Single. Alone. I got my mom and she'll be dead soon, and then I can kill myself and we can get this over with. In the meantime, I really got nothing nice to say. I think I'll have a cigarette. Should lighten me up. Get some dopamine to my fucking brain. I'm sick of waking up. I just want to go to sleep and not wake up. I just want to, like, walk through a door and get decapitated. Something nice, quick, clean, get it over, please. I don't want this anymore. I'm making mistakes every time I open or do, or I'm under medicated. I'm acting irrationally and impulsively all the time due to these incredibly painful chronic pain injury related episodes causing my asthma to fluctuate. And then, like, I don't want to talk about it. My survivor guilt and post-traumatic stress are going to kick in if I keep talking about it. And it gets very, very... My heart, I've got a blood pressure. I used to have pre-hypertension. Now I've got hypertension and then some. These days, I'm gonna die. I can feel the chest things going on. Sometimes it'll even become like a brain thing. The thrombosis of the forehead, of the vein. But the thing is, my mind is totally reeling with the carousel, the JavaScript carousel of post-traumatic stress nightmares I live with, from the rollover, from the domestic violence I witnessed. That looks like when my father was straddling my mother in the music room, letting her have it like as if he was an MMA fighter, because she was being a dumb, nagging bitch like she always is. I swear to God, I wish he would have smacked her up worse. What a dumb, unsupportive whore. She should have aborted me. That's really... But you know what? I love her, and I'm not gonna kill myself. But that dumb bitch don't know how to support. All I ask for is a little encouragement and a little acknowledgement, and to appreciate how awesome my efforts are when they are awesome, and to, could be better when they aren't all they could be. But I've produced some shit lately that is world-changingly, groundbreakingly, fantastically, life-savingly awesome. World Peace Now shit, and dude, I haven't even gotten into the thousands of views. I haven't even gotten into the hundreds. I haven't even gotten into the teens on the really good shit. And I'm in a lot of trouble. Granted, I figured out how to save myself. I just gotta submit those videos as evidence. The very thing I need you to watch is gonna eat up your taxpayer dollars. That's what I call poetic justice. The fact that I'm in legal trouble right now, and it's gonna cost you, morons, taxpayer dollars, to prosecute me, an innocent man that deserves his competency, his gun rights, and then some. Do you know how many privileges I deserve that I don't have right now? If I was enabled, I could save you people from yourselves. We'd end global warming. We'd house the homeless. We'd feed the starving children that go to school hungry. We'd start to spread out like a virus, eliminating the need for weapons. You know, it's one thing to own a gun to protect yourself because you're nervous about your environment and those that are in it. It's another to create a utopia where you don't even think about having a gun because it doesn't cross your mind, because it's like, oh, is there a threat here? No, there's no threat here. What? I think maybe you're misinterpreting that thing on the wall over there. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. No, there's no threat here. We live in utopia. Yeah, you're not going to want a gun. Until you get there, you need them to protect your beautiful life. My life is beautiful. Your life is ugly. My life is beautiful. You can watch the videos and see that clearly. My life is beautiful. And your life is ugly. All you do is compete at each other's throats. Meanwhile, I'm like Ozzy Osbourne, you know, living as a foe. Maybe we can learn how to love. Hey. No, we're not going to give JJ the credit. No, he just gets to sit there with a fucking neck ache and a post-traumatic stress freak out. God damn it. I gotta really finish this cigarette and smoke it. Because this attitude is no fun for me. I hate it when I get like this. This is making my heart race. This is uncomfortable. I don't like getting like that. Fuck. But I got every reason in the world to be like that. How do I know? Because I'm logical, analytical, and aware of my reality and surroundings and the people in them and what they do to me, which right now is basically nothing. It's been me on my own for 2 years, fending for myself like a feral junkie on the street. Except I'm trying to calculate my handicap based upon my pre-existing injuries. Most dope junkies on the street aren't injured like I am. So I've had the ups and downs, the dope sick, the whole 9 yards that they've gone through, and then some, right? Right? What were we talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about. I remember I was really mad at you guys. Because you never fucking support. I mean, you know, sometimes it's like I said earlier, the sandcastles. You let the nerds kick that, or you let the bullies kick down this nerd sandcastle every time. You never catch the bully. You never reprimand the bully. I gotta defend myself from the bully that's gonna kick down my sandcastle. And what do I get? Now you've joined in and you're kicking down the castle with the bully because you know the guy. You go back a ways. And this nerd means nothing, and you can go rebuild it. All you have is time, limitless, endless time, JJ. Naturally, you need to have your castle kicked down, because you're just rising too quickly. Like Icarus towards the sun. Yeah, too quick for you. Maybe, perhaps. Meanwhile, in my reality, I've sunk lower than I've ever been in my entire life at this moment. In terms of the way I feel inside. Dark side. I'm way past fear. With all the death threats I made recently, I think you can tell fear disappeared from my feeling list a long time ago. I think feeling good disappeared a while ago too. It's basically survival mode. Pain mode. Let's act fake so I can go to physical therapy and not freak anybody out. Because I'm a mess if I don't, put on a fucking happy face. And it's not their fault. And I do have a good time and I like everybody there. And then we get a lot of good work done and I am making progress. But guess what that progress is going to get me in the end? More pain and suffering. You know why? Because I'm not dead yet. And I'm not getting my needs met. And meanwhile, it's lucky if I can get acknowledged at all. And I'm producing some of the best stuff I've ever made at this point in my life. And it would be nice if somebody looked up, because I could use some help. And we could maybe make some good shit. Like get the band back together. God damn. I really can't do this anymore. You got it now. You got to get it while it's good. This auction is almost closed. You get it? Tomorrow I close.